Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
And away we go. Look, I'm here, everybody. You didn't think I was going to be here after those long streams I've been doing, did you? But here I am. We're going to play this awesome game right here. It's Satisfactory. An incredibly fantastic game, everybody. Go ahead and put a 1 in the chat right over here. You'll show up right over here in the Tycoon chat. Oh, man, so many great games. I've played all of these and so many more. Welcome, everybody. My name is Kismet. Welcome to Vault 45. We're going to have some fun. Yes, all based on the Fallout series, everybody. Made myself a cool little vault office. Look, you see my fish swimming around. See them? Oh, they went by. Did you see them go? Look, they're actually swimming around right there. I have to check on my my little aquarium from time to time here from my vault office. So thanks for coming in and hanging out. We have some good times. So we're going to get into, again, some Satisfactory today. I hope you all are having a good day. This is much better. I'm getting back into the groove of the stream, everybody. Back in the groove, hopefully less IRL drama that I have to deal with and more streaming and having fun with all of you. Hopefully we get that going on. And again, thanks for all those ones in the chat. I'm going to give you a bunch of Kiz caps for that. And again, we're going to play Satisfactory. You can see I'm sitting right over here. We've been collecting all of the oil all on the map and running it over here, and then we're going to create a massive oil factory from all of that. We'll have to figure out all the numbers and all that stuff. We also been creating massive hypertube launchers that'll launch us across the map super fast, though we could, of course, get our teleporters going eventually. But we really need to get all the oil squared away, and then we're going to get all the coal squared away, and it's quite the undertaking, everybody. This is a mega playthrough, so they always take a really long time. But we do have some fun as we go along. We had lots of fun yesterday, if you missed it, playing bonus stream, by the way, some Astroneer. And that was really fun because we absolutely crushed it. On day 2, we got the nanocarbon alloy, which is the highest of the base resources. And that's really fun. So we're going to get all of our, we're getting all of our stuff set up so we can run it through the gauntlet of various resources that we need. Then we'll go in and we'll set up a whole bunch of stuff and automate all that if we get back to it. I'm trying to just get into the zone because Starseeker's coming out which is like Astroneer, but by the same peeps. Very excited about that. So I wanted to get back in it. Wanted to try to get that mega playthrough done. We've already played all the DLC, the glitch walkers, and all of that other fun stuff. That's really good as well. I actually finished that, amazingly. And just wanted to get in there and do some of this mega tech. But we haven't got to it yet because you got to get all your basics going first, everybody. You got to get all your stuff or you can unlock all your stuff and whatnot. We've been just running through it like a boss. So yeah, it was first day was like a 16-hour stream, and then we did a 12-hour yesterday. Really, really fun. Had a great time, but I didn't want to go too long. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today or tonight for some Satisfactory. So we want to get this going too. So many of these mega playthroughs we got to get through because I have a whole list of other games that I want to play on stream as well. So much to do, everybody. So many games and only so much time for one person to play them all. Now I'm rocking my cost-effective Fix-It shirt today, right over here. As you can see, non-lethal over here. This one, efficient and cost-effective. I'm the best at this, everybody. Efficient and probably cost-effective as well. Non-lethal, probably not so much. Now, just like life imitating art, everybody, I actually have my Fix-It cup with my little vault boy in there. He's like, what up? What up, everybody? What up? He's sitting in my cup right here on my desk. So I'm your official Fix-It corporate trainer, everybody. I'm going to teach you how to build massively effective bases and, of course, be super, super efficient. I actually have gotten all the way to the end of the game. I can actually finish the game with only 20,000 power because my stuff is so efficient that I can just run it on the minimum amount of power because I run this thing and then I got that done. I run this thing and I got that done. You get the idea. But what we're going to do is we're going to scale up our coal power here, or our oil power, and use all the coal and oil together to create fuel. And then we're going to create the various layers of fuel, and that's going to allow us to unlock every process in the game. And that's our ultimate goal, everybody, in this particular playthrough, not just to finish the game, but it is to automate every process in the game. So that's our big goal, so we're going to get into it. So we're just going to go in and say hi to everybody in the chat. I saw Paul was in the chat there while I was getting my chat going. What's up, Paul? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We also got Wist in the chat. What up, Wist? We got Tab coming in, bringing that hype and that love. Thank you, Tab. Appreciate the backup in the chat. I see a bunch of ones. I see Wist. I see Paul. Tab bringing in those ones. Here's another 1,000 Kids Cats for letting me know that everything is working. Woo, 95 streams. Yeah, look at you go. That is a quite an epic streak right there, Tab. That is nice. That's a big milestone. Nice job, man. Very nice. Yes. Kismet is very cost efficient. I try to be super cost efficient there, Tech Guy. I try to get it going on. So let's go ahead, dive into some Satisfactory, get it going on. Let's go. All right, here we are, everybody. Now, again, we've been collecting massive sums of oil. Now, we got some oil over here. You can see that we have... Oh, hold on. Making it rain for everybody in the chat. There you go. So you can see we have some oil right over here that we are using to keep our factory running. Again, it's about 20,000 power right there. And we're pulling all this oil. And now this oil is not doing anything yet. And of course, we're obviously going to replace all of that over there with our giant mega factory that we're going to build over here, our really mega power plant. Because this game's all about power, everybody. It's about resources, but also about power. And if you have enough power, you can pretty much do anything you want, and that's really what we're aiming toward. And I've built out a whole bunch of mega blueprints that actually are modular mega blueprints. It's a whole nother level, everybody, where you can now snap them all together, as well as you can snap all the train lines and all of that stuff together. You can set up exits and entrances, all that kind of cool stuff. As you can see, we got lots of trains. Always with the sneezing. We got lots of trains running over here doing their thing, as you can see. We even have some fun stuff left over from the holiday event, which I'm just going to leave that in the game. That's pretty fun. So we've got this going. So we went and we got oil way over here on the right side of the map, and we brought it all the way back. Actually, see our train right there called Far Oil Train, bringing that way back over here to our primary base right here. You can see all of our trains are just going all over the place. grabbing that stuff. Then we also sent another train over here to grab this one as well. You can see that we are doing some coal pickup over there. You can see it's right here going and picking up that coal. And then we also went way up here as well and got these oil nodes, and we are running those back and forth. I forgot what I called that one. I think it's this train, mid-oil train. Yes, okay, so it's going to go get the mid-oil way over here. You see it's doing, so, oh, it's going around the spiral right now. There we go. Going around the spiral. So, again, we've got that. I think this might be the mid-oil. Let's see. Now, that's far oil there. What do we got over here? And we also got this down here. This is lake oil. So, far oil, lake oil. This is the mid-oil. Yes, right here. So, we got our mid-oil train. Now, mid-oil train goes up and down a lot of spirals. Those spirals help it climb elevation so it can go over stuff. We also have been doing it pretty close to the ground level so we can kind of go through. Some things are bridged across to get where it's going. But next, what we got to do is we got to get all this big-time oil right up here. Now, we have some oil here as well, and we're already right here, so we could kind of dip over, grab this oil, and then just go straight up in the middle of this oil. Now, there's actually a big mountain edge here. We could try to go around it. We could try to go over it. We could try to figure out a way to go through it. We'll figure out something when we get over there. Probably want to go and investigate probably the best route to get our trains in there. And then we'll probably have it where it runs up, grabs it, and then goes like this. Or what we could do is just have this go out, grab this oil, bring it back, and then go straight up here, because you can see this is a lot straighter. Probably have to climb some serious elevation though. And then come here, and this actually has to go down into the lower edge, across here to grab all this. And then we got to go all the way over here and grab all this oil over here as well. So lots of oil to grab, lots of coal to grab as well, all over the place. So we're basically trading a massive train network that is going to allow us to do all these things. But we got to get out here to the mid-oil pickup and get some stuff going on. Now over here, the corresponding oil stuff is the opposite over here. You can see that this is the drop-off. That's the pickup. Try to make that nice and obvious. And we're going to go into our hypertubes here. And that's going to spin us around the other way. There we go. And see, we got this set up so it just runs us back the other way. Pretty cool, right? And again, these are all modular blueprints. They're massive ones that it can just send you on your way here. Now this one, we're going to go over here where this quick wire is being extracted, and we're just going to go ahead. I'm hitting the E, by the way, to change tracks. So we go over here and look at it doing its job. Yeah, look at all that quick wire. Nice. And you can see we have a mega build here. Now you can always tell a mega build because it's not just a square box, because a square box is the most efficient. But we embellished it a bit here. We've got our quick wire going here. We can look back at our other base there. We also have some other stacked vertical things here. This is my plate factory over there that's just putting plates in the awesome sink, or not the awesome sink, in the dimensional depot. So anytime I need plates, they'll be there. Same thing over here, right here. This is for our concrete. So anytime we need that, we're good. So we don't have to constantly keep feeding stuff into there. And you can see we have a whole big old train network that we built out that is running all of this stuff, picking this stuff up, and running it back to our primary base wherever we need it. And so we've got that going over there, and we can go ahead and head back over this way. And we can see our quick wire train going through, and our quick wire train goes around the back and feeds that quick wire over into our other production. And we have a lot of the stuff running, things that we need. And again, because I'm so efficient about it, I just build exactly what I need. I don't build a gigantic factory making 100,000 plates for no reason. I don't build stuff for no reason, everybody. Again, that's very inefficient to build 100,000 of this and 5.7 gigawatts of that. That's super inefficient. That's not the way I like to play, but hey, if that's your jam, more power to you. Now, we've been building ourselves a hypertube launcher over here, which is very, very fast, everybody. Here we go. Ready? We're going to go for it. Boom! Woo! All right, set this way up here. We got another hypertube launcher over here that we can take. And see, it'll set us right back down the spiral. Oh, man, it's kind of hard to hit that cutoff. Kind of hard to hit that cutoff to go the other way. Let's try it again. We're going to have to fix that so it automatically sends us away from the thing. Oh, it does. Oh, I switched it. That was my bad. I switched it. There. See, I want to switch that. Then we're going to go down the spiral. And then the spiral sends us across. You can see we've got another spiral over there. We're going to work on a bit of that later. And then this will send us right over here. And then this will send us up this spiral. And these are perfect spirals, by the way, not just spirals. They are perfect spirals, meaning that you don't lose any momentum going up or down the spirals. And you can see I even have these hypertubes embellished so you go around in a circle. Not great for my vertigo, but it is fun. So we decided to do it. Again, you can see we're really starting to build out the world. Again, it gave us that oomph to get up the hypertube. I really feel like I should add another one at the bottom. And actually should adjust the strength based on being able to control my switching at the top. We'll get to that. But this one definitely needs an additional little boost to make us go a little faster. We are getting way up here, as you can see. Look at our trains running down there. Some sand ore over there. Now, of course, the more efficient way is to just go straight up. But I wanted to match the train direction here. And eventually we'll add more trains, by the way. This is, we just set up one train per track for now. And then they interact with other trains when they get over to the station. So they have to wait for other trains before they can drop off. But we're going way out here. We'll go down a little bit here. We're going to get a little bit more speed back. You see we're up a bit out of the forest. Kind of like to be up a little bit when you're going through the forest here. Kind of hard to navigate through the low level of forest, though we have been trying to build more of the ground level. I typically build up really high so I can just go straight. I don't have to worry about going around things. That's why it's smart to build up high. All right, here we go. We're coming in. We're at the mid-oil pickup. And it automatically is going to drop me down. Boom, there we go. Little walkways here I created. And eventually our train will come in and grab all this oil that's backlogging in here. Very nice. That's completely full there and up here as well. So again, it's just taking the oil and putting it away for now. You can see that we have a pump here that is doing it. It's a resource well pressurizer that will push the oil out, and that oil will then go through the well extractors, and we have them combined in 300s. And you see we have multiple lines running. Those lines run underneath. They go to those storages, and it backlogs that while the train is waiting to come through. Now train will come through, grab it, and go drop it off on the other end. Really, we're just setting up the retrieval. So go get the oil, bring the oil back, drop it off if you can. And then we will start to build out our power plant, which will replace our current stuff. And we're actually going to replace all of that stuff over there with each and every process in the game. And again, you can see we have another double hypertube launcher there. So that'll really get us back as fast as we want. Now, you can see over here that I've been doing some preliminary work where I was trying to line up where we were going next. So we'll run out here and see how it's going. Oh, I see I have it marked right there. Oh, look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful little area here. Oh, some radiation through here. Probably going to need to take care of that. Nice little waterfall. I guess it's right over here. Let's go ahead and ping our oil. I didn't see it, but it does say it's about 300 that way. Okay. We'll take its word for it. Oh, yeah. Definitely going to want to clear that radiation. I'm going to show you how to clear this radiation, everybody, but it does come at the cost of your filters, so make sure you got a bunch of filters. I don't have any filters. Oh, boy. I might have put my filters back. Let's see if I put them back in here. No. 0 filters. Okay. We might need to work on that first because we're going to need to put some radiation in our pocket. I like this spot right here. It's like, look at the lighting changing. Yeah, I like the nice lighting there. And then when you get closer, the lighting changes to something else. Such is the way it goes. All right, let's go ahead and look up our stuff here, our crafting benches. Put our crafting benches down here, and also one of those. You might notice that I'm flying around. That's because I have a bunch of power nearby using my hover pack. Okay, we got to make some gas masks. Let's see if we have gas filter. Any mass? How about cloth? What is it called? Man, can't remember what it's called now. Oh, it'll tell me. It'll tell me it is called fabric, actually, in this game. So many different games, hard to remember what calls what. All right, no fabric. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. What else we got? We're going to need some... starts with an M. Man, my brain is not giving me the answers today. Not in there. All right, well, we got problems. We got no cloth. Mycelia. There it is, mycelia right here. That's what we need. So we'll start with that. So you need some mycelia so we can make some fabric, so we can make some gas masks, so we can make some gas filters. Or wait, not gas masks. We need gas filters. And then we can make ionized induced filters. So apparently I've used up all my filters. So we've got to make ourselves a ton of fabric, which is why we need this one over here. And we'll go ahead and get fabric going. What else do we need? Biomass. Okay, biomass. No biomass. Really? That seems very highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. It's okay. Biomass, pretty easy to do. We go ahead. We have our chainsaw. No. Okay, so we get our chainsaw out like this. There we go. We'll just put that away. And then we're going to need fuel. No solid biofuel. Interesting. Man, I know I have tons of that back there. I don't think I could use this fuel for my chainsaw. Does this have any stuff as well? I don't think this has any fuel. All right, well, we might have to go old school and just pick some stuff up to get started. All right, let's just pick up some leaves. Oh, there's a summer sloop over there, too. We might want to grab that while we're at it. So what you do is you start off with a little bit of fuel. So in this case, we could go ahead and take... oh, we got wood and leaves in there. Okay, we got... I can't believe that I don't have any resources in there. There we go. All right, so we got some leaves that we're going to burn up, plus some of the stuff that we picked up just now. We're going to go ahead and make ourselves some stuff here. Some biomass. Biomass, you can use it, but it's not very efficient. As efficient as using our solid biofuel. And we'll make a little bit of that. And again, we do have this automated way back at the base, but we just need a little bit so we can go ahead and AoE some of this stuff here. Really? Oh, I got it on the wrong area. There we go. Boom. See, it should take out a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, and the tree came out. And so we can just kind of dip down here, and when we hit this, we might hit all the stuff nearby, including the trees. Oh, yeah, right there. And then if we hit, like, a tree here. Cool effect. Cool effect. Now, there's a summer sloop over here. We're going to run back this way and utilize our power. Get off of this, get our explosive stuff going. We're going to go ahead and run some power because we can use the power of verticality, everybody. That's really the trick in here. Using that power. Now I can see we got some baddies over here. We're going to blow them up with our explosive rebar. Explosive rebar. Oh, man, always fun. It's like my new favorite thing in this game. It is so incredibly and awesomely effective. I think even better than using your Nautilus. So you just get your explosive rebar, and now we got another summer sloop. Dudes try to come at me. Dream on, sucker. I'm already gone. Already gone. All right. Look at this down here. Fred down there taking a survey. That's my inspector, Fred. He comes over and inspects my base from time to time. Also loves to just stand right in the way while I'm working. All right, so we got that. And then again, the first thing I do with summer sloops, I put them right into the dimensional depot so I don't lose them later on. And all this other stuff here, too, we can put that in the dimensional depot. So I don't have to micromanage that. There we go. Actually, we put the lesser one to the left. There we go. Goes a little faster. Getting those in there. Let's go ahead and swap those around a little bit. Then we can take our chainsaw, put that back in there. Don't need that. And then we need our... Man, I can't think of the names of these things today. Oh, man. Slow on the names, everybody. I'm going to get it, though. Don't tell me. I'll figure it out. Get it figured out. Zip line. That's the name of that thing. There we go. Put that in there. Okay. And again, we can put all this stuff back away so we're not carrying this stuff around. Now, the rebar I do want to keep with me, and this here for making some cloth. Because we do need to make a bunch of cloth. Right over here. Cloth. Show only affordable recipes? No. Why is there no... Oh, it's not cloth, it's fabric. Yeah, there we go. All right, so now we can make some fabric. You can see that the biomass is running in there. We can go ahead and make ourselves some fabric. So you got to make some fabric. You got to make gas filters, and then turn the gas filters for radiation filters. There we go. Actually, we could probably just take this back out. Just put it here. There we go. Let's just make that go a little faster. Fabric. There we go. Making it rain. All right. And again, I gotta prep here a little bit because we're going to be handling radioactive material. And all right, we got that done. We'll probably want to put this back in here as well. We'll just throw those back in there. Now we want to go over here and see if we can make some gas filters. There we go. Yeah, 31. Let's go. Now we also have some coal in there and, of course, some plates. And you can see as we're using the plates are going right back in again, which is awesome. And we're just going to burn this up and make an absolute ton of these because we're going to be working probably with a lot of uranium today because we're going to be going through some heavy uranium areas. Now, I don't really use the gas filters. Really what you want to do is blow up anything that's emitting gas, like those things that were blocking the summer sloop there. I really just want your radiation suit and your iodine-infused filters. And you just got to have the filters on you. Now, I probably dropped some off when I was sorting my inventory, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and grab it here. I wish there was an overflow feature in the game where if it's already full in there, it would then kick that out and then take something else and fill that up and then kick that out. That would be nice, but it doesn't do that in the Dimensional Depot, sadly. All right, so we got to go and do some prep work here. Probably good to reload my stuff here. Because we're going to run our train right about here, and what's going to happen is every time the train goes by, you're going to have this radiation like this. See the radiation level? So I'm going to do something crazy. You ready? Let's do it. I'm going to go over here and pick up this uranium and put it in my pocket. You're going to put a little bit of uranium in your pocket. You might as well put all the uranium in your pocket. You see our filters are just going so incredibly fast, everybody. So what I'm going to do is just relocate this uranium like this. And then what I would do is just dip it off the side over here. Now make sure you're not dropping it on something that you want. And I'm sure it's not going to have any ecological effects on the world at all, everybody. Especially if I just drop it down in that water. I'm sure that's going to have zero effects at all. That's why I made so many, because we're going to burn through an absolute ton of these. Just moving this uranium away from our pathway. There's no other way to get rid of this, by the way. I mean, I can't try to shoot it, but it doesn't blow it up. I can try a Nautilus on it. That doesn't work either. So we have to manually pick it up and get it out of here. And then we go over here, and we drop it. There we go. And you'll see my radiation level goes way down after I drop it. Now, there is a thing that happens here now. It actually will put it in a box. Wherever that box is, sometimes it usually does it like in a certain zone. So it's kind of like a universal box that it'll throw it in. But we're just kind of throwing it over here, kind of, you know, RPing that we're throwing it down here into the water. But really, it'll end up in a central drop box where we're doing that. All right, and again, we're trying to bring our radiation level down. Where's our thing here? All right, so if we're going through here with the train, do we have any further radiation? No. Looks good. Yeah, I think we're coming straight through this way. And we're going to go around this, so we're coming through. Looks pretty good. Again, we'll get down real low. The train won't be this low, but we're just testing it. All right, there we go. So now you can see I removed the radiation. So every time I come by on the train, I'm not getting radiated and thus potentially getting damaged if I don't have my filters. That's really important to have them filters ready to rock and roll. Now, this is just a preliminary kind of test to figure out elevations and direction and how I'm going to run it between all the stuff. Very important to figure that stuff out before you start building a ton of stuff, because it can easily mess you up. So we want to come down. We want to turn around a corner and then go up the thing here. And you can see I've actually backlogged this to try to figure out the lift angle, the minimum lift angle that I can use so that my train doesn't have to go up a steep slope. And you can see that we're just using 1 meters here, which I prefer to use. Now, all of this over here, we don't have to use, because I can tell you that we're going to not even use that. We're going to go this way over here. So we want to go ahead and figure out our arcs here. So we'll go ahead and back this up over here. Actually, we'll just zoop it. There we go. And this is where we left off last time, where we were figuring out how we're going to get our train to go this way. And then we'll go ahead and use this, and we'll put a curve in right there. So probably double curve, curve, and then a curve again. So now what we got to do is we got to have the ability for the train to come in and then run down this line. And basically, this is going to be the exit. So it'll come through the station, go here, and then just go that way and pick that up, then come back and then merge back in the direction back that way. So this will be our outgoing line. So we're just going to go ahead and take this out. And it just so happens that I have a bunch of stuff that I can go ahead and utilize. I'm going to go ahead and start with my support here and try to line this up. It's very difficult to line this up. Just hit H and then nudge that. Oh, nudge that the other way. There we go. Nudge it that way. Try to line it up to the outgoing train, which would be the left side is the outgoing. The right side is the coming back. Then they added vertical nudging, everybody. I'm so glad I waited for vertical nudging before I really got this serious about running these mega runs. Because without vertical nudging, it is incredibly difficult to do this kind of stuff and get it nicely lined up like this. We got to get the center of this lined up like so. There we go. And then again, this will be also our hypertube connection, which we'll go in and adjust our hypertube connection here so we can go that way. Most likely I'll make it come off the side here so it can circle back if we want to. And I try to default the furthest distance away. So when you're coming in, the default is going to be left side, right? So when you're coming into this junction, it's typically the left side. So if I want this to be the default, I would have this come in. Left side would go this way, and then right side would come down to stop. And then if I want to get in the hypertube again, I would get in there, boom, and then fire off that way. We can figure all that out later. Doesn't need to figure it out right now. What we need to do is we need to run ourselves some train tracks. So here we go. Now first we're going to start off with some flat track. I forget which direction this is supposed to go. Let's see, what's the next one? The next one is a half. And this one is flat on this side. Let's check the other side. Okay, it's flat on both sides. So we will start this way, I guess. We'll try that, going in the direction that we need to go. And then we'll see if this one snaps into the back of this one here. Does look like it does. Then what we can do is it snaps right in there. And then right now we have the mode of default on. What we want to do is we want to have... oops, I think I just swapped my thing there. What we want to do is switch our mode, our build mode, R, there we go, to auto connect, right? Now I usually hit H just to make sure that it actually looks lined up. Sometimes you're looking at it from an angle and it looks like it's lined up, but it's not. You can see it's going to automatically connect the train tracks and then automatically connect this. Oh, I don't think we automatically connected there. We didn't. Okay, good. I wasn't actually trying to auto connect there. I got to come back and work that later. But we do want this to auto connect here so that we can just kind of rinse and repeat this. So we want to go ahead and build that. And we'll let that go. And again, the hypertube and the tracks are going to connect together automatically. There we go. And these all work together. Hello. Somebody trying to shoot me. Somebody trying to get rowdy. Whenever I see that thing, that means it's a mob trying to get me. All right. Now, another thing that we want to do is go ahead and middle mouse button this and try to find a nice straight spot. Let's look at it from this side. Right there, halfway, and then connect that right over there. Now, the reason why we want to do that is that's going to bring the power this way. And if the power is going this way, we got to connect this part here. If the power is going this way, then I can keep going and keep floating around without having to use my other stuff. Oh, we got some problems there. Oh, we got an elevation issue there too. This is actually down by 1, which is not how that should be. Let's go see if we messed up over here. We sure did. Okay, well, again, good to double check that right there. So we're going to take that back out. Remember, we got blueprints, so we could do that. Yeah, I wasn't watching that vertical thing. And again, if you have an issue, everybody, just go in, solve that issue, come right back, go right back to it. And actually, we'll aim this in the direction. Oh, that's not it. In the direction that we're going. There we go. Then we'll try this again. Again, you want to get that lined up, both vertically and horizontally. See, that's like a half step there. You want to hold down Control, get that half step, get that lined up vertically and horizontally. I could have sworn I had that lined up, but that's okay. We'll do it again. See if it lines up now. There it is. All right. And then again, now we know what directions we want to run all this. We can also set this to auto-connect this part here. And then again, we're going to hit H, try to line it up. Does look lined up to me. All right, boom. And this should auto-connect up here. Nice, okay. And again, we'll pick up this. We've already got the cut there now. And now we have the power for that. And then we just rinse and repeat and see if this lines up this time. Again, most of the time I just try to get close and then I use the nudging to get it into perfect position. And now it should line up to what we have. Yes, it does. Okay, good. Very nice. Now we probably just want to, at this point, we're going to put in a support. So we might as well just curve right here because we do have enough space to curve. So we'll put in another support. Now I'm going to come back and put these supports in later. I don't believe in doing supports first or doing them as you're going because you're going to modify this quite often a whole bunch of times and then you're just kind of redoing those supports over and over again. I find it's a huge waste of time. So we're not going to do that. So we've got a pre-built curve. Now remember, these are all mega builds that I did that are all modular. They all fit together like this. Again, I'm making it look easy because I figured all this mechanics of how to make stuff curve and how to go this way and that way. So yeah, it's quite involved, but once you get it down, you can see that we have the benefit of being able just to pop that down like that. Now we're going to kind of adjust these angles a bit when we get this going over here. But we're going to go ahead and do something like this. And then we're going to go ahead and modify this a little bit. We'll grab this over here. And we'll grab this right here. And we want these to go in a certain way. So we're going to take this one out. This is just to get us started. And we want these to end up going this way. Probably going to need a little bit more. There we go. Let's say right there. Now it's going to figure out the angle for us. That's why we have all of this set up the way we do. So it can figure out those angles and it's definitely want to flatten it out so it's evened out like that. And then we can come back and we can make any modifications to the tracks or anything like that that's not kind of running the way we want it to run. You can see that it's curving out there, but these ones are getting a little close. You can actually hit trains, can hit each other on the tracks if they're too close. So not really liking that. I could have it go wide and then come back. Don't want to do that either. Kind of feel like what we want to do is better control this second track by having this one cut a little earlier over here and kind of end up over this way. Let's see if we can back this up just a little bit. A little better, a little better. And then again, we're just going to keep trying this out till we get it the way we want it. And this one probably forward a little bit more. And let's look at it this way so we can see that our tracks are separating. Definitely want those tracks separated, but we also want them to end up straight. So we don't have this kind of wiggling of our tracks. That's looking pretty good. Maybe this one forward just a little bit. Again, just trial and error is what gets it done. Yeah, that's much better. They're going to be pretty close right here, but they're not going to hit. And that looks better overall. Very nice. And we'll put that right there. And we'll come back and we'll embellish all of this here. These side things here, it's just embellishment. They actually don't do anything. Just an embellishment there to try to adjust their track edge. So this one goes here, and this one ends up halfway into that one. So we then want to put in the rest of our track, obviously, and we want to do our support here. So we'll put another support here. Bring that down. See if that's lined up. It's lined up to me. All right, very nice. And then we can take all this out and run our main track through there. And we might have to work a little bit on this here by turning off the auto connect here and just go ahead and go default, and we can manually connect those because we're going to need to go to an up arc over there on the other side. So we got that done there, and then we will kind of bring this one back. Line up with that. And then this actually will fit here, but you can see it's too small of a track. I like to not make tiny segments. I think tiny segments are always asking for a problem, so I like to make the maximum segment I can to make those match up real nicely. There you go. So we kind of customize that as we go, and you're going to see us do a lot of customization as we go along. And we're going to take this one out, and then we're going to use this. And I like to go ahead and use the curved function through here because I think it looks cool. Actually, we take that one out too. And then kind of curve function here. There we go. So it kind of follows that same kind of shape that your tracks are following along that curve edge. What are you doing with all the oil? Turning it into fuel. We're going to make the largest fuel plant I've ever built. That's what we're going to do with ours. It's going to be super fun. We're going to take all that oil and all the coal, make a bunch of fuel, and that will power everything. We don't even need nuclear power, by the way. In fact, you can see I'm on phase 5, but I can finish the game right now. Guess how much power I have running? 20,000 right now. Yeah, you don't believe me? I can show you right over here. Watch this. 20,000 power. You can finish the entire game because I proved it was possible. Right here. Right there. Total capacity, 21,750. So 21,000 and some change. Yeah, you can finish the entire game with just that. That's all the power I've ever produced. That's the maximum amount of power I've produced in this playthrough. But we're just doing fun stuff, everybody. This is when you just like go crazy. You're embellishing it. Again, I feel like that's the different stages of the game. Now, I can't remember how many hours I've played total. I'm about 1,700 hours on Steam and probably another 1,700 hours or 1,300 hours on Epic Game Store because I played it when it first came out. I played through 30, 40, 50 times. I finished the game many times, both in early access and then several times here in release. And now we're just building massive systems to bring all the oil to a central thing, which is called like a mega base. A mega base is when you bring everything in. Remote modular bases I typically build as well. Great example is like my plate factory. It's just making plates, just running in the dimensional depot. So every time I do this, it just goes and refills the dimensional depot for me. So I don't have to run back and forth, which I have done, by the way, and when the game first came out. By the way, they didn't have zooping in those days either. So we were putting one piece down at a time. So I've done thousands, hundreds of thousands of foundations the old school way where you do them one at a time, which is crazy. Only a crazy person would do that, and I enjoyed every minute of being that kind of crazy person. All right, so right here is where our arc is going to begin. No, right here. So we do have a couple more straight before we do arch up right here. So we'll go ahead and put our angled stuff. Now, again, these are all pre-built mega modular stuff that all links together, and I built all of these live on stream. And if you're like, Kismet, I'd like to see you build those, well, hey, you can go back and watch every episode of this on my YouTube channel. They're all up there for your enjoyment. You can see how I got started, how I got to this point, and how I basically won this game with only 20,000 power. Which I think is more impressive than the biggest build I've ever seen. It's more impressive to do stuff with minimal amount than it is to make 100,000 plates. Oh, cool. You got 100,000 plates. What are you doing with them? Nothing. Well, I don't know. That's not impressive. What's impressive is to do it with 20,000 power, I think, personally. That's just me, though. That's my jam. That's what I love to do. All right, so there we go. We're going to take this out. Now, we kind of pre-thought this out ahead of time. We ran some foundations just to figure out the angles and all that stuff. And then, of course, we're embellishing as we're going along. We're running our dual tracks. We're running our hypertube as well. And you can see, again, I have all these pre-made items. And again, these are modular mega blueprints, meaning they're in the biggest of the blueprinters, and they also are modular, meaning that I can snap them together and align them like this. You can see I've got one for an angle, and that allows to angle up. And then if there's a little bit that needs to be done, I just kind of manually do that. I think it's fun to, kind of mix having your blueprints along with just manually going in and embellishing it as you go, like that. And again, look at that perfect angle that comes up. And we can use this part here as a support. And we're running to get our other oil over there. Then we got some work to do back here, again, embellishing all of this and lining up all of our tracks and such. We're going to go ahead and middle mouse button over here. And then my favorite thing to do whenever you have like one of these kind of flat edges that go into an arch, I go about 1.5. And the reason why you do that is so that the middle part here is not like buckled up, right? And that happens all the time where you'll have that kind of buckled up and you'll have a big gap under there. Awesome way to fix that. The minimum distance of a train track is 1.5 foundations. So I just go that min distance and you don't see that really terrible lifting of your tracks. I don't like it just for the cosmetic reasons. And then we'll go ahead and put our straight tracks in. And now we've got a beautiful transition between the lower side and the upper side. All right, let's go ahead and fill in a little bit of our embellishment here. You can see every second foundation, we have one of these corner road barriers just to make it look like a junction box. We're going to hit H, then we're going to nudge that down with our page down, left click, and then we're going to grab some of our braided cable here, click right there, just run it right over here. There we go. Then we're going to need another angle of the cable here. Now, see how it's on default mode? I'm going to hit R to switch to diagonal. That's going to bring it up here a little bit. There we go. And then we can also try to match this. This is going to be fun. All right, we're going to hit H, and then we're going to try to nudge it down. Nah, I can't do it from that side. But we can go up here, try to use this side here, and go freeform. And try to get this to go down here. Oh, man, so feisty today. So feisty. So feisty. All right. Try to get it to snap. Hard to do at an angle. And I feel like they've actually made it even harder in the latest update for me to get this to line up. The way that it snaps is really weird. Again, very odd. Very odd snapping there. Sometimes what you can do is just snap out the center of this, but it's because it's halfway in there, it's going to make it a little difficult for me to fix that. Didn't used to be this difficult. Let's say diagonal. Let's see if we can just get this to go to the center. See, I want it to go to the center of that thing. Obviously, I did it before because it's right there. But it doesn't want to let me snap to the center of this. We can try using control. Sometimes control will let us snap to an object, to the center of an object, but we've set that down. So we're just going to go here, and we're just going to go like that. Do what we got to do. There we go. All right, now we got that done. Now we know what to do on this side as well. And we're just going to go, we're going to do this side first. There we go. Let's get our, we got to get our thing in first. And right here, page down. There's always a workaround. It just takes time and effort. And, oh, actually, I think I should do this first. I think that's what I've been doing. And this first to here. Then take this. Snap that in there. Ah, okay. Look, I remembered. That's now snapping in there. There we go. So we want to run this first. Aha. That's how I did that. Run this first before we put this in. We'll take that out. Grab this. Run this halfway. And we'll say there. Now, a lot of times, the piece that you put there is going to hide that spot there. Yeah, much better. Much better. All right. And then, again, this piece will hide the transitions. So, where's the other one? Right here. So, oh, yeah, two foundations there. And then this. See how it snaps in there better and doesn't snap up to the top now? It's all about build order, I find. Again, right here we got a weird transition. That's going to go right there. So it's almost like it's covering it up a little bit, which is what it's doing. It's kind of covering up those things. And we'll just go ahead and do a bit of a bigger gap here, just so we can cover that edge over there. And then we'll cover this edge here. Oh, this one, oh, I took that one out. Oh, I forgot. I took that one out that was there. So actually, we'll do it there. We got this. Now, here's the thing, everybody. Ain't nobody going to be looking at this other than me. And you guys. You're kind of looking at it. But again, if you're going by here, everybody, you're not going to be looking at the sides, whatnot. And I very rarely embellish stuff to this level, but I'm just showing you what can be done, how you can do massive, mega blueprints and combine them, and all my gaming secrets, everybody. So make sure to hit that follow button or the subscribe button if you're over on YouTube. And we're just massively embellishing. I mean, to the point of, like, ridiculous level, too. Unnecessary level of embellishment here. All right. Now, as you try to pick up this middle railing here, when it's on an angle, it doesn't seem to middle mouse button. So I usually go down here and then pick this one up down here, if it's going to let me. Got to get it right there. There we go. And then we can do this. And then we can use this one from down there to finish this top part. Like that. There we go. And then these are different types of railings here. Again, same thing about these. For some reason, you can't middle mouse button them. But you can go over here. Middle mouse button picks up that object. So you can then run that object like that. Again, we'll just do all these transitions and embellishment and stuff. And we'll get our stuff clicked there. And all the way to the top there. Looks good. Again, these do absolutely nothing other than look cool. That's it. That's their whole job, is to look cool when you're running this stuff. All right, 1, 2 right here. Bam. And then 1, 2 right here in the transition. Nice. And then this here. All right, and then one right there. Much easier if you do them in the right order, as you can see. And then learning that build order is the trick. And sometimes I forget, but you can see I built this, and even I forgot what the build order was. And you can see the difference. If I built the block first, it doesn't go where I want it to go. But if I build the braided cable first, then it does. All right, and then when we get up here to the flat spot, we're going to go back to our pre-built blueprint here. Again, all of these blueprints were built to work together. Let's see. That does not look like that's lining up to me. Control down just a little bit. There we go. And then we'll run that like that. Again, when you're doing a custom transition, you're going to have to do a little bit of your own work in there and not just rely on the blueprints to do it all for you. Just like the foundations, because they're at different elevations. You can see we've got the start of the foundations here. And so they're at different elevations, so I have it set up where I can very easily adjust the height of those as I'm going along. Because some of these are going to be right up against something, and some of these will be much larger, like a bridge that's gapping over the top of that, like we're doing right now. And we'll go back and we'll fill all these in later. I'd, again, suggest not to do them while you're going, because otherwise it's It's like put them in, take them out, put them in, take them out kind of thing. And then we'll put in our safety railing so when Fred comes over here to inspect our location, we don't get any citations of unsafe track laying here. All right, so now we got that little custom corner and we got ourselves lined up where we want to end up now. Very nice. And again, we're moving around the terrain. Personally, I think it's way easier to just build way above everything, which is typically what I would do. But in this one, we are challenging ourselves to getting this going on. All right, we'll also change this to auto connect so it connects the hypertube up there automatically, and then we'll just go ahead and do this. Now again, I would back channel this, so this is a half or a full there, and then go 1/2 down, and then 1/2 down, and then fill the rest of this in so we don't have, again, that big overarching gap that we don't want. And again, a little bit into the track, but at least it's not way up in the sky. That has no effect on the train, by the way, if it's way up or way not from the track, but I don't like it. And when you play this game, you can have like different phases of the game that you play. Actually, take this out, make this a little nicer. I'm going to come back, probably rework most of this hypertube stuff, because then we can do a nice little up curve like that. See, and it just does a sweet curve in a single piece instead of being multiple pieces. Very nice. Again, the more you can simplify something, everybody, the more elegant it is and the more clean it looks as well. But again, when you first play the game, you just try to learn the mechanics and try to figure out how to progress in the game. Then what you do is then you're going, I want a nice 90-degree pipe here, and I want this to line up here, and I want this to be this color, and then this to go that way, and this thing to be all perfectly run like that. And so you really get into the detail of what you're doing versus worrying about finishing the game and building resources, all that stuff. This is all about going above and beyond and just crazy embellishing what we're doing here. We got to also take out some of these things so they're not on our tracks. This one's fine. We'll take this one out over here. Again, so it's not going through our tracks. I don't like clipping through my stuff if I can avoid it. All right, we got our start. We got our number 3 there. Number 4 is next. Right over here, hit H. Nudge that in position. Page down. Oop, little half step. Control page up, and then auto connect. Boom. There we go. Now we don't have to connect every single one of them together. We can just go ahead and just basically repeat the process right over here. Once you get into the zone here, everybody, you can do what I'm doing, and that's running trains clear across the entire map. We've already done it multiple times. And we're going to keep on doing it until we get all this oil run back to our primary base. Why? Because we want to, because it's fun. Again, I've already finished the game many, many times. So again, you can find more fun in a game. I'm always for it. Run that back. We don't have any extras in here, do we? I always like to double check and make sure there's not like an extra one that got in there. Okay, and then we do a support here. Yes, we have a support. Then we have our 1. We're on number 4. Well, I lose track of which one I'm on. And then down, up, auto connect mode. Okay, see we got our support there. So we got a support, 2 straight lines, support, 2 straight lines, and then we're ready for another support. And because I'm auto-connecting all of this together as I go, it's making my job a lot easier because it's bringing the power forward too. So I don't have to keep redoing the power and all of that. Oh, I forgot to set that to auto-connect. I'll just be lazy, take it back out, and put it back on auto connect. There we go. And then put it on H. Nudge that over. Looks like a half step. There we go. That's probably the toughest one to put in because it sits up real high like that because I have the support underneath. These are a little bit easier because you can kind of line those up a little easier like that. And then nice straight piece. And I can add manual supports. I do have blueprints for that as well. That one's all perfectly lined up. Look at that. All right, nice. We're getting there. Oh, look at this. This stuff is out here floating. The stuff I dropped, it's actually floating now in the air. That's funny. Let's see. We might have to pick that up and throw that somewhere else. Deal with it later. Okay, now we got to figure out where we're going down here. Because we might need to start angling down. Kind of feel like I might just angle down anyway. Now, these blueprints are all set up so you can either angle up or angle down using the same blueprints. You can see here, instead of angling up, now I'm angling down like that. And then again, I can just take the next one and try to line that up. And then page down. Back, page up. It does have a tendency to, again, be half steps. So, again, them adding the ability to go in half steps as well as to go up and down, vertically snapping, is what's making this 1,000 times easier. Otherwise, this would be exceedingly difficult to get these to line up perfectly like that. All right, and then we're going to go get number 8 here. Get it to try to line up. Down, 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 down. In we go. Looks good. All right. And again, let's ping this. Let's ping this oil. Oh, there it is right there. Okay, I see the node now. Node's right there in the center. Okay. I kind of feel like we'll go here and then flatten out. And we'll actually put the station way up here, I guess. Because it's kind of hard to go through here. We could try to curve around and go down. But I feel like we'll just go above and then we'll just bring it up into the station as well. We got to go this way as well, up into this top part up here. Kind of feel like I'm going to go back to this station, though, and just send it straight. There's a lot of mountains and stuff in the ways here. Not so much mountains this way. This one's a whole bunch of stuff, but there are a bunch of mountains over there that are going to be in the way. If we look ahead, we can see that we're going to hit all of this. And eventually we'll have to go down to get this. But definitely, like, through here would be a good spot. I've started from all the different locations in the game, and it's very useful to know your elevations. What if you're going to have to go up or down or whatnot. And then there we go. We'll transition to a flat edge here. All right, looks good. Okay, now we're getting to the point where we want to create a station here. Don't know how much oil is down there. It kind of looks like a single oil spot. But we'll go down there and check it out here in a minute. And we could basically build out our train station here. We're going to have our train station elevated through here. So it'll come in, grab the oil here, turn around, go back. But the best thing to do is to take a minute to go down here and do some surveying. Let's see if we've got some power poles through here. Now, I do a lot of exploring utilizing these power poles and my hover pack. So all I have to do is do stuff like this. And then I can just kind of dip around wherever I want to go. And you're just kind of safe from all the mobs. Another summer slope out here. I don't think that's going to reach. Oh, this one. Maybe. Oh, yeah. Then we can just put these along here. And there we go. Now we just walk right over here or fly over here, grab that summer salute. I'm not even looking for them. They're just popping up today. And then immediately put them away. There we go. All right. And again, we want to go down here and survey our oil. And see what we want to do down here. And most likely, whenever you buy a node, everybody, you're going to have somebody who wants to be up in your business. There's also a glowy worm there. What's up, Fred? Fred's already been here doing some inspection. Nice job, Fred. Way to get ahead of the game. Oh, these are the big boys. These are the big boys. Now watch this. Come on. Toro, Toro. Let's go. Bring it. Yeah, help if we had some ammo, huh? Luckily, I've got crazy tons of it going in here. Let's go, big boy. Oh, somebody getting sneaky from behind. Hit me with some fire. In the bushes. Couple of them. Take care of the ones with the fire first. These other ones are not ones that toss rocks, so you get rid of these guys first. These guys are big boys, though. If I come down low, they'll try to get me. I don't know if I got that one. I'll hit that one again. All right, there we go. I leave them alone if they leave me alone. But if they get up in my business, then they're going to die. You don't mess with the man. You don't do it. And again, every time you go toward a resource, you're going to find this. Now, this kind of looks like crude oil here. And pure oil. Ooh, mama. Okay. Very nice. Oh, actually, we have other nodes here, too. We have a third node. This is the second node. Let's bring our power. And again, this gives us the power of verticality. We can move around. I don't think I've ever tapped this node ever. Not in the whole entire time I've been playing it, by thousands of hours. Never came over here and tapped these. Oh, we got a little bit of fun over here. Let's go ahead and take care of these baddies first. Always reload before you start. This gun is awesome for this, and this gun is awesome for this. Explosive rebar. First time I ever bothered using it. There we go. I like to get rid of every single one of the rocks I can, just because I have lots of ammo. All right. Again, keep that verticality close in case things start going bad. Especially ground-based mobs are hard to get you. Of course, a lot of mobs are ranged. And since we're here, let's go ahead and grab it. All right. Then again, you just put that slug straight away in the dimensional depot. We got ourselves some bacon. Like, Kismet, that doesn't look like bacon. That's what I didn't name them. Don't blame me. They are actually called bacon. All right, we've got our marker here, which is telling us exactly where we're going. Uh-oh! Oh, little suckers. Didn't see those other ones. Now you're going to die for that. Now you gotta die. Didn't even see those guys over there. More bacon. Give me all the bacon. Man, this is a really great spot for bacon right here. I don't think I've ever seen this much in one spot. Man, there's more over there too. Bring our power over here. Fred, of course, doing a great job of being in the way as normal. Some people call him Peanut too. I just call him Fred. Oh, there's something over there for sure. You can always see when they got it guarded like that. There's definitely something over there. I'll take a little hit there. We can grab our bacon. Go around the ground level here a little bit. More bacon over here. Let's stock up on our bacon. I mean, if they want to give us a ton of it, we're not going to turn it down. Okay, nice. So 3 nodes. Okay, so 3 nodes over here. And you can see I've actually already surveyed it because I have somewhere here, I have a radar tower that is encompassing it right here. We'll go ahead and also go here. We'll stop highlighting that, and then we'll go ahead and remove it. It's only there temporarily to kind of guide me in that direction. Over here, we got crude oil, which is a normal, and then a pure. So that's going to be a crazy ton of oil right there. And we already have our train around here somewhere. Let's go back up again this way. We have our train station there, and so we want to tap all of these and bring these up. So one there, and then I think one up there. Yeah, one right there. Let's go ahead and adjust Mother Nature. Out the way. Fixit does not approve of Mother Nature getting in the way of being efficient. Just so you know. Grab that guy too while we're at it. All right, let's clear some trees here. And yes, I could pick it up with my chainsaw, but much more fun to blow it up. All right, and then a tree there. Just kind of clearing this stuff out so I can see what I'm going to be doing here. All right, probably best thing to do is to run these, split these up a bit. Let's run these a bit separate. So we're probably going to go ahead and use our oil extractor stuff. Let's see if we got any blueprints. I can't remember. I think I made some blueprints for them. Let's see. We've got extractors, mega oil extractor right here. We do. We got it. Okay, so we got to do some alignment first. And we've already got our stuff ready, so we'll put that there. That's going to fit there nicely. Okay, all good. So one of the things that I like to do, and you don't have to, you can just use the world grid, but I take it to a whole nother level, everybody, where I actually align the extraction to the extractor itself. So when it comes to an oil extractor, which we're going to aim this way, there we go. When it comes to an oil extractor, there's a certain distance that you can go ahead and move so you can align a foundation to it perfectly. Not just with the crappy cement thing and then they do the thing. That always turns out terrible and the offset is not good. I am going to show you how to do it perfectly every single time. Not only with an oil extractor, but you can use the same technique with a regular extractor. So we're going to get on the ground here, and you can see we put the oil extractor down first. Then we're going to go ahead and use our metal beam. We're going to scroll wheel forward, and then hold down Control. Control is going to allow us to snap to it, and then we're going to move ourselves out like this. Oh, not freeform. There we go, default. And we're going to go right to the edge. Then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's 6, if I remember correctly. 6. And there we go. And then if it's not that, we'll go back by a little bit. And then the whole point of this, yes, it is 5. All right. Right there. And you see that the line doesn't quite line up to the front of this. Now, of course, you can have it offset like that. Now, the goal is to have this sit perfectly underneath there. And it actually does right there. You can see it fits under there. And we have a bit of a gap in the front if we want. But we can also center it a little bit more just by controlling our metal beam. So we're going to take our metal beam back out again. We're going to do the same thing. Hold down Control. Make sure it's in the center, rotated properly. Left click. If it does this, that means it rotated the wrong way. So again, we might have to rotate it or reset it, do whatever we need to do. There we go. And get that nice and straight. Left click. And again, try to get it to go the other way. If it's not working, here's what you do. You rotate it the other way like this. There we go. Then you left click, there we go. And again, we want to just be right here at the edge. We want to look at it from the side. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. And that's it. It's a one move alignment, everybody. You don't have to do anything else. There we go, even better. And then we have that alignment all the way back. And you can see it's also perfectly centered in that foundation. There you go, everybody. None of that 53-step alignment crap. You can do it all in a single step here. And we also got some extra foundations here we need to take out. There we go. All in a single step like that. Now, all we need now is the foundation itself. We no longer need this. And if we want to bring it up a little bit, which I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and just aim at the center of the foundation, bring it up, because now it's already aligned. We already have the alignment of our foundation. Now, I don't like to have them floating like that. I'm going to go ahead and utilize some of our thicker foundations and just put that right on there. Now, we're going to go ahead and use our, because you can't put this in a blueprint, we're going to use our oil extractor right here. If you aim at the node itself, it's going to allow you to basically line it up, and then it's going to figure out the elevation of the fact that there are foundations there, and it's going to put it perfectly right back in the middle of your foundation. Look how beautiful that is, everybody. Perfectly aligned. Very nice. And then we have a blueprint that goes along with this. So we're going to go ahead. I think it's the blueprint is from the back. I haven't done one of these in a while now. In a while, we're going to go ahead and put the blueprint in the back. It might actually be two back. We'll see how it goes. Then we want to leave the oil extractor, because the oil extractor is basically where our blueprint's going to go around the oil extractor, because you can't put the oil extractor in afterwards usually. So you want to, again, build order, do the oil extractor first. And then we have our mega oil blueprint that we're going to use by aligning ourselves to this. And we're going to flip this around the other way. We're going to hit H, and we're going to try to align this. Yes, it is two back. I was correct. It is two back. Okay, then we'll take this out. And then, once again, these are blueprints that are already pre-built. They are built to go around these things. And again, the reason why I put these blocks back here is to use them for alignment. And as you can see, that is now nicely aligned in the center there. So all I have to do is drop that blueprint, and it builds right around it perfectly. Isn't that pretty cool? I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty awesome. All right, and then we've got to just do a little bit of work here where we connect the interior of that to the exterior here. So we're going to go inside here, fly around a little bit, make sure that we do connect the pipes so that will flow out of there. We also want to go ahead and connect some power. I've already got this kind of pre-run here. You can see I already run up here to the top. So all we got to do is just run it right there. Also on the outside here, we have our switch, our priority switch. So we can turn this on and off if we want. But we got to run this part here to power. Now we're not going to use this power here, so we're going to cut this off, and we're going to clean up this power a little bit around here. There we go. Very nice. And what we're going to use is we're going to use one of our big boys, because I love using these big towers. They are awesome. I'm just going to put it right here. Maybe turn it this way so the ladder's facing this way. Right on the ground. And then we have an A and a B side, right? So if you're looking at this, you have your A side, which is your input side, and your B side, which is your output side, right? So this is going to be where the power comes in. Then it's going to flow through this, and then we can turn this on and off remotely if we have power issues. We can do that. All right, we're going to connect that right up there. Then one of the cool things that we can do is we're going to pick up the top of here. It's going to give us another one of these. And we can put this way up on the tower up here. Like this. Now, one of the things I actually learned recently, and I didn't even think about doing it till recently, where we can actually go in, get our thing here. Our guy's all messed up. And then we can actually get up here and click on this and slide our way actually up the zip line. Not a lot of people think about going up a zip line, but you actually can because it's got little wheels on it. And it will actually allow us to go up the zip line like this, which is pretty cool. Now, eventually, oh, there's some baddies trying to shoot me over here. I'll get over here and they'll shoot at the side of my thing here. So what we want to do temporarily is utilize some of this power up here. And we're going to just plug that into there. Because once we bring our station in, we'll connect this to our actual station, and our station will run the power down there. And so we can control it all that way. But again, if we want to go down there, we can use that as well. So we want to bring this up. Now that we got kind of an idea of where we want to go, let's go ahead and get back on here and slide down, because that's also fun. And then now that you guys got the gist of it, I'm just going to go ahead. I think you guys got the general idea here. Just go ahead and speed up a bit and do the rest of these here. Here we go. Let's get it done. Now this is how I play when I'm not on stream, by the way, very, very quickly. Just go down just a little bit. There we go. And now that's nicely aligned. And it'll build right around that. There we go. And then these are just for alignment. Take those out. And now we got that perfectly set there. We got all of our stuff to run. And again, we can go ahead, take our power here. Now I'm just going to go ahead and run this underneath here. So we have a dual power on this side. And that's going to connect up there as well, so that the input comes in, and then this is all output here. More connections to be done inside. Let's do that. Again, it doesn't do everything for you, so you got to do a little bit yourself. Ain't nothing wrong with that. All part of the fun. And if I go up out here and I middle mouse button on this pipeline, it'll actually pick up the coloring of it as well, so I don't have to redo the coloring. There we go. And that's all I have to do, just those two connections. And then I'm out, and then that's all good. Then we need to do our third one over here. You see, I got this down to a science, everybody. I really do. So cool, right? Yeah. See, everybody else does it that weird way. I invented this way, by the way, everybody. You see anybody else doing it? You saw it here at first, Kismet. Kismet did it first. And it took me a long time to figure that out, too. It ain't easy. It ain't easy to figure that out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. Good to go. Then right here. Then up here. Then this. Oh, I didn't do it. Let's do it again. Up here. There we go. Probably because I have my zooping on. Then take all this out. And again, I go real fast. And again, if you have any comments or questions, feel free to let me know in the chat. I will be happy to explain it again if I need to. Again, you got perfect alignment here. Now you're like, well, Kismet, how are you going to transition from the extraction grid to the world grid? Well, that's pretty easy to do because most of the time you're doing it with pipes, so those pipes can be adjusted to go onto the world grid. Now my base and all of my train tracks are all based on the world grid. Wherever they go, they're always connected to the world grid, and the world grid can easily be accessed simply by holding down control. See how it snapped? Non-world grid, hold down control, boom, world grid. No matter where you are. So if you start with a world grid and you use it all over the place, your stuff will line up somewhat. You'll have some vertical and horizontal things you have to work on, but it'll actually be along the same world grid. Again, that's all turned in the same direction. But I like to do a bit more advanced stuff, which is to make it transition from its own grid to this grid. Oh, we've got to do some nature relocation. Look, they're running away. They're like, Kismet's got that thing. Let's get out of here. All right, and again, this is lined up here by this backside here. I see we've got some ore in my way. Take this out. There we go. Nice. It doesn't matter which ones I use, as long as these are 1 meters, they'll help me line that up. Take these ones out of the bottom. They're just there so I could set that at the right height. Then, again, back to our blueprints that we built. Extractors, mega oil extractor. Rotate it around this way, hit the H, and nudge it in there. Oh, we got a resource problem. Oh, something happened to our resources. We got to go in there and figure it out. All right, we got some work to do. Looks like our heavy modular frames finally ran out. No worries, we got this. Here we go. Let's go take care of business. Now, sometimes what happens when I'm working on stuff, you'll accidentally mess up production on something else, right? You take something out, you forget to put it back, whatever it is. There's something definitely making it where my heavy modular frames have finally run out. Now, I made a bazillion of them, so I'm sure there's tons of them somewhere. Or I might have used them all up, because that's easy to do when you're making massive builds like this. Now, see, this all has electricity here, so I can actually use the hypertube. So we'll go and take this out, we'll take this out, we'll put this in here, like this. We can go ahead and get our hypertube temporarily working here. Oh, and we have no rotors either. What is going on? No rotors and no heavy modular frames. Well, we knew it was going to happen eventually. Living the good life. I'll just make a train then. I love the trains in this game, but they are awesome. Yeah, so cool. Well, I try to build cool stuff so you guys get some inspiration. Go build your own cool stuff. Again, we're building at a level that's like really heavy level. Look at the sun setting over there. All right, we better watch out because we're going the wrong way on the tracks here. Wrong way on the tracks. There we go. Take that out. Hypertube back. Let's go. Boom. Hypertube. Should have built a launcher back there to get us going. We might come back build a launcher. And so I have this really long hypertube. Now, of course, this was all auto-connected as we went along, right? All the tracks were auto-connected. All this was auto-connected. As you can see, it comes along. Then it goes up here. All this stuff was easily made into a blueprint and then created like in a modular style. And then, of course, the Kismet perfect spiral. By none of this junky spiral stuff that everybody else is doing. Kismet makes it perfect. Meaning you lose no up and down, or just a little up and down motion when you're going down the spiral. You don't lose your speed. Your speed is very consistent going up and down the spiral, which is what you want. Now, a spiral hypertube, not really that useful. But, I mean, you might as well. If you're going to build a spiral thing, you might as well build a spiral hypertube. By the way, you can see we're also gaining speed as we go. Now, I'm just trying to aim in the same direction, so we're not spinning the whole time. And then we'll come down, and then we'll get a choice to choose to go left or right here. We're going to need to make a choice. Oh, there we go. Nice. And there we go. We're speeding up. Gaining more speed coming down here. Again, another perfect spiral over here. We're going to actually hit another perfect spiral when we come up here as well. And we're going to need to make some choices up here, too. We're going to go this way. There goes our train. Go get that oil. And then up here we go. Man, we crank it. We got some momentum going now. Even uphill. And again, these are all done from blueprints, and then you can build them and rebuild them and build them multiple times, which is awesome. Oh, just made it to the top when I ran out of momentum there. Nice. Let's go see if we built a launcher over here. Looks like we did. We sure did. All right, let's see if I can switch good enough to do this launcher. All right, now by default, you can see it always goes left. And so when it goes left, it just drops me off the station, which is what I wanted to do. But we have built ourselves a massive hypertube launcher that's going to make us go crazy fast. Here we go. Oh, no, it sent us the wrong way. Stop, stop, stop. Back the other way. Back the other way. Oh, God. Oh, God. Stop, stop, stop. Okay, we got to aim the opposite direction. All right. So the default of that one, I forgot which way the default went, was back up the hypertube. So now we got to go back the other way. We'll gain some more momentum to go the other way. There we go. Now we're getting it going. Now we could just go straight down, which is way faster. And actually builds more momentum going straight down. Okay, going to the right. Sometimes a hypertube launcher doesn't help you. Because again, the default was coming back this way instead of going that way. Which we may or may not change later. We'll see. Again, I'm going to hit E, so it sends me up the spiral instead of down. I really feel like I'm going to add a little bit. We're going to test these out and see the slowing down points. Add a little bit of a hypertube launcher that gives us an extra boost as we go up these things. So when it starts to slow down, like right here, or even earlier, give us a little bit more boost. You can go in and engineer all of that fun stuff. All right, this time we'll just skip the launcher and go left. Have this drop us off this way. We built a launcher over here. Yes, we did. Right there. I don't think we quite got in the launcher there. I think we got in the in part of the launcher. All right, let's see where this launcher goes. Whoa, okay, that goes the right way. Whee! Oh. There we go. Nice. Nice. All right. So now we're back here. You can see we were building it right here. Again, it's just a gap. You got to put a gap in there. So you build a entrance and then another gap, an entrance and a gap. You just build this middle part right here. Just this part, and then you just repeat them. And then they just accelerate you. It's like going in and out of an entrance. So you go out one side, into another one, makes you go faster until you're zipping across. Like that. Now we got to go figure out what's going on with our spaghetti over here. I like to build in every way I can build. So I build modular, like this, right? Modular style. So you start with your copper, and then your copper down here is being stored, your raw copper. Then it's being converting the copper into wire. Then the wire goes into cable. You get the idea. Vertically. And then that stuff, of course, all working together. Then also, if I just want to make something in the moment, I will just make something in the moment because I don't need to make a big old factory for it. I just need a little bit of this and a little bit of that. But when something goes awry, like when we don't have our heavy modular frames, then that's when we have to come over here and try to remember this big mess that we have running and figure out what we're doing. We got automated wiring going there. Kind of feel like it would be over here by wherever the computers are. Let's go in here and try to remember from months ago when we were doing our heavy modular frames. Supercomputer. That's a good question. This over here, thermal propulsion. This was all progression stuff, turbo motor. We know it's going to be a big boy, wherever it is. Singularity cell. Do we have a bunch of those? We do. Make our teleporters work. Where did we make that? That's a good question. Don't remember. We had so much we didn't even need them. Oh, there's some heavily modular frames coming into this one. I wonder if I manually put those in there. That's a good question. Let's see. We've got this coming in here. We got that cut off. Where's that go? Goes over here. It follows this way. Oh, that's cut off there. So who knows where that's coming from? And this is the problem with spaghetti, everybody, is you don't remember. And again, all these heavy modular frames I could have made at the very beginning and then just got rid of it, which is totally possible. And then we finally ran out. Usually, though, they would be by the computers. So somewhere over here, I would think one of these would be it. We know that's radio control unit, supercomputer there. There. We know those heavy modular frames were being used over there. Let's check our box here. We've got some in there. And those are running out anywhere? No, they're not running anywhere. Well, we've got some. Let's take those and throw them in the dimensional depot for now. Probably had some of those on us. But we definitely need to get more. This is my sort box. What I do is I throw a whole bunch of stuff back over here in this box. Except for things like my little guys. Those guys I just put directly in there. But I can take all of this and then just drop it in here. And it will automatically run down the line and sort them into the appropriate boxes. If it doesn't have an appropriate box, what it will do, as you can see, it went in overflow there. It'll end up in these boxes over here as an overflow. So I can go in and grab anything out of here if I'm looking for specific stuff. That's not one of those boxes over there as well. Oh, there is some of our iodine-infused things. Grab those. All right, so again, trying to remember from months ago is going to be fun. In fact, I may not even have them here. I may not have them anymore. I don't remember where I built them. I probably built them and made like 20 boxes of them, and then that was it. It's interesting that I'm not running the heavy modular frames into the Awesome Sync. So how are those heavy modular frames getting in there? I bet you they're here in these stacks. Let's go check our stacks. I bet you they're up on top here. Now we do have an elevator that we can take. It takes forever and it's 99% useless. But we're going to take the elevator just to show you. Dee-dee-dee. Waiting for the elevator. This is a slow elevator. We need a turbo elevator. This goes zoof, comes down here.
Have a productive day.
All right. That was a fun little adventure. All right. Where is our stuff? Let's go take a look. Oh, I can see modular frames coming in right there. High chance this is it right here. All right. So it looks like it has some in there. Why is it not running it out? Something we did wrong? Something weird here. Look at this. That's weird. That's weird. Looks like it's going down here. And again, I bet you I just disconnected it somehow and then it didn't end up going where it should have went. Down here, because it definitely is feeding downward. Down, down, down. It's feeding down under here. Again, we're just trying to figure out where this is going. Down under here. Down under here. It's going to somewhere. Doesn't look like we have that feeding, though, into the Awesome Sync. I mean, into the Dimensional Depot. We probably have 20 boxes of it. Look at this ladder. Look at that ladder just floating there. Again, one of the great things about the hover package, you just hover around wherever you need to go. You see it's faster than the elevator. I think you don't have to wait for the elevator to show up. So again, just follow the supply line and that'll take you there. Okay, and I think I was just using this for infusion. Sometimes I have boxes and what they do is they just infuse that thing in there like modular engines or smart plating. I'll just infuse that in there. We can see over here that we are doing our motors here. Don't see any rotors though. I think rotors are on that other side over there. And again, we have these stacked to the top, so that means all of these resources are being produced in these stacks, and then it ends up over here on the top, which is kind of its final resource before it becomes something else. So we definitely have a bunch of heavy modular frames. But I'm not sure that we have them backlogged. I don't even think that they're going where we want them to go. So, and this is a merger here. What we're going to do is we're going to take that merger out. We're going to take this out. We're going to see if we have enough for a dimensional depot, which we do. We got enough for 5 dimensional depots. Then we'll go ahead and we will get a splitter. Now, one of the cool things about splitters is you can take a splitter and put it right on a belt like that, and then you can take that belt and you can run it right in the dimensional depot. So now it's going to run it right in there, but there is most likely a backlog of this somewhere. Usually I build a storage area like this for this to backlog. Odd that I did not do that. Probably was doing it at the end of the stream and decided I'm just going to run that over there and do that thing and the stuff and the thing. We know that this comes out and goes around the other side here too. So we'll just follow it down here and try to remember what the heck I was doing. Because there might be like 20 boxes of it at the end that we could use for refueling that. Or we could just go ahead and run all the stuff that's on this belt over there as well. Try to dip over to the other side here. Might notice also that I can hover while under here. That's because I have power up above that allows me to hover. This is going here and going down. Okay. And it's going up right here. Okay, what are we using this for? Aha! Okay, using this for our fused modular frames. So yeah, we did not backlog enough of that. But that's okay. It's going in the dimensional depot now. If we go and look at our heavy modular frames, we can see that it is getting filled up. Right now it's at 243. Interesting that I don't see it there. It's probably making more now. Yeah, there we go. And so now we have that running in there, so when we need those, we'll be good. We probably used up all that was in there from before. Weird that it wasn't already feeding in there. I would have ran out by now. The other thing is rotors. And again, when you go in and you modify stuff, I could have came back and modified it or moved that thing to use it for something else, and then never came back and do it. And that's typically how you find an issue with your production. Like right over here, we can see some stuff is going up over here. These are rods. Those rods are going up that way. The rods are going this way. Is feeding the rods in there. There's something that should be feeding there. Let's go see what we got in here. That is just the storage. And in here we have, what do we got going on? Yeah, there's our rotors there. Got a screws problem. Not enough screws. Well, we need to get our screws going on, don't we? I see some screws going here. Iron rods. Problem as well. But we're diverting some of the iron rods for other things, it looks like, for our dimensional depot. Plus we're running a ton of iron rods all over the place up here. Nice. And these iron rods are definitely being used to be making our modular frames. Okay. So we definitely need more for rotors. We're not getting enough for rotors, or we're not getting any for rotors. Gotta figure out why our rods are not coming in here. Oh, there they are. Oh, it's not enough screws was the problem. And there's so many nodes, everybody. This shouldn't really be a problem, but I can see down here it's distributing it. And it's going this way. It's not even being used that much this way because it doesn't have enough screws. I'm also diverting a lot of this as well way over there to be used for some other production. Let's see. And this right here is a load balancer. So it's loading so much this way and loading so much that way. Kind of feel like we might want to up our production here a bit. Yeah, I want to infuse some more iron rods in there. Let's go down here and check out our conversion. So this is converting iron ingots. How much iron ingots do we have? So this converts it down here, and then that's just running this way. That's being used over here. I see. Yeah, again, you come back to it, sometimes you don't even remember, and you're the one that did it. Yeah, those are for the other stuff over there, yeah. So that's basically siphoning off a bunch of this stuff that we were using here is being siphoned off to our smelting here. And that smelting is going toward our really high-end stuff, which is up there, over there. So we got to basically get some more rod production going. And this is storage here. Again, it would have been nice if I labeled all this. Here's our iron rods. It does look like it's full. These ones over here, not enough iron ingots. So definitely use some of those iron ingots over here. Here's what I'm going to do. Again, more balancers here. This is balancing the amount of ingots that are running that way versus how many are going to run this way. Kind of feel like what I'm going to do is, you can see a ton of these go in here, is I'm going to merge more up here so it ends up making more. So we're going to merge here. We're going to output here. We're going to run those in there, which should run more up this way. Right? Or no, these are running down. This is a merger. This is running down, not up. So I can see this is siphoning some of these off of here too. So half of it, more than half, 2/3 going this way. We just take this out. There we go. We take that out, and then what'll happen is less will go this way, and more will go into our stuff here. Yeah, so this is going up and being merged into these ones here. Again, now we'll end up with more ignits this way than that are being diverted down here. We could also just stop the diversion right here. So this has the full amount of that. Oops. Took that door out. Didn't mean to do that. Put that back like that. Take this out. Take all this out. And then we'll take this and remerge that down there. Okay. So those are all going to merge this way. And then this one's going to get its full amount of stuff back. Yeah, there you go. You can see that they're closer together, which means more of them are going this way. Kind of feel like I want to divert some of these up here now. I'm not sure what those are making, but I'm sure it's not as important as my rotors right now. So what we'll do is we'll take this and we'll split this upwards. Up here. We'll turn it that way. Go like this. Switch this to a merger. And then we'll merge some of these. Oh, that is not on the thing. There we go. Ah, wrong button. Now this should be getting even more. Yes, there we go. And that's going to up that production, but it's going to reduce the other production that I have. Such is the way it goes. Now I could go get more iron and more stuff, but right now I want this to work on the rotors. And to do that, I'm going to need more screws. So I'm going to need to put that in there and then get more of these going over here. So again, this should be now producing more. Again, load balancer, everybody. So you can have 20 going this way and 10 going that way and 50 going that way. Again, I have a whole episode where I build this and I talk all about utilizing those load balancers. Now, of course, this will cause a problem of something later of whatever this is producing because I don't remember. But we can follow it and see what it's producing over here and see if we want that more than we want our rotors. Right now, we'd prefer our rotors. But let's follow it. See where it ends up. And I always do my logistics underneath, if you notice. Then you don't have to look at it. Everybody is always underneath. And then you have a big area to expand, right? So you can see I built a lot of underground infrastructure here, running these things from place to place for different reasons. And I don't remember what all the reasons are because it is very complex. But it's only complex because you did a little bit of this and a little bit of this, and if you do enough of that, it starts getting more and more complex. But it's really simple in what it's doing. It's making these, running them over here, or wherever this is, and then utilizing it for over here. All right, yes, we're definitely utilizing it way up here at the top for these, just as I suspected. All right, yeah, so doing our fix-it ignits here. And again, now this is going to go slower. And then these are outputting this way up to here, which is going in here and backlogging in there. And then, thing in my way. The orange buildings are production. Yeah, it's just making trigons there. And then up here, it is storing all of our trigons. We got a lot of trigons. We're not running these in the awesome sink, are we? We're burning up all that for trigons. Because I can tell you, we probably have boxes and boxes of trigons here. Yeah. I don't need this up here. I'm going to take that out. And then our trigons are going in there. So why is that still burning that up? That's the real question. Why is that not full? There's the real question. Because this is, again, creating our stuff here. So it's a little bit of a backlog there, but not all the way. Oh, it looked like we had trigons doing something, and I separated it here. I was going down and doing some quantum processors, which I don't really need anymore. Probably don't even need to do any of this. I could probably separate all that because it's making trigons, and trigons are not being used for anything other than running them into the dimensional depot. Yeah, I'd probably cut that whole process. All right, awesome. Cut that process for now. Now, again, we're going to come back and we're going to do every one of these processes to their extreme in each and every one of these. But you can see I build just the most efficient thing, what needs to be done in the moment, and that allows me to progress the fastest through the game, which is pretty awesome. And again, we also have turbo fuel over there, by the way, powering the whole entire base. No more coal, or we do have some biofuel over there if we have to. But yeah, I think this can be completely cut now, and we're just going to do this. And that whole entire line should end up going the other way, like that. Doesn't look like it's going. All right, hold on. We got to redo some stuff. Sometimes it gets a bit glitchy and it doesn't run. There we go. You got to take it out and do it again. Oh my goodness, that's what we want to see. Look at that. It has so much now, it doesn't even know what to do with it. Awesome. Actually, we should infuse this earlier, because I can see that this one is stopped, but that one is not. So we want to infuse this a little earlier here. Let's say we'll go this way and do a merger here. Bring this down. And it's going to be a little tricky. We'll go this way. Take that out, run that around, and now it infuses it at the very beginning. And now this one's going to go a lot more. See how it's going faster now? So now we're getting a lot more in there, and then also a lot more coming through here, and this one over here as well. So yeah, just going to be a ton of those. Help us catch up a bit on our rotors. All right, look at that. Look at that screws popping out of there now. Okay, that's what we want to see. Lots of this going up to here. All good. And why? Oh, I saw one go by. There we go. And we got some screws going that way. But are our rotors going into... I think this should be our rotor here. Is our rotors going into the awesome sink. Good question. 0 rotors. So we do have a problem with the rotors not going into the awesome sink. And not the awesome sink, into the dimensional depot. Okay, let's go see where our rotors are being produced here. And then they're going up and they're going into there, which is your storage. And then they're going through all of this storage. And then they're coming out on this side. So it looks like it's only going to the bottom and not going to the top. That does happen from time to time, or maybe I don't have it connected. You can see here that we have a problem because I'm using a double output, and often what it'll do, especially when you save and you come in and out, it'll stop running on the top part. It's only running on the bottom, and that's what's causing us not to have those rotors. So what we want to do is just have it run on a single one, and then when it comes out, we're going to go ahead and split it so that we can fix that problem, which miraculously lines up here as well. That's why we have no rotors right there. And then we'll go ahead and check our rotors here. Oh, I'm doing that. Rotors, and we're 0 of 500, so we're going to wait until see a rotor go that way. Make sure you always wait and clarify that it is working, because otherwise you're going to be coming back here in a minute doing it. There it goes. All right, there we go, and then we can check again. So yeah, it's a game glitch problem that we need. There we go. And so now it's going to make a lot more rotors and a lot more screws and a lot more other stuff that I need and less of the stuff that I don't need right now. And that's going to cook. Now again, if we need to re-enable that again, we can just go down here and re-enable that and it will run all the way back down the way later. But right now, lots and lots of rotors. Now, another thing that probably happened is we had a bunch of rotors that we had used and we probably dropped them in the box to be sorted. So there could be a bunch of rotors just laying around that we could utilize. And where would my rotors have gone? That's a good question. Again, I have this thing here so I can visually see. Yeah, right here. Yes, see? A bunch of rotors just sitting in there doing nothing right now. And look at this spaghetti, everybody. Whew. That's some serious spaghetti right there. All right, let's... what do we want to do here? Let's just send this way up. And we'll use this part over this way. And we'll got some more dimensional depots we can use. And we'll just do this. So anytime that we do sort the rotors will automatically go back in the dimensional depot. And most likely what I did is I took out a dimensional depot that was there. Because normally I put them on top of all of these so they do go in the dimensional depot. I probably took it out because I didn't have enough of them to go around and I wanted on something else as well. Look over here, everybody. We got a bunch of fuel automatically going in the depot. You get the idea. We might have some stuff backlogged down here too that could be stuff that we could rerun through there. Lots and lots of loot in here. Yeah, see, I wish that there was a way that you could run this where it would run into the dimensional depot, get set to an overflow. Oh, there's too much in there, and then automatically eject that out, and then bring the next resource in, fill that up until it can't fill anymore, and then eject it out. But you can't do that because it has an internal inventory, which I don't think it should. I think it should be like everything else, where when it fills up the actual dimensional depot, it then goes, hey, I'm in overflow now, and then you can divert it like you can with the storage boxes. So I think this should work like a storage box and not like it's got its own internal container, because once it does fill, then it will just stop, and you can't tell it to be an overflow, right? It won't take this resource out. You can take the resources that are running into overflow, but they won't take these resources out, allowing another resource to go in there. See, that's the biggest problem. This will stay in here and block any other resources from coming through, which just totally sucks. I really think that should be fixed. But hey, now we got a rotor problem fixed. Our heavy modular frames, we had a bunch of those laying around. Those are all full now. We've got that going in the dimensional depot now, so we're good. I think we split that. We better double check that we actually split that and not just completely diverted it, because we are using that over there for some other stuff. Now again, I can take the elevator, or I could just float my way up. Elevator is great if you can't float your way up, but by the time you get to the elevator, you should already have your hover pack. All right, man, I saw it come up with a warning. I've been playing for a while. Yes, okay, so it's still going in here. So it is splitting it this way, and it is splitting it this way. Kind of feel like we should build a backlog of this. Let's go ahead and get some of our blueprints out. We're going to go ahead and get our storage. Let's see. I'll do our vertical storage here. I kind of feel like we do. And we might just make another layer here temporarily. Now, all this stuff is going to be taken out and redone. But for right now, we want to definitely, because this is sitting here not backlogging stuff. And I much prefer it backlogging. And we want to have our inputs and outputs. There we go. And let's go double check that this is my storage. It sure is. And let's see. How do we want to do this? Let's just nudge this over a bit. Again, there is some sort of connection for something there as well. I'm sure that was important in the moment. But we're just going to put that right there. Oh, let's set down just a little bit. Let's set down in there. Yeah, set down in there just a little bit. Oh, and this one also doesn't have any foundations, I just noticed. So we're going to want to put some foundations in. Let's just put... Oh, wait, that's my... Wrong thing. That's my street. There. We'll put down a production. Foundations. I have them in my bar down here. This is number 9. Or, yeah, number 9 there. So I can just, boom, do all those foundations at the same time. Probably one of the very first blueprints you want to make, everybody, is make your foundations. Very, very useful. Okay, and then again, vertical storage. Now we're going to, there we go. Some of these I build with foundations and some of them I build without. Depends on what I'm using it for. But there we go. Now what we're going to do is same thing we're doing here. We're splitting this into that way and this way, where we want to actually do like a double split here. So let's take all this out and really clean this up a bit. There we go. Where's our output? Our output is here. So this we'll put here. There we go. And then what we'll do is we'll take this, put this up here at the top, like that. Take this out. We'll go ahead and have this come out of here, and we'll turn the corner this way. Try to avoid hitting this thing. Invalid belt shape. Oh, bummer. And it's going to clip through that, and I don't like it. I don't like it. All right, we'll do this then. We'll go this way, and we'll readjust the way the lifter is. Okay, so this goes. Take the curve off. Default. Man, I can't remember. It's been so long since I did this one. And then that goes into there. And that should then chain its way all the way through all of these boxes and backlog itself and then start to come out this side. Again, we're going to take this, lift this up a little bit so we're not clipping in there. And that should then go into there. All right. Now, we also want the output of this to end up here, so we're actually going to make a splitter right here. So this is going to go here. This will go that way, into there. And this, look at that alignment. Nice. That was a good eyeball right there. And then right into there. Okay, so now what we just did is we just made it where it's going to go into the dimensional depot, and then also it has like 20 boxes that it can go ahead and backlog. So it's going to go ahead and grab all of these resources and then utilize them, because I'm sure I have a whole thing of screws here. By the way, watch this. I can take these screws back. If I want to reinfuse my stuff down here, you take these screws and you just put them directly into where they're going to infuse again into your stuff over here. So again, if you're waiting for your rotors, boom, you just put them right in there. That's going to make a bunch of those rotors like this, because there's a backlog of screws over there. I need the rotors more than I need the thing now. So that's going to make a lot of those. And then we can also go down here to where we have our storage for our screws, which is most likely this one. Yes, this is where our screws are coming through. See our screws coming through? So we can just take this and put this in here, and then that's going to redistribute those among all of the things that I have it splitting between. So that means that's just going to make a massive amount of screws go everywhere that I need them for, including back to the place in which I originally had them up here. It's going to run a bunch that way as well. But it's also going to improve the screw output to its maximum degree. And actually, speaking of maximum degree, that's an even better idea. I could go in and use my faster belts in here too. Yes, I kind of like that idea. Actually, up here. There's our rotors. Okay, our rotors are going good. Okay. Actually, let's go down here to where our screws are. Yes, all right. Let's increase the speed of our belts here. Allow those to run faster and distribute quicker. And then what do we got here? We got a level 5. Well, let's make it a level 6. And we got some stuff coming out of here. Yeah, look at that. That's not even... Dash not even working. Take that out. There we go. And down here, faster, faster, more faster. We got faster belts now than when we built this. Do some upgrades. Okay, now there's a whole bunch of belts in the center, so I have left myself a little walkway here where I can get in here. I do want to come in here and make this faster. I totally can. Look at it go. Oh man, it's going turbo mode now. Also need to kind of angle it down the line here. Always want to leave yourself little access ways, even when it's compacted together. Alright, GG's there. All good here. Now, I actually liked it when these actually worked, these double outputs. It doesn't work as good as it used to, everybody. These double outputs often get screwed up where only one of them is running. I hope they fix that at some point. It's kind of hard to get my character centered. There we go. Definitely flowing faster now. Let's go to the other side, see what we can do. All good. I'm going to go ahead and go with that. And then again, we have our level 6 lifter. Right here, faster belt. Faster belt. There we go. This is going where? This is going to where our stuff's being done in here. So we'll speed that up a little bit into our rotors here. And then again, we got a lot of stuff we could upgrade in here. These. The screws just are not getting here fast enough. Already upgraded those. Upgraded that. All right, let's get those screws in there a bit faster. Looks like it's working better. All right, let's get it fired up. That really needs its own dedicated thing of screws there too. Over here, again, another distributing box. Looks like 2/3 of this is going up instead of there. Let's cut that out so that now it's half and half. So we're getting more screws going into our rotors. Again, always trying to find a balance of that. But if I see a discrepancy or if I see a diminishing, there you go. All right, now we got 75 of those. You want to adjust it again. Keep adjusting it until it does the thing that you want it to do, basically. How we doing over here? Oh, we got this overclocked and we got the multiplier in there. Oh, yeah, that's always good for heavy modular frames. Usually need a ton of those. Now it's going to make 20 boxes of those. And our rotors are good. Everything seems good to me. We're going to dip. We're going to die. Oh, luckily we got electricity. All right, let's see if this is going to send us in the direction that we want to go. Our super zoomy stuff here. Here we go. I think I want to press E up here. Yep. Just in the perfect timing. E again. Oh, I missed it. Oh, I got it. Okay, we got it. I pressed it for the next one. Oh, man, we are cooking. All right, we got to press E when we get up here. E, there we go. Boom. Oh, wait, no, we wanted to go that way. We want to go back that way. My bad. Screws. I know, it's always screws, isn't it? It's always screws, and my headphones are dying as well. I got to switch my headphones. It's always the screws. Now, again, it's just because I'm not taking the time to go and build up more screws and whatnot. But you can see it's really about efficiency, about diverting your resources where you need them the most. And you can build an infinite amount of resources. There are really so many nodes, everybody. I don't know how people run out of resources, really. One of the rarest resources is actually sulfur. But again, the point of the game is to finish the game, right? Which I can do right now with only 20,000 with only 20,000 power. But there's a secondary goal, which is make the cool stuff, which is the goal that I'm doing right now, using my perfect spiral here. And we're gonna go in here. We're gonna put my other headphones back on again here. I love making cool things. You love your hypertubes? Yes, these are spiral hypertubes along with a perfect rail spiral. Not just the spirals that you see other people do. This is an absolute perfect one, meaning that you don't lose any speed or you lose very minimal speed up and down the perfect spiral. And then along with that perfect spiral, of course, we embellished it to make it look cool. And then we added this spiral hypertube for no reason other than it's cool, because actually hypertubes work much more efficiently if they're either going straight up or straight down. But it is cool to have a spiral. Plus, you get a nice view while you're spiraling around as well. And we're working our way. What we're doing is we're collecting all of our oil. We can see a lot of our mega builds and our trains being run all over the place. And this is probably the most elaborate I bothered to take because I was waiting for the release version of the game before I really go crazy. A lot of people, they've been going crazy for a while. But again, we wanted to do a mega playthrough when we had it fully released. Oh, here comes the train. Oh, man, can't jump on the train. By the way, you can see the train is actually faster than me because I'm going up a hill. See, look, that tells you how perfect my spiral is, isn't it? It tells you that the perfect spiral is even faster than the hypertube. But here, I'm going to start gaining some speed on it now as I go down. And then as I go through these little things, I gain a little bit more speed. Try to catch up to a little bit. And we're way out here, everybody. Way out here as well. Again, first you start with learning the basics. Then you go crazy. And again, you worry about, is your stuff a 90-degree angle? Is it arched? Is it angled? Is it connected? How's your hypertubes come in? How does it, if I just let my hands off, is it going to stop me at the station or is it going to keep me going? It should stop me at the station. Because that's the reason why I'm going this way, right? To get to the station. So again, all those kind of details. Look at it doing its thing. Everybody's grabbing all the oil from over here, which is being produced from this over here. Now, some of these locations, by the way, I've never bothered to go ahead and extract resource from those locations. There it goes. Man, I love the trains. And again, this is all a mega blueprint. These are all snapped together in a modular style. And this is in the largest blueprinter that you can do. And we got a pretty good sized train there. And that's taking all the oil here and taking it back to that base where I was just at. Now, we also want to keep going this way, but we don't have our hypertube tied into this yet because we're building this side track here still. And we are going over here to this other oil location and taking that over. And we can just make ourselves a train and ride our own train. You can always make a temporary train, everybody, to just drive the train just for fun. Oh, wait, we got a gap right there. Let's fix our little gap here. Fix that for later. I have to come back and fix it then. Here we go. Again, I used a minimal incline so that it can, if it does have to stop on an incline, it can gain speed pretty quickly. Now, I got to watch out because sometimes when you're just going along, all of a sudden, things will go bad. So, say I'm going along and all of a sudden there's like no track. Look out! Later! Ghost rided that sucker. Right into the water. Boom, there it went. Now, the cool thing about this game, if you do get in a crash, or if you are nuts and you run your train off the side, you can just hit E to re-rail it. It's just a temporary train for me anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and just take it out. There we go. Very nice. Now, what we're doing, everybody, is we're building along the terrain as we go along this beautiful waterfall here. Building along the train, and we are using our massive blueprints that are all modular based, where we can go ahead and build stuff out. So what we're going to do right here is we're going to go ahead and extend this just a little bit more, and then we're going to bring all this oil up, and then we're going to basically build a bunch of supports that make it look. Now under here you can see that I actually have some supports built in, which I can then go and I can run down to the ground. If I set the vertical, there we go. Oh, actually that one's going to sit on the edge. And I can run these down and then put my supports in. I specifically made them so I can adjust the height of them. So depending on the terrain, they'll be longer or shorter based on what that is. So again, smart to think that through. But we've already got some blueprints already set up for this. So this is our transition here, our in-between. And then I'm going to go ahead and use this nice straight one here. We're going to aim it this way. I'm going to hit H. And then I can go ahead and move it around because it likes to get rowdy and do weird stuff like that. And then it's also set up for auto connect. See it auto connecting? It's also perfect auto connecting. As you can see, we're not getting that rise. So again, figuring out that perfect auto connect between your previous ones and your next ones. It's also auto connecting the hypertubes, which it does kind of some weird stuff with the hypertubes that goes along. I just rolled it. It's fine. And there we go. And so now we're going to put another one in. Now our train station is going to be way up above here, which is going to be super cool. We have to figure out how many train cars that we're going to need. We'll figure that out when we get this figured out down here of all of our outputs. But we can go ahead and start doing our train station now. So the first thing we're going to do is transition from our tracks right here and get our tracks to match up. Now you can see we got this red part here, so it's not going to automatically connect because of the way we're connecting it here. But what I can do is just simply take the train tracks out like this, then come back and do this. Again, they're very easy to modify, these blueprints. And all these blueprints are available to my patrons, by the way. If you are a patron who's supporting the channel, all of these are available. You can try them out yourself. You can reverse engineer them, build even better ones as well. You can check that out, patreon.com/Kismet. I mean, it couldn't get easier, could it? Well, feel free to go over there and become a patron of any level, by the way. Even if you just do $1, say, Kismet, I'll back you up for $1 a month. I'm not afraid. I use these blueprints. It'll save me hundreds of hours trying to make them. There you go. Now you got it. There you go. We're probably around the same age, just don't have any building buddies around my age that play games to co-op with. Well, you should come play with us, WIV Studios. We do some co-op stuff on our team play on Saturdays. We play some 7 Days to Die if you want to do that. There's Insifer coming in using his special command that he's got. Say hi to Insifer in the chat, everybody. Hey, what's up, Insifer? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate you all chilling out in the channel. And I'm doing good there, by the way, Dash Rider. I am doing awesome. Thanks for coming in, hanging out, chilling out. Also, Gaming Skull's coming in. Let me catch up on the chat a little bit here. I was getting all focused here, as I do, building all my stuff. I'm just hanging, where I can fall to my death. Move over here a little bit. There we go. Yes. Oh, you'll look it up. Well, there you go. Again, have you used the new pathing for trucks, routes like belts? No. Now, I think what they should do is not just do that, which is cool. I like it. I never use cars. Cars are mostly useless, but I will try it when it comes out. This is 1.1. I'm not playing 1.2 yet. It's still in the dev version. I don't play the experimental version anymore. I used to a long time ago, but I'm building a gigantic mega build here, everybody. So when you're doing mega builds, you don't want to be on the experimental version because it can corrupt your saves and things like that. So always back up your saves before you go and do crazy stuff. One of the things I'm doing is I'm building a massive world here where I'm actually collecting all of the oil and all of the coal to build one of the biggest fuel plants that you've ever seen. Because I like fuel the best because fuel is easy to manage the waste material, right? And the waste material, you can turn it into other materials and whatnot. But you can also do the same thing with nuclear power. I've done nuclear power many times, and of course, all the different levels of everything in the game. But we're going to basically build a gigantic fuel-powered plant, and then we'll have basically, because if I can finish the game with 20,000 power, everybody, imagine if I had 200,000 or more, right? As much as you really want to do. So there we go. You're using the blueprint 7x7x7 and making a bridge for my trucks and trains, pipes and conveyors. Well, there you go. That's what you do, call side. Yes, that's what I'm doing over here as well. And once it goes stable, I will also do that with the trucks and things of that nature. We'll try out the new fluid truck they got as well. You feel like you're going through Disneyland. I know, right? It gives you that vibe, doesn't it? Do you play Starfield? If so, if it's on YouTube. I do have Starfield from the past. I don't play it. I haven't played it recently. Sadly, when it first came out, the outposting, which is something I love to do. Obviously, I'm a builder. I'm building a bunch of stuff right now. The building wasn't that great. The outposting were terrible. You didn't have foundations. See, once you play Satisfactory, everybody, you're basically ruined for every other game because they did such a brilliant job of saying, how should this work? It doesn't matter how everybody else is making it work. How should it work? A great example, everybody, the true genius of the peeps over at Coffee Stain is just something that you would think is super simple, right? Like if I'm putting down a foundation or a block in 7 Days to Die, what I got to do is I got to dip out the side. Now, there's no floating in 7 Days to Die. So if it's 7 Days to Die, boom, you're going to fall to your death, usually, or fall on some spikes, or some zombies are going to get you. So you got to kind of lean off to the side, and you got to, see it from the side. A lot of other building games do that, where you have to be in the right angle, and it's really freaking obnoxious to try to build something. But here, no, you just go this way, boom, it goes that way. You go this way, it goes that way. You go this way, it'll go that way. You do it at the top, it'll go that way. You aim underneath, it'll do underneath. I mean, just something as simple as that tells you how well thought out it is, right? And every game should work that way, because once you have that ability, because that's what I want to do with my blocks in 7 Days to Die, that's what I want to do with my foundations in Fallout 4, which it kind of does. It does it, but the snapping is not just mwah. It's not just so crisp, so perfect. It's just every single time. And not just from over here, everybody. I'm talking about way the heck over there, right? I mean, I can do this like really far away from where I am. I go back here. Well, I've got a lot of embellishment here. But I can do this stuff from really far away and say, you know what? I want to go out that way. Or I want to go the other way, right? I mean, from really far away, really good precision. And that is a true genius, is that the game is really, really well thought out. Hey, Daz Rider coming in. Glad you're well, Kismet. Speaking of 7 days, is Bandits and NPCs out? Nope. No Bandits, but they were talking about 3.0. We're going to get even more customization of 7 Days to Die as well. So there you go. Pretty excited. I'm doing good again, Daz Rider. Doing awesome. Hello there, Ems. I see you there. Hey, it's Fur. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. I started over so many times over the years, never made nuclear. Oh, that's okay. You really don't even need it. I don't have it, and I can finish the game right now. Look, I'm in the last phase right there. I can go make those right now. I could have made those months ago, by the way. I've already finished the game several times, by the way, after release, and then I finished it, 30 times before in early access. Well, at least it finished it as far as you could go, because it used to be where there wasn't as many tiers, so you could only go to the top of this tier, and then basically you were done, because you did everything you do. And then there's a storyline that goes along with it now, and I've finished that storyline multiple times, which is cool. But there's a point where you just want to make cool stuff, right? And that's what we're doing now. How can we really scale it up? How could you go above and beyond a whole nother level that nobody's doing? How about snappable, modular, mega blueprints? How about that? Where you could run trains clear across the whole entire thing, right? And you could grab all the resources everywhere and run it in. Now, there is a build limit. You will reach it. Either it's your computer's ability to process. Now, this is a local game, and I have a pretty decent machine, so I can do some pretty hardcore stuff. But we will reach a limit, only one frame limit, what your computer can do, and then two, there is actually an object limit. You can hit that object limit. It's pretty high. It's pretty massive. Well, you can see already, because we got these trains running all over the place. We have thousands and thousands of objects, so pretty awesome in that way as well. But that's what makes it so awesome, is that it's really well thought out. And then once you play this, everybody, once you see how easy it is to build, when you can just, tell it to go this way or that way or this way, or if I go underneath, I can aim at the middle. Something as simple as that makes a huge difference in when you're building. And you're building thousands of blocks. You're building thousands of things. You're building big old structures, everybody. All that little detail makes a difference. It really does. And then, of course, the ability to just snap stuff to the world grid by holding control. See how it snaps? Now it's all aligned to stuff I built way over there. If I build something right here and use the world grid, and I go down there and I build something, I hold control, snap the world grid there, I can go whoop, 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 and match them right up. That's also thinking it through, everybody. Everything they do is such high quality. It's really well thought through. And I give them huge credit for that as well. So yeah, not out yet, Daz Rider, but hopefully soon. Now again, if you want to come and join us and play with the crew, we do play 7 Days to Die together. We don't play Satisfactory together, though we have in the past. I have set up a server and we got in. We built all these big mega structures. Whoa!
Thank you.
My little ball band. Thank you very much, Daz Rider. Came in. I love that alert, everybody. If you ever wonder who does all these 3D effects and alerts and all that stuff, it's this guy. I'm the one. I've been a graphic designer for 30 years, everybody. I can do 3D animations, I can do video, I can do editing, I can do it all. I have 100% achievement in real life in graphic design. I've done t-shirts, billboards, you name it. Labels, I've done milk bottles, I've done cereal boxes, I've done every type of design from clothing to print to comic books to just anything and everything. I was absolutely obsessed with it when I was young, and I wanted to do every type of design there possibly was in the world, and I did. That's a success story right there, everybody. But I don't do design for people anymore, so don't ask me. I'm not going to. Now what I do is bring a little joy and positivity into your day. That's what I do here on the stream. Because I do have some pretty rough medical conditions that I have to deal with every day. So this keeps me going, everybody. Decent Machine, curious about your GPU. Easy to find. You can just go over to kismet.gg, or even easier, I can go ahead and just pull it up for you. How about that? Bam, right here. How about that for a cool website, too? Kismet.gg. Now, some people will just do this, everybody. Well, they'll show you their PC specs. Now, I've got my streaming PC, which is this one, and then, or my gaming PC, this one, streaming PC in the middle one, and then I have an old Mac I use for graphics. Way back in the day, which I don't use anymore. It's mainly for email and stuff like that, business stuff. But no one else does this, everybody, where I actually show you every single thing that I use in my studio. That's right. And you can also see my studio right here in this picture at the top. It's just, I don't do like fancy stuff. You know, people put neon and they got the neon light in the background and they got all their stuff back there, all their collectibles and things like that. Hey, more power to you if that's your thing, everybody. I'm the real deal. I'm going to show you what it really looks like. Because, you know, they got the perfect angle and the perfect picture. Meanwhile, around there is just like a bunch of trash that's like, you know, a bunch of trash that's piled up. And that one shot is all clean and nice and you know, fancy with their neon and all that. I'd show you the real deal, everybody, right here. I got 6 monitors running at the same time. I'm looking at them right now. And basically run multiple machines to make this insane thing work. Because I'm not just streaming to one platform, everybody. I'm streaming to 5. That's right. I'm a Twitch partner. I'm also a YouTube partner, and also streaming to X, Trovo, and Kick. X being, of course, Twitter. All simultaneously at 50,000 upload speed, everybody. It's fiber optic right there, baby. Running that fiber optic. Yeah, I got the Tycoon hat there. You like that? You can find it right down here, by the way. I put all that kind of funny stuff in there. Kismet candy bar, which is a real candy bar, by the way, made in Finland. Someone came in the chat and said, Kismet, did you know that they have a candy bar called Kismet here in Finland? It was before I was born they came out with that, by the way. So I contacted them. Phaser, they're awesome, by the way. By the way, this is all clickable. You can click all of this. It'll take you to whatever it is that you want to get, including the software like Discord and Maya and numbers and all those other stuff. You can click all that. It'll take you over there and set you up with all that. Where you can find some of this stuff's on discount, some of it's not, some of it's an affiliate link, most of it is not. Like all the software's not any affiliate links, the Steam stuff's not affiliate links. That stuff, I don't care about affiliate links, everybody. That's such a such a like pennies on the dollar, or actually it's like half of a penny. It's like a waste of my time, really. But I do it mainly for you guys. So if you want to see what kind of microphone I've got, well, I've got the Elgato Pro Bundle with the Wave 3 microphone. I've got the face cam. I've got other microphones as well that I use. The Blue Yeti Studio, which was sent to me by Blue Yeti. You want to see an unboxing of me unboxing the Blue Yeti and see if it's right for you? Click that unboxing right there. Again, I put little videos down here as well when I went to unbox all of those, including my green screen, capture cards. You get the idea. So all that stuff's up there. And you're like, Kismet, what are your favorite games? How about if I spent hundreds of hours putting my favorite games up here for you guys to also look? Here's my favorite game of all time, Ultima 4. Why is it? It's the grandfather of every RPG you're playing. Every single one. Fallout, you're playing even stuff like Souls-like games, all started here. This is the very first questing in a game, everybody. So when you were questing, well, in a modern game anyway, because they had questing before, like in Dungeons and Dragons and all that other stuff. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, way back in the day, buddy, I actually still have this to this day. I still have all the stuff inside. It came with a cloth map, came with a little book, because we didn't have quest trackers then, everybody. You had to write stuff down. So when you talk to an NPC, you would write it down in your little quest book that you got as the normal price. And you got all sorts of cool stuff in there from the normal price of buying the game. You don't have to buy no collector's editions then. It was the collector's edition. Of course, it wasn't as cool as some of the stuff you get today. So there you go. Some of my favorite games right here. Again, you can click these. You go get a discount on them and enjoy. And again, you can see some of my top games right there. Everybody, of course, 7 Days to Die taking over the lead over Fallout 4. Satisfactory getting up there. Actually, Satisfactory probably might be second now. Because if you combine the Steam and Epic together, it's around 3,000 plus hours over there as well. It could be 10,000 hours. I don't know. It could be up at that level, but I don't have that much time. I try to mix it around. Again, there's a bunch of other stuff up there, sponsors, partners. You can even see my gaming guild, everybody, that's been together over 20 years. One of the longest running gaming guilds in the world, still together. Here we are playing some Lineage way back in the day, 20 years ago. Here we are playing some Lord of the Rings Online. How about this one right over here? Of course, you might have heard of it, called World of Warcraft, where we did dual 40-man raids. Yeah, Kismet is old school. I'm as old school gamer as you can get. Also, some Star Wars The Old Republic right there, some Guild Wars 2. Here is the actual days of what we were doing, everybody. This person leveled up. This person, we took over a castle. This time we did this. This person got a certain achievement. Awards, all of that stuff. That's all in here. This goes on and on and on, by the way. As you can see, this is like the log of all of my team's adventures right there, and it goes on for a while. But you can check all that out on there as well as just my PC specs if you want. But feel free to check it out in there if you want. It's very awesome. And if you like that, go over there and become a patron. It does help the stream tremendously. Holy crap. We thank you for your positivity, right? Yeah, there's enough negativity in the world, but I don't need to add to that. That is bountiful in the world where positivity is not. Old Republic, yes, I played a lot of the Old Republic. Played it on day one. It was very fun with my crew. So there you go. Oh, yeah, hey, I don't mind. Chat away. I love when people talk in the chat. You know that chat is actually my favorite thing. If you guys weren't here, if I didn't have the chat and if I didn't talk to chat, I wouldn't stream at all. Because this is my streaming is a zero-sum game, everybody. It actually costs me more than it brings in, because I put every penny back into the stream. It's in the form of giveaways and other projects that we do. So it's a zero-sum game. I don't even need to stream, and it would be the same net thing. But when you're older and you have medical conditions like me, you need something to do, everybody. That's why I'll never retire, because when you retire, you're sitting around doing nothing, and that's when you die. Hope!
Thank you.
Look at them all going into the little vault van down there. See, they go into the back of the vault van there. They're stacking up in there. That was so much work to make that custom vault van bit cup right there, everybody. Oh, so much work. So much work put in this stream. I mean, this is like thousands and thousands and thousands. So, again, if you want somebody to play with, everybody, we do play on Saturday some 7 Days to Die. If you like some 7 Days to Die, we do work as a team. You can go check out the Discord, by the way. I'll throw all the links in the chat for you. Make it easy so you don't have to type it in. Let me find my button over here where I can press. There you go. Bunch of links for you. Check out the Discord. You can learn more. Read the rules over there. It'll tell you all about our server and how to work together. All right, now let's get back to some epic level modular blueprints, and then we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to do some more. All right, so this is basically the first part of it right here.
Super thanks.
You activated the secret super thanks sparkle. Super Sparkle! Web Studios, you're the first person to do that, by the way. I just updated that alert. That is my dog. She passed away many years ago, but she lives on here in the stream as the Mighty Sparkle Dog. What do you guys think of that? Let's see some GGs in the chat. So I made you a super thanks Sparkle Dog. So anytime you want to see the Sparkle Dog fly, there you go. So again, thank you for that super thanks over there on YouTube. Greatly appreciate it. Know that all of that donation is going toward the Vault Van Life project. If you want to know more about it, you can go !Vault Van Life in the chat. It'll tell you all about it. Basically, I'm trying to build a real life van, like a broadcast van, like you'd see like in a news station, right? Where we go out and they broadcast live and whatnot. Trying to build that out. And we're going to make it look like a Fallout vault inside, because I'm a big Fallout fan. Maybe mix a little bit of Satisfactory and other things in there as well. But mainly a vault. And then we are going to travel to locations and use like Starlink and things like that to basically broadcast from that location. Oh, speaking of, more biddies coming in.
Thank you.
Cheer Puppy. Yeah, there you go. Look at those. Oh, they're filling up the back of the truck. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Again, everybody, I actually went to the stream and I redid all the graphics from scratch. And then I erased my stream and built the entire stream from scratch. And that's why everything's so snappy now in the stream. Like this. Zip, zip, zip. Or like this. There you go. Again, my job is to make you laugh, everybody. If I made you smile, I made you laugh, then I'm doing it right. All right, here we go. Back to some Satisfactory. Here we go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and combine this. Now, the next part of this is going to be our platforms, right? So we got our entrance that we already have set up, and this is also the exit that we have set up, and all we have to do is connect those tracks back there. And so we're going to either choose between the freight platforms, which, again, I have a mega build already set up for that, or a mega blueprint, or the fluid ones, right? Now, obviously, this is oil, so this is going to be fluid. So we're going to hit H, and we're going to nudge this right into place. And you're going to see they added this awesome auto connect, everybody. The auto connect is amazing. The actually most amazing thing they added was the hologram mode. Right here. The hologram mode allows me to nudge this with the keys. They also took away the limit. If you haven't played Satisfactory in a while, they took away the limit. I could nudge this all the way to the other side of the map if I want to. It is awesome. They used to have it limited based on I'm going to just let it go too. They had it limited based on how many, the size of the object and how many foundations away you can do it. I can just sit here. Actually, I put a little rock on this key and just let it go. And it will go all the way off into the horizon if we wanted to. Now we can hit escape and get out of there and put it back down again. It will come right back over here. But what we want to do is go ahead and put down our fluids here in the right spot right there. And that's going to automatically connect our hypertube, automatically connect our train tracks. Notice that we have them already set up. And boom, there we go. Like that. Turn the sound back on. Oh, did it not come up? I might have been talking through it. Hold on, let's do it again. I was doing these dance animations, everybody, and then the guy just started doing weird stuff. I didn't mean him to do that, but it's hilarious every time. Here we go. Oh, it's not working. What the heck? Oh. What happened to my commands? Stopped working for some reason. Always with this technical stuff, everybody. I spent a lot of time fixing these technical stuff. Go in here, go in there, then down here. Yeah, I don't know. They just updated this, so I have to go through and I think check all of these. Doesn't seem to be working. It was working earlier. But I got to close it and reopen it. Watch this. Usually the best thing, everybody, turn it off, turn it back on, close it, reopen it. That's what makes these things work. So I usually test it. I did test it before I started the stream. See if it's working. Let's go. I know high was working earlier. Oh boy. It's having an error. I hate fixing technical stuff on stream. Yeah, it's like it's not working now. Tested the top of stream, working fine. Now not. It's having problems. Maybe they're working on it. We are in the middle of the night, so sometimes they work on stuff in the middle of the night during my stream, which is a bummer. I can just see if I can get it to go here. Hold up. Let's see. I always got workarounds. Right over here. I remember where I put it. Wow, what did I call it? Right here. Right in front of my face. Right here. I don't know why he did that at all. I did not make him do that, but he just decided he wanted to do that. And I thought it was hilarious, so I added that to the stream. So yeah, those commands have gone off. But again, I use a program called Nexus by Atium to run all those things now. I rebuilt my entire stream around it. And when it's not working, we got problems. So again, it's going to be channel points problems too, because it's not collecting those channel points things either, which is a bummer. Let's actually see if channel points are working. Here, I'll try it over here. Let's see. Oh, nope, channel points are working. No, those will work. Again, who else has got full screen fire, everybody? Only me. Only me. I got all the cool stuff. All the cool stuff, and way more cool stuff coming, by the way. More cool stuff coming down the road. Thank you guys for testing that. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. The chat commands don't seem to be working. Well, hopefully they're like working on it and they'll come up and work, or maybe it'll just take a minute to kick in. I'll just keep trying. Because again, it worked before I started the stream, but now not working when I have the stream going. So I usually check the high command to see if it's working. So I don't know what its problem is, but at least our channel points are working. Again, this is like a live problem. So I'll have to figure it out much later. Figure it out. Again, I figure that stuff off stream because that takes hundreds and hundreds of hours to build that stuff and fix it and test it and do all that stuff. We don't want to do that on stream. We want to play some games. All right, here we go. So now what we need to know is we need to know how many of these free platforms we need. So we're just going to dip off the side like this. Whee! All right, now you can see we've already put down some stuff here. We were working on this last one over here, but we ran out of resources, but we got that fixed. It's now pumping those resources into the Dimensional Depot. Let's get over here and finish this up. We're using our blueprints in here. Again, I have a bunch of these. You can find all these blueprints, again, on my Patreon. Patreon supporters do get all these blueprints for free, and I update them from time to time. And you can try them out. I know, pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. All right, put that right there. Notice that we got that perfectly aligned to the actual extractor. We lined it up off the front. If you missed it earlier, you can always watch the VOD back and see how I perfectly aligned that in there. And not that kind of crappy align that everybody does with the cement block and all that stuff. That turns out terrible every time. This is a perfect alignment, and I'm all about making it perfect. I'm all about making it beautiful and nicely aligned like that. All right, let's go ahead and chain this one. Over to this one over here. Very nice. All right, now these are all chained together. We got to do a little bit of work on this, though. There is a little bit, even with blueprints, you have to do because you can't put your oil and extractors in the blueprint, but you can basically build around it and then just do a little bit of connections here. We got a power connection and a pipe connection, and that's all GG's. We also have automatic power switches, which we can turn on like that. And then this one over here. We can also give it a name if we want. We won't put a name in there for now. We'll go through and name all this stuff later on. We're just going to go ahead and turn that on. So when we do have it, it will start to extract that oil. Another thing that I might want to do is put some storage built in down here or up there. Most likely up there. See how far up that is? It's way up there. Now I could bring it down if I want, which I have done previously, but we're just going to have it way up there. And so now what we want to do is figure out what our output is going to be. Now I think the best use of your overclocking is in your extraction. Your extraction is where it's at. What state time or zone are you in? I'm in Eastern Standard Time. I actually grew up in California, which is Pacific Time. But now I'm in Eastern Standard Time. Do you prefer oil, electric, or uranium? I actually prefer oil because oil has easier byproducts that you can manage. But I have done nuclear to the umpth degree, and it's perfectly fine if you know how to do all the process and deal with your waste material at the end, which we will do, by the way, in this playthrough. Right now, we're just doing all oil, and then we'll do all the uranium and put all that together and so on and so forth. We're doing a mega playthrough, so we're doing it all. We're going to do every process in the entire game. And basically, the first thing I did in this playthrough, though, is prove that you can finish the entire game with just 20,000 power. You don't need to do anything else. And just the stuff you saw over there, if you watch me go back to my base, just that kind of spaghetti and a bit of those buildings that I had, I could finish the entire game just with that. Again, I think efficiency is much more impressive than building 10,000 million parts that you don't need. Efficiency is what we should be doing, everybody. Remember, Fix It Themselves, which I got my Fix It shirt on, says efficiency first, everybody. Efficiency first. And again, I'm your official Fix It corporate trainer. Now, again, I try to help you be efficient so you don't get lasered from space. Now, I'm not in the department that lasers you from space from being inefficient, so don't blame me if you get lasered. But I am here to try to help you prevent that from happening. There you go. So let's go ahead and keep getting going on, because if you're inefficient, they're going to just wipe you out and bring somebody else in. That's for sure. So we also got a Mercer Sphere there. We'll go ahead and throw that back in there as well. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to overclock these. So we need our power shards. We got 187 of them. That ought to last us for a minute or two. Let's throw those in there. Let's overclock this big bad boy and see how much crude oil we're going to get out of here. Now, the way you kind of make this kind of run a little bit is you just go ahead and add a little bit of pipe here. This will start this up when it gets its proper power. And then we'll see it start to fill up the pipe here as well. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and make sure this all has power. This is running to here. That one's on. This one over here does not seem like it's on. What up, Fred? Fred's always got to come in. He's got to inspect my building. He's like, I don't know if this is up to code, Kismet. I don't think it is. I don't think this is up to code. He's always up in my business. I think that should be going over there. Why is that not going over there? No power. I think we might have accidentally cut the line. All right, no problem. My bad. There we go. Yes, I accidentally cut the line. All right, so now in here, this should start up. Yes. Now, again, I got it overclocked, so it's going to be 250%, which means it's going to be outputting 600, right? Oh, look at it filling up the pipe. Wow. And that's it, filled up. So this is going to run at 600. Now, I find that the most difficult thing in the entire game is fluids. Now, one of the coolest ideas they had was fluids. Fluids are awesome, as long as they're about 300. But when it gets up to 600, and when you're trying to do floor holes and you're trying to do all that, that whole entire thing is still a bit janky. And they really need to work on that. They said they're working on it. We might get it fixed at some point. But here's what I do, everybody. I don't even bother. I just say, okay, I'm going to reduce anything that's at 600 down to 300. Now, the reason why I do that is so that when you get to your train stations, you have a lot of problem getting enough oil in to keep up with your trains, or vice versa. You're putting too much oil in and the trains are not able to grab enough, right? Either way, we're going to balance it in such a way that we're going to pull that 600 out here. See, it's already pre-labeled as well with 600 because this is a pure node. And we just kind of aim under here. Maybe I can see it from under here. Don't need that back there. Take out the excess stuff. Can't see it quite under there, but this is a pure node. You can just tell by the output. Now we're going to go to the next one over here, figure out why our we keep accidentally disconnecting our power here. Oh, wait, it's back there. This one should go to there. Yes, okay. Then this one is chaining to there. So this one is what we need to go to this one. There we go. Again, I think I might have accidentally taken that out. That was my bad, but no worries. Now we got all these firing up. Okay. Now over here, this one is going at 120 right now. And if we overclock it like so, now you're going to see it's going to be 300. So we're going to go up here. We're going to label this to 300. So that'll make it where we don't have to go in there and look for that each and every time. And then you can see it's got this thing on the top there. Sometimes I put stuff on the top and I build stuff on top of it. So kind of fun there. Now I already know that these are both normal nodes, so I can tell you they're both going to be 300. So we're just going to go ahead and do this. We're going to overclock it, and then we can see it's 300. It's going to go ahead and fire off there a bit. And then we'll change this up here. By the way, you can also just go over here and copy this one, though it would have been faster for me to just type it. But you just go Control-C over here. And Control-V over here. And again, you can see we've embellished our extractors. So we went in and built a blueprint. First thing what I would do, by the way, if you are doing it around extractors, is I would build it around the extractor first, get an idea of what you want, then build it on the blueprinter, because you can't put the extractor on the blueprinter. So it's harder to figure out your heights and widths and all that stuff. And how to make it perfectly angle like this so that it's not clipping through stuff and all of that stuff as well. So that does take a bit of work. So we've got 300, 300, and we have a 600, in which we're going to cut into two 300s. So that means we need 4 train cars. That's what all of this was about, everybody. All of that figuring was about how many train cars do we need. We need 4. So up we go. And you can see we put some power lines up here that we can just float along, because we have our, right over here, hover pack, which I love. Love the hover pack. Helps you get around easy. Okay, so 4 train things here. So what I'm going to do is put in another one and just take the excess ones out. Right over here, if we can get it angled right. There we go. Hit H. That is not the right way. Try that again. A little awkward when you're here. I can just swing way out to the side here and try to get this lined up proper way. And sitting and connecting in a weird way. Let's go back to default. There we go. All right. Sometimes when you're in auto connect or whatever, it's really awkward. Just go into hologram mode like this, and then you can move it around. Now, one of the greatest things they added recently to the game is the vertical nudging. See how I've got this gap? And if I nudge it up, it doesn't match up. And if I go down, it doesn't match up. Hold down Control to do more precise nudging, everybody. If you learn one thing in my stream alone, that's going to save you so much headache right there alone. But the vertical nudging is making this all possible. And that's why I waited for them to come out with the update and then come out with a few other updates there before I really got into gigantic mega modular blueprints here. So bam, there we go. Now, if you forget, like I just did, to auto connect, you're going to have a gap. Even though it looks like this is connected together, there's a gap there. So I can go hit F, I can hit R, I can take out the blueprint again. I can try to put it back in, like so. Hit H, and nudge, 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 nudge. And again, you can infinitely nudge now. Oh, that one actually lined up even better. And then what we can do is look for those little chains, and we'll hit R to switch to auto node. So even when you're in holographic mode, you can also switch your different build modes. So you can switch your build modes to blueprint or to auto connect or to default, and you can switch between those. So now it's going to auto connect these tracks together, as well as my hypertube up here at the top. You'll see it fill in up here. There we go. And now we have enough that we need. But we need to take some of these out. This way I don't have to rebuild all the embellishment and side tracks and all that other stuff. It'll just keep extending the track down. See, as many ones of these, it'll just keep extending that track, extending the inner track, and how many ever things. So we need a total of 4, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll go to default, and we'll take these 2 out. And we'll also, you can see we can just cut this off right here. And you can really do a lot of removal here. We'll remove that at the end and try to get as much as we can. I always miss a thing or two because you run out of things you can grab. There we go. Right there. You can also limit it so you don't accidentally hit something in the back. I think everyone who's ever played this game has accidentally hit a bunch of stuff in the back and didn't realize it. And then, boom, you got your stuff cut off. Things are going bad as well. Totally blame the trainer and the laser him from space, not the monitoring his trainees properly. No, that's nothing to do with me. That's in a whole nother department. I'm just here to teach you how to be efficient. That's it. Don't blame me. That's the way it goes. All right. There we go. All right, we're going to cut that back, and we'll manually connect the rest of that. Okay, now we got this going. Now, one of the things I noticed is that these freight platforms do get messed up when you use them in a blueprint that is not actually connected to the train station itself, because you can see we don't have a train station. Normally, I'd put train station down first and then connect your stuff, but we actually have a separate blueprint for our train station, which is right over here. And again, we'll just aim at the side here. We'll hit H. Again, the nudging is awesome. And the holographic mode, again, is one of my favorite things they added. It's truly exceptionally brilliant. And again, you want to get in there and make sure that you're there. Hold down control. Get that little extra nudge forward. There we go. Oh, a little too much. Back. Control nudge that way too. So you can also control nudge horizontal, vertical, width and height kind of distance stuff, just to get it to where it needs to go. And that has made the game so much better. And then again, we have our auto connects here. It's going to try to auto connect to all of this and our hypertube as well. Left click, and there's our train station. Again, pre-built all of that in a blueprint. You can see it works awesome. Then we're getting nice and close here. Perfect spot right here where we're going to go ahead and put the end of our train station in here. I call the turnaround. We're going to go ahead and put that in here and see if we got it going the right direction. We sure do. And then we're going to go ahead and nudge this over into position with our auto connect. And just like that, everybody, we just built a super elaborate train station. Again, the track's coming in with the entrance, all of the fluid containers that we need, the train station itself with some embellishment here, a little thing to walk along, and hypertubes and all that other stuff. Again, you can walk down here at ground level, and you can come up here and just kind of watch your trains come through if you want. We've got our pressure switch here, which you can also just run up here into our hypertube and whatnot. So very good. But we got to kind of customize this part back here because we're doing some custom stuff through here as we go up and down the terrain. So we're going to go ahead and run our track here. It's going to run power over here. And then also that power is going to loop back the other way. See, we got this going here. You can see our train thing is flashing. That's because we don't have the rest of our tracks connected. That's no problem. We'll deal with that later. So once this is fully connected over here and we turn this on, we should have access now to our hypertube. Right there. So we go in there and go, whee, take off. By the way, if you didn't know, you actually hold in the opposite direction. Go back that way. Just hold W. You look in the other direction. Hold W. I'm going to hit E to go back down to my train station. And down in there I go. All right, so this, now the hardest thing, everybody, we got to give this a name. What do we want to call this? We're going to call this center oil, right? So we'll call this center oil. I'm calling it like mid oil, far oil, all that kind of fun stuff. We're going to call this center oil pickup. So this is where it's going to come and pick up all this oil. Now, you might be like, Kismet, your stuff is floating. This is true. We're going to go back. We're going to go work on our supports down here. We've already got them pre-built in where we can go ahead and extend those in. Plus, I have some that I'll add right here for those supports as well. Another thing that we can do is just add a little custom hypertube while we're working, because eventually we don't need to come out here anymore. It's going to do it automatically. It's going to come out here, pick up this stuff, run it back and forth. And right now we're just running a single train to do it, but later we'll add more trains. So if we wanted to just add a hypertube to go up and down, we could. One of the things that I do is I just typically have power where I can just float up and down like this. Or what you can do is you can use this here and your zip line, and you can actually go up, which is amazing because I just discovered that recently. I've gone down many times, down this way, but never even bothered to try going up. But you can go up if you need to. Okay, so these are all working, and we want to get these up to here. So we can just float our way up, and when we get close enough, because we have power, you can see it connects to the train line, and that train line allows me to float all the way to the top part here. Now, what we want to do is also make a bunch of storage off to the side here. Now, sometimes I'll add storage, sometimes I won't. So I have this where it has this railing. We'll take the railing. I love the waterfalls over here. Very nice. We'll take this one out. We'll grab this one here, and we will zoop this across here like so. Then we will come out here. I believe it is 3. There we go. And we'll just run these. Notice that they pick up the same coloring as the one I picked up from. So they match what we've already done. Now, if I was really amazing, everybody, if you're like, Kismet, you'd be really amazing if you had a blueprint that you could just go ahead and grab and put down to, oh, wait, there it is. If you could just have something already pre-built that you could just drop right here and it would align to this over here where you could just drop all that oil right in there and also have a backlog of that oil as well. We're going to have to worry about our head lift as well. I'll show you how to make that happen as well. Don't trust the game because it doesn't know what it's talking about. Oh, actually, I got to move this back just a little bit, give it a little bit more room. We'll center it on this middle one here. Looks great. And then we'll go ahead and do this so we have enough room for our piping. Now, me, I like to pipe it in to the back of this one and then also into the back of this one. It's not a good idea, I find, to loop upwards. When you loop upwards like that, you have to put more pumps in between, and then typically it gets a little confused as to what you're doing. I like to have a single input go into multiple and then have multiple come out. And the reason why you want to have multiple come out at the same time because you are doing a double input and it's maximizing that input. It's going to go as fast as it possibly can. If you're using a single input, you got a problem of that head lift and also the capping that happens with the 600 pipes. You had a lot of those upper caps where it's not actually going through at 600. So I do double 3s, and actually I do double 600s, but really it's 300 because I split it earlier. You'll see what I mean. But when it's in these canisters, by the way, and these canisters are full, it's actually going double 600 in there. So it's actually going 1200 into there with minus a little bit because, again, that little cap part of the top of that 600 pipe. And if you don't understand any of that, you don't need to know any of that. Just run 2 pipes. There you go. Run 2 inputs, 2 outputs. That's all you need to know. All right, we'll go ahead and go in here. We'll go into blueprint mode so we can see the other one. And these actually just align right to each other like this. So easy, so awesome. Oop, we need some more foundations over here. Get those in there. And there we go. So again, all of these are set up to where we can just build them over and over again wherever we are, and they all match the same style. Speaking of matching the same style, we're going to middle mouse button these over here so we have the pipes here. Show you a little trick on running your pipes. We're going to run this top one like this. Nah, don't like that. I want to go ahead and have it go straight vertical, right? Like this. Now, if I bring it down from the top, it's going to go this way. If I bring it up from the bottom, it's going to go the other way. Right? Watch the difference. Here, if I go this way, oh, no, I don't want that. I want it to clip. I want it to go this way. Right? So it doesn't matter because pipes flow in both directions. And you got to keep that in mind. So if you're flowing stuff this way and it doesn't have enough thing, it'll start backflowing like that, which you don't want. Also, it has hammering, everybody. Hammering is when water hits the end of a pipe, bam, and then shh, all that stuff. It's just hammering the end of the pipe, everybody. You don't want that to happen either. That's why a lot of people create circular flows. All that stuff is in the game. It knows that if the pipe is going down, that you're getting gravity is helping you with your flow of your water because one water molecule pulls another water molecule with it. molecule, there we go. And it will pull it with it. So it's actually that water tension, which will pull water. And so if you have it going down, you don't even need any pumps because it's naturally flowing down. If you have anything like water barrels, I actually have 2 water barrels. I have 1 water barrel up higher. The reason why I have that is so it'll fill this water barrel first, and then as it goes through there, it'll actually fill the bottom one until that one fills all the way. Then it will go to this one and then fill that one all the way. Again, works really good with water barrels, everybody. That kind of thing. That's actually in the game. I did hear that. They actually said that a long time ago. I wish they had added, not made that other Quidditch game and put the Quidditch in the regular Harry Potter. I think that would have been amazing. Now, I don't know what they're going to do in 2. Number 1 is amazing, everybody. I think they got royally reamed at the Game Awards. That is one of the greatest games ever, everybody. Hogwarts Legacy. I highly recommend it. I'm not even a Harry Potter fan, so that really tells you that it's good. I'm not into Harry Potter. It's not my thing and all of that. But it has amazing game mechanics. The gameplay is really great. The progression is really great. The story is really awesome. All the puzzles are amazing. Wandering in, and the first time you go in that castle, everybody, and you're wandering around 57,000 rooms. I don't know how many rooms are in there. There's a lot. And then you open up the door and you just go right outside. It takes like 1, 2, 3, boom. No load screens. You're not playing, load screen simulator like in some of those Bethesda games. You're not playing load screen simulator all the time, everybody. You don't have load screens. You just go outside, you get on your broom and you fly, or you run, or you walk, or you do whatever you want to do. You swim. And it just goes, yeah, molecule. I'm not all there anymore, but I do have some really bad medical conditions, especially sleep apnea and constant insomnia, which makes it hard for me to function as a human being anymore. But I do my best, and that's all you can ask of anybody. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep rocking right over here. There we go. Look how easy that is. I usually do one side like this just because it's easy to do a repetitive thing. And then we'll do the other side. Actually, we should do it from over here first because it's going to block us. And then, again, remember that pipes flow in 2 directions, so it doesn't really matter which way you start. It only matters in how you want it to look, and that's how I want mine to look, and it looks awesome. There we go. Now, we got to get our inputs in here. We got 4 inputs. We want to go ahead and dip these down, get those down there. But we want them to look awesome, so we want to make sure that we are doing nice, clean runs. So the first thing I do is I go ahead and run this down, straight down like that. And again, look how I got this all pre-set up. And this is what's so amazing about blueprints, everybody. You can build massive structures using your blueprints, or you can just build it totally without. Oh, I forgot to go in and color them, but no worries. I can go right here, use the coloring system, color those in, GG's. Also color this in and color this in, right here and right there. There we go. Now we're going to go ahead and again, how are you floating, Kismet? That's because the electric of the tracks is helping me out. And that's coming all the way from my original base, by the way, all the way on this side of the map. We're right here. My base, right here. That 20,000 power is running all the way through the tracks, all the way where we are, way up here in the center of the map. Let me just zoom out to give you a little perspective. I'm here, base down here. And again, that's what's really fun. We have also run it all the way across to get this oil. We've got some oil in here, down here at the bottom we're getting as well. This oil over here. We got this oil here in the mid. Now we're doing the center, and then we're going to come up here. We're going to get all this oil up here at the top too. We might actually take a break at some point too, but first we got to get this stuff going. So let's get this stuff backlogging. So while we're taking a break, we can go ahead and have this filling up all of this. So again, I'm just going to run this underneath here. Just go ahead and pre-align all of this so it's easier to run it. And then I try to run all my stuff nice and straight, make it look beautiful. Oh, not remembering to pick up my stuff. Color all these in. If you middle mouse button this here, when you start, you don't have to recolor it. There we go. And we're going to run this clear across because we're just going to run probably a pole up right there, I kind of feel, and then we'll run it along there. Or maybe we'll run it up and then run it over. Let's run it from down here first. Let's go. Let's figure out what we want to do, because we've got these things, obstructions in the way. We want to go down here and look up to see how we want to run this. We can run it off the center one here because we already got the center. Get all the way to ground level. I'll look straight up. Now, if I go straight up here, you can see it doesn't match up with it. And again, I could adjust it, move it, bring it down here, do 1,000 other things. And you can see we got our space station we're building up there too. Pretty cool. We'll get that done at some point when we finish doing all this other embellishment of the entire world. Explore everything, get every process going. Do it to a mega degree, because that's you're watching Kismet stream. You ain't watching no newbie stream over here. We're doing some mega building, everybody. So we're gonna go ahead and pull this out of here for a second. And we're going to figure out what we want to do. I kind of feel like we want to go off to the side here. We'll want to go ahead and use this side one. We're going to bring this side one. That seems crooked. That does not seem in the same direction as these are. I don't like it. Not happening. All right, bye-bye. Get out of there. All right, well, hey, now you guys get a second chance to see me do this. Here we go. If I don't like something, everybody, I take it out, redo it. Don't suffer. Don't make yourself suffer. All right, so we had it like this, and I left that there on purpose, and we're going to put it like this. There we go. And you're like, well, Kismet, how'd you align all this stuff to your blueprints and stuff? That's because Kismet got a one motion alignment, everybody. One motion. None of this other crap that everybody else is doing with their little cement things and their stuff, and it doesn't even align perfect. I'm going to show you how to do it perfect with one move right now. Here we go. Right here. This is exclusive of my stream. No one else has done this before I did it. I did it first. And here we go. You hold down control. You aim at the extractor. We're going to align it to the extractor, not the world grid. You can just align it to the world grid if you want and have it offset and do all that stuff. Not me. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and rotate like this. We're going to aim at this so it's aligned. Make sure that you do move over, that it is perfectly straight like this and that it is aligned. Then you go ahead and left click, and you're going to bring it out right to there. Then you're going to count 1, 2, 3. Oh, try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There you go. That's it. You're aligned. That's it. Nothing else you need to do. You're done. That's it. One move. There you go. Kismet show you how to get it done. Easy mode. Now, the next time you want to go ahead and align to your extractors or whatever, make sure to remember that the oil extractor is a 5 move, right? You're moving out by 5 meters, where the extractors are 4, okay? Extractors 4, oil 5, all right? Remember that. And again, it took me endless hours to discover that. You're welcome. Now, you don't have to spend endless hours doing that. You can just align it nice and easy. All right, we'll take this out back here, and we're going to redo this. So this is better aligned to these ones, because these ones are going a certain angle. We want this one to go a certain angle, so when we come in, we get those nice 90-degree angles as well. So more of a cosmetic thing than anything else. And at this stage, everybody, when you're building and whatnot, you're going to be doing cosmetic stuff. But you can see we can rebuild it super fast and easy here as well. We'll get over on this side like so. And you can see we can aim at this down here. It's going to line that right back up again, and it is perfectly aligned to that right there. And then we'll go ahead and take these in the back. It's going to be offset by 2. My blueprint is going to be offset to there. And then we'll take out these foundations, which were only there temporarily, so we could put this in first. Build order, very important. Put that in first. Now, we've got ourselves a nice mega blueprint that we can go to for our extractor, mega oil extractor. Going to turn it around this way. There we go. Use these foundations here to align it. Again, we use the grid of the extractor, not the world grid. And that perfectly aligns to that object there, because we pre-thought all that out. We built the blueprint and all that around the extractor originally, and then once we had it figured out, we built it on the blueprinter so it would perfectly fit, and then also make it where we can align it, which is super important. And that's what these 3 in the back are for. These are just for aligning the blueprinter. It makes it easier to because these are 1 meters. You put 1 meters there. It's easy to put the 1 meters together in your blueprints. And look how beautifully that's inside there, everybody. Very nice. Perfect. Let's go over here. Do a few connections that we have to do because we can't put the extractor in the blueprint, and such is the way it goes. And then up here we connect a little power to the extractor. We go ahead and double check that it is overclocked again. There we go. Crank that all the way up. Very nice. And we also noticed that we got to connect this across this side here to over here. There we go. Somehow I lost that connection in my blueprint. I have no idea why. I was probably messing with it. That happens. Then we also want to chain the input power from this input power to over here, which should automatically start this up once we flip this switch. Again, all the way from our base, by the way, we can turn this on and off using our circuit priorities. Look at these. All these unnamed switches. We'll go through and we'll come back and we'll name all these switches, whatever it is that we want to name them. And then you can put them in priority groups. So what goes off first, right? Priority group 8 goes off first. So stuff that's super low priority. Would you rather keep your power on, or would you rather keep your like hypertubes and stuff like that, or like your what is it? Iron extraction. So you can see that I have like oil extraction, quick wire, stuff like that up a little bit higher because that goes to some of my main production. And then lesser priority production I would put in a lower priority group. And then you can turn the whole thing off. I can turn all the power off in the entire base by just clicking that off button right now. And turn everything off. I can turn all the hypertubes off as well because I can put those switches on each of the hypertubes if I wished. Okay, so this one is a max of 300. Let's make sure we relabel it properly. There we go. All right, now we got that lined up. Looks like it's straighter now. Let's get up here. Yeah, much better. There you go. It's after 1 a.m. Yes, no, I stay up really late, so I'm going to be going for quite a long time. I have really bad insomnia, so I'd be up anyway, so there you go. I'm up, and I just sleep during the day, everybody. Again, I have real bad conditions that got to manage. It's okay. So again, we're going to go this way. We're going to go like this, and that's going to take us straight up right here. Kind of feel like we need to use some of our tree location material. We got to get some more of our explosive rebar. There we go. Look out, Fred. We got to use our tree locator. Relocator. There we go. AKA explosive rebar. All right. Kind of feel like we're going to try to get right about here. Run that up there, and we can see we got some power right there too. We could run our power down right there from up there, maybe to that one, or might be able to reach all the way down here if we put one of those power things in the front. Yeah, reach all the way down across there. We might do that. We'll see. But right here, we're going to go ahead and run that up because our pipes are over there. So we can run these pipes up there, be all good. We'll transition from the extractor grid to the world grid. This is all on the world grid. All my other buildings are world grid based. So now we just need to think about what we want to do, and that's the hardest thing. All right, let's go. Let's run this out a little bit, see where our alignment is. And yeah, that looks good to me. Looks good to me. Let's go ahead and use some alignment material, like some walls right here. We're just going to run them up. Again, since we have all this power already here, we're good. Now you're going to see they're not going to be aligned. See, like this, they're not going to be aligned because, again, your one is on the world grid and one is on the grid. And you're like, how are you going to fix that? Well, I'll just use the pipes. The best way to bridge between a non-grid and a grid is to use transition moments like pipes, rods, pipes and conveyor belts, things like that. Things that you can control a bit easier when it's transitioning from one to the other, which is what we'll do right there. We'll just go ahead and run those up, and we'll be all good. Then we'll also color these in, make them a little cooler. There we go. Now, normally in real life, everybody, you would not want your oil stuff to be black because it would warm up and then go boom. But it looks cool, so we're doing it. There we go. All right, we're going to run this one right down here. I'm probably going to put this one on the right, so we'll go ahead and just say right over here. There we go. Now this one over here, take this out. That was just temporary. We're just going to dip this one over this way. By the way, notice that they already have the pumps in there. And we're going to do some fun, like rounded stuff here, maybe. Maybe just some straight pipes. Yeah, some straight pipes. I like that. Little steep there, but we'll get it going, something like this. And then right in the center to match up. And then over here, this one. Kind of feel like we're going to bring this one up a little bit. Let's go ahead and use our ramp here. Sometimes when you have it on Zoop mode, you click once and it doesn't work. You got to double click. There we go. Double click to get it. Okay, like that. Let's fix our materials here. What is this, asphalt? Can't even remember. Yep, asphalt. Okay. So we're going to bring this pipe up because it's got to be offset a little bit because this one's right here. So we're going to bring this one up and elbow it like that. And let's see if this lines up. Yeah, it's definitely not going to reach though. So we're going to need to use our pipe stand. That is not a pipe stand, it's a hypertube support. There we go, pipe stand. We'll put it right here. And we'll kind of match it up with this one. Middle mouse button that, so we're picking that up. Bingo. Wow, good guess. Good guess on that distance. And then pretty it up a little bit. Run it over here. Get it as our third thing. Notice I'm using the straight function. Another great function they added to the game, everybody, where you can it automatically will put it straight. You can see it does a perfect 90-degree elbow there. There we go. We got them all over here, except for this one problem. That problem is that this one here needs to be split into two. So we're going to go ahead and widen this out. Woo, zoop that up. Like so. Now, I don't use floor or wall holes because they suck. I just tell it to you straight, everybody. They do not work well. Avoid them if you can. All right, we got to put this here so we can align that to here somewhat. Let's do something like this. Come on. There it goes. Something like this just to get an idea of where that's going to go. Okay, so somewhere in there. We'll just do this. So we're going to split it right here so that it goes this way, and that'll be one, and then the extra one will go over here and end up into there. All right, and then we'll do these three together. And this is just a reminder to me that says, hey, remember you're splitting this one that's 600 as well. And we can go ahead and color those in as well. All right, and then we're just going to run these up into here. Really weird how sometimes it does the rings in black and sometimes it doesn't in orange. If you save, come out of the game, come back in the game, that'll actually be back to black again. Or you can try to color them, but you can see you can't actually color them. But if you save, you come back. A little visual glitch. All right, now we're just going to run these pipes straight up. And I could put that one right next to this one if I want, but I'm going to do a little visual. Oh, man. Come on, Kismet. Come on. Get in there. Remember to put your middle mouse button in there. There we go. Again, I'll try to align them together so it's easier to manage your pumps. One of the great strengths of this game, everybody, is you can do stuff from really far away very precisely, as you can see. I'm doing it from way down there. That's pretty precise. Here we go again. Oh, all the way to the top. Oh, that's a nice run right there. That's nice. Trying to keep it straight. Up to the top. This one up to the top. There we go. Now what we're going to do is run them to these here. So we want to get them aligned up here at the top. And again, this is where we're making that transition from the extractor grid to the world grid. So we're going to just do that right there. And I feel like we'll just go ahead and separate these a little bit. Sometimes very awkward on the rotation. Separate them a little bit like this, just to give us a little room. Otherwise, they love to try to connect to each other, which is not what I'm trying to do. There we go. So you see this one's in this one's in the center, this one's in this one. So that tells us that this one's going to go as best we can here. Again, very awkward. Get these to align to the center, which is right here. Went back just a little bit. We'll get it. There we go. All right, so now we want to just take these and we want to connect them. So we go over here, boom, and forgot again. Do this, do this, do that. There we go. And then these are not going to reach. You can see right there. So we'll just go here and then in there. Again, ain't nobody going to see this down here except for you, really. But I know it's there, so I do try to make it at least somewhat nice. And then this one will go nice and straight. Then we'll curve. And let's say to here. And then in there. So there we go. Just that easy, everybody. We made all these blueprints, these mega blueprints, connected it all together, powered it up, overclocked it, ran all the stuff, except for we got a problem. One, we have some extra pumps over here that we don't need. Notice that sometimes I'm running the pumps and splitting them down here. Don't need to do that. In fact, I can even take the splitter out. It should automatically, that's not what I wanted to do. Should automatically connect, but sometimes it does not, so you got to go in here and make sure that's nice. And again, take out all these excess pumps that we don't need. Now that should be running through there. We should be seeing some head lift. You can see that we have 55.0, so it's way over our 50 head limit, 50 pipe head limit. Now if you do this, everybody, you're going to see this thing flowing right here until it reaches a certain point. And so you can just kind of follow it to see where it ends up. And you can see that it is flowing along there, going there. Now you're going to sometimes see a little blue circle, and that little blue circle is going to show you where your head lift is and where you're running into a problem, which you can kind of see it up there. It's totally false. Don't believe it. I don't ever use that. It is not good to snap that in there because it does actually snap into it. Because it doesn't always work right, and then you have an inconsistent flow of your fluids. So just ignore that. I would rather put extra pipes to make sure, or extra pumps to make sure that it's working perfectly, which is a little less efficient, but more efficient in the fact that you can set it and forget it. You don't have to think about it again. One of the things I do like to do is like wait for this part here and just get an idea by putting this here, then angling your camera, which is awkward. Trying to angle your camera and see where that is. So can't even see it. It's up so high. It's up pretty high up here. Right, there it is. You can see it up there at the top. See, and as you can see, it moves when I move my pump. So that tells you how far it can go vertically. So if you go down here and you put it here, that's about how far the other one is pumping it, right? It's going to here, and it has a bit of a boost already coming from the extractor. It does have like a 10-meter head lift from the extractor itself. But what I do is I just give a visual idea, which is usually about right here, about halfway up the pipe. So I'm going to actually go down here and do it right here. And then we're going to need some power. So we're going to need to run our power from over here. And this will also be able to turn off these pumps if we want. So we're going to go to this side, run a little bit of power under here for our additional pumps. And now you know why I left this gap here. Oh, Kismet thinks about 20 steps ahead. You know it. All right, and then we can go ahead and do that. There we go. Now, you don't want to check that one. The one you want to check is this one over here. Is this one got a lower head lift? It does. Now it's about half as much, so we could move it up a little bit if we wanted to. So we can take this out, go back over here, and it'll auto-heal the pipe, and we can move this up. And this is the best way to do it. Make sure that, by the way, your stuff is flowing the right direction, because sometimes it tries to troll you, and it makes it go the wrong way, and then it's going down, which you don't want it to flow down because you're trying to make it flow up. So make sure that you flip it. Usually the thing is pointing backwards or pointing up back like that, like you can see here. So we'll put this one up a little bit higher, and we'll test it. So we'll just keep testing it until we like what the result is. And then again, always look at the one that's previous. So what's it at now? 42. All right, looking pretty good. So again, we look at this distance and we look at this distance. It's looking pretty good. There's another one up here. We'll go ahead and just take this out. We're going to try to aim for about 45 to 48 is usually a good one to aim for. Watch out for these connectors because these connectors will block your pumps. So I'm going to say right about there. And we're going to go ahead and bring this up. Now, by the way, this will be the same for all of them because all of them are starting at the same point and they are going up the wall at the same point. I'll offset the pipes all the same. Again, don't check that one. Check this one back here. And 52. Too much. All right, we overdid it. No problem. And again, what you can do is leave that pump in there as a reference and then just move down to give yourself more of an idea of where you want it to go. Let's say there. And then we'll take this out so we can align it to our pumps. Okay, something like that. And we'll check it again. Okay, well, 40 is not bad. Maybe a little bit more. Again, just keep fine-tuning it until you get it the way you want it. I could leave it like that, just add more pumps, but I'm just trying to be super efficient in my pump usage. And I don't like to be right at the edge of a pump. I feel like that's kind of pointless because anything goes wrong and boom, everything shuts off. So might as well be pretty close. There we go, 45.9. I will take that. Looks good. Again, you can see how I'm troubleshooting it. Now we know all the rest of these are going to be good too. So we're going to go ahead and do this, and this, and this. And that'll allow me to grab this because I made this extra little gap here. And run all that power. Oh, I got to upgrade my thing. Oh, we got to save first. Whenever you go to save, everybody, I find the #1 thing that wipes it out. So much fun. There we go. The thing that caused me to crash the most is upgrading these little things. It doesn't happen as much lately. I think they kind of fixed it, but I usually save ahead of time just in case. There we go. Now we can do more connections for our stuff. There we go. And then when we actually run this, it'll actually run that as the higher ones now. Okay, so there we go. So this one is actually working. You can see that one is starting to pump its way up. These ones are not pumping their way up because they already have probably maximum oil. You can see they're already opened here as well. Now that one's done maxing out. So all of those have maxed. So that's as far as you can go. Let's go ahead and do a bit of this stuff back here. See ya. We can do a bit of this stuff back here where we go ahead and rework a bit of these extras. Because again, sometimes I'm using these side ones and sometimes I'm not. I don't like to have split pipes like that. I like to go ahead and make it one nice pipe that goes from here into there, just like that. Very nice. Again, no reason to have all this extra stuff if you're not going to use it. Also very old school, so sometimes you'll see me taking it out one at a time, which you don't have to do. But I do it, and then by the time I realize I'm doing it, I'm already halfway done. All right, there we go. One straight pipe, all that looks good over here. And we can go over here and we can check the head lift on these. 53.4 right now on that one. And then over here, 49.7. So we might have to adjust it just a little bit down. But this one over here, 45.9. So let's go ahead and adjust this down just a little bit. Let's say here. Always check them all just in case. I'm pressing control and releasing so I get all those at the same time. Notice that it auto heals auto heals the ones. Man, I wish I could get that in the center. Hologram it. Control nudge. There we go. Better. Hey, look, I improved upon it. Improved upon the design. There we go. Always a good thing. And then this, these. Nice. Okay, they're all pumping now. Let's go back here again. Check this, 43.4. This one being the furthest, and also has a little bit of a ramp up here, so it's got some extra head lift that we needed to double check. 47.4. Nice. Just keep it below that 50. Keep it between 45 and 50. You can also just keep it between 40 and 48. Usually I try to keep it. But now we know the offset too, everybody. We have a bit of the same offset, and we know about how far to go. And we put this on here, we can see how far we back up enough. These go really far, so it's kind of hard to see, but you can see it's kind of right there. And you can see I can snap into that, by the way. See, I can snap into it. Never do that. It just doesn't work. I move down at least about that much. And then I know all the rest of these are going to be about the same because all the pumps are equalizing it. And so you can see, again, see that part up at the top. Just not worth it. Not worth it to meander around trying to get that right when you could just get it right by bringing it down just a little bit. And then you never have to worry about it. Again, you got some safety room there, some extra safety room. Now, we go down here and we check all of these, because now that we have those in, we can check the ones below. 46, 46, 49. Ooh, very close on that one. This one is 49. Why is that 49? Is that up a little bit? It should be pretty close, but that is good. Still below 50. We'll let it run a little bit and see if it comes down. Kind of feel like that one's a little odd that that one is up a little bit versus the other one, because they're, again, starts in the same point, pumps in the same point, ends are about the same point. Yeah, there we go. Came down to 47. Again, sometimes it comes down. You got to let it run a little bit. Sometimes it goes up, too. Look at that one's 37.7. Okay, so this should be able to get it up here enough to get it going here. Now, the problem is also got to push this all the way up and all the way up into here. When in doubt, add extra pumps, everybody. Add them in. And right here we got 47, so this will actually make it. That one's 50. We don't want that. 49, very close. We don't want those, so I usually just go over here and say, you know what? Let's just make it happen, Captain. And put them right here, so you know that this is 100% going to push that all the way up into those, like so. And then we'll go ahead and, by the way, they are going to add it. Just thought of that. They are going to add it where you can chain stuff together now. You can chain buildings together. That took a really long time for them to add that, but they are going to do that. So you can just put a whole bunch of constructors down and chain all the constructors, which is cool. But they're going to keep all the power lines and all that other stuff in there. But I love that change, because that's what everybody's been waiting for forever, that ability. All right, I'm just going to run this up, connect it up here at the top, so I can then, wait, I could just use this over here. I could take this and cross-connect it. No, I don't want to do that, because this right here allows me to flip a switch down there and turn all these pumps off, where this would keep those pumps running 24/7, which we don't want to do. I actually feel like I want to move this back. Let's move this back just a bit. And we can run it across like this. Or are we lining this up over this way? Some of this you can't put the thing. I have to probably put it here. Run this across, and we can then just connect from here. No problemo. Now these ones down here should be pretty sweet. Yeah, 34 now. 34, 35. Yeah, they're not at full max production, but it doesn't matter. We're going to put a pump there somewhere anyway, so we might as well just maximize that. And then these ones down here are really going to be doing low. But it's just far enough where it's hitting that 50 limit. Now I can fine tune it to make it not do that, but set and forget it. My extra pumps is just barely a little bit extra power. That's going to make this start to fill. So it's starting to fill. Then this one here at the top will fill once this one hits a certain level. Because again, just like here, this would fill this first, fill the edge, and then when it got to here, this pipe would start to fill too. So and then it would go up, and then eventually end up on the top there, which will eventually make its way up there. We'll let that go. And then all of this is also running into this over here eventually as well. Now, if we have some problems, which sometimes does happen, because the station is not put in first, we take this one out. We try to grab this, put it back in. We might have to put them all back in. Do not trust the pipes. The pipes sometimes get glitchy, so we don't want that. We don't want no glitchy pipes. And this way. And this way. And there we go. And we should see it start to run in. There we go. And we'll check this one. This one's good now. And good. And good. All right, there we go. Again, usually the one that's right up against the train station, you got to take that one out and get it to work. And then sometimes your train itself won't work, and the best thing to do is just check these things. Now again, this is 300 that's going in there, right? So 300 that's going into here, so the flow rate should be about 300. But it's actually going to be faster because we're double flowing in, and it's going to backlog. So when the train comes in, takes all this out of here, it's going to double flow in as the absolute maximum capacity that it can flow into there. Also know that when trains come in the train station, it actually stops the flow. It also stops the output, stops the input, so you have that lag time. So if you are really precisely trying to do the numbers, everybody, you got to include that lag time in there too, in the time it takes for the train to come in, collect the resources, then drive away, then it goes ahead and starts outputting or inputting or both, depending. So I just don't worry about that lag time, so I add extra ability, extra backlog, so I don't have to worry about that lag time. So it works perfect. Or really it's loading time, loading and unloading time. You don't have to worry about it if you just add a little bit of safety margin. Then it just runs. Okay, speaking of just running, that's it. We're done. We did it. We grabbed all the oil from over here anyway. All that oil running up there. Now, I would not trust that you did it perfectly. I would go down here, let that run a little bit, and then you check all your stuff one more time so you can just set it, forget it. 47, looking good. Over here, rocking a sweet 42 or so. You want to always check the highest of what you see. 38, easy moding it. All right, right up here. Check these. 44, 45. Ooh, right in that perfect zone. Ooh, a little close on that one, 49.1. But I think we got this. Let's check and see if it goes up there again. Nope, looks good. Over here, 46. Okay. As long as it's not 50, above 50, it's fine. All right, nice, nice. And these are going to be like barely any head lift, but it gives us enough. And again, we could use the lower level lifter or pumps, which use less power, but it's not worth it. That little bit extra power is not that big of a deal. To have the peace of mind that this is just going to run and run and run forever. All right, do we turn our hypertube on? Let's go see if our hypertube works. I got this little reverse loop that loops me back. We'll see if we missed any spots along the way. And we got to go back here also and fix our connection back to the other track. And holy mackerel, it's been 4 hours. I didn't take a break. My bad. My bad. We'll get it going. It's for saying to hydrate too. I forget if I did that, but I'm going to do it again. There we go. Hydration is good. All right, Hypertube works all the way back. Hypertube is good. Look at this massive launcher we have. Okay, so now we got to think about how we're going to do our tracks here, right? We want to go ahead and get this to be able to go back into here. So we're just going to take this and awkwardly try to get it to turn the right way. And eventually we'll get it in there. So we'll just take this out, get our track here where we split it here. And just try to get this to curve and equal straight and good. Okay, so this is going to go this way and end up in this, or basically re-merge here. So we've got some embellishment to redo here. Take out all of this. So it's not clipping through our stuff. Maybe even bring this out a little bit more. Little observation area, and then we'll take this out so we're not having issues there. Okay, now we need to transition our stuff here. So by default it's going to put us here, and we want to have the option of keep going. So we want to do this. That'd be pretty difficult when you go in there to switch to this side. So we might want to do it over here. so that we can choose that option and circle back. Yeah, that's what we'll do. You want to give yourself a little bit of leeway because switching between the different things can be tough. And again, I'll put it as a curve, so it curves it out. And then this one will curve back over here. But we need to put in our... There you go. There goes our trade. Go do your thing, brother. Run that oil. We'll put in a little curved thing here. Control it here. Take out that little connection. Take this. Run that into there. And we'll purple this up. Right there. Okay, so that should work. We should be able to come in here. End up in here if we want. Or go this way and return back to the back. So we can control it when we're coming up, right? So as we're sliding up there, it'll let us know. Okay, so when it's coming in, this is the thing. So let's see if we can make a train here. Since the train already went by, we know we're not going to crash into the train, at least for now. We're going to go this way. Always check and see if it works, everybody. Always test it yourself. I'm going to press A, which switched the track this way. And I'm just going to see if the train comes off the track, because it will. If it's not connected properly, train will come right off the track. And that'll tell you that there's a segment there that's not connected properly. So we're just going to ride the train. Looks good so far. We'll have to work on our block signals so all this stuff is working properly. And then remerge us back in. All good. Beautifully done. All right, take that out. Now block signals time. Now here's the thing you don't want to do. You don't want to have your whole entire track be the same track. Otherwise, if there's anything on this track here or anything on this track, all of this stuff will stop. So whenever you go into a transition like this, you want to have yourself a nice block signal that's going to help out that transition. You can see that it did cut it into separate thing. As well as I can just put one over here. Again, these are really here for cutting these or slicing these up as well. And the same thing when we're going into here into a merge. We want to go ahead and do our block signal on this side. And let's say right there is good enough. So if it detects that there is something on this purple area, it will stop here. Or in this case, if it detects there's something on this line, it'll stop right here. You want to make sure that your train has enough room to stop where the back of the train is not going to get ran into. So what I do is I move this forward like this just to kind of cut this part of the track out so that the train could sit right here if it needed to. It won't completely block this. This will come forward and stop here if there's a train right here as well. But again, we want to make sure that this whole part over here is separate from the part that's over here. So we definitely want to have that in there. And this needs to be a separate thing going that way. Yeah, which it is. This is all connected here, but the second that train goes there, this whole part can keep functioning. And you definitely don't want it to be part of this, or this whole thing will stop functioning. So we got a block signal there, which will separate all that. Again, if I just go to my block signal, you can see it's got all color-coded. Now, eventually, I'll also create segments within the segments so that we can have multiple trains running. Now, I'm only running one train for track to start with. Again, we'll go in here. And we're going to look at the signals now when we go. And then again, we'll go left. That signal's now red. This signal's green. We go past that, it turns red. Nice. And then we're going to go look at the signals that are at our base or at our train station. Look at this beautiful over here. Beautiful. It's all handcrafted, this whole entire world, everybody. They did an excellent job. And then block signal working there. Good. And then working there. Just want to see if those signs are changing. If they're flashing, you got signal problems. But usually you want a block signal when you're going in and out of any kind of merging or transition. If you're having trouble with your block signals, take them out, put them back in one at a time whenever you're merging. That's usually where things go wrong. All right, all good. And see if the train's over here on this separate track, this purple part, it's not going to be blocking the incoming train. You can see this is green and this is all yellow. So this train can come in, load, unload. It'll go right to here and then stop until the other train clears, and then it will just go ahead and follow its normal track that it needs to follow. Okay, now we need the most important part. We need a train. We need a train that actually does the thing. So we're going to take this train right here. We're going to get it going. They have random gen. They added it in 1.2. You can random gen all the nodes. They did add it. You can also change the hardness of the game, all sorts of things. You can change it to be so hard and so crazy that it will actually not run. I saw that that they updated that and said, oh yeah, well watch out you don't go too extreme because sometimes it'll make the game not run. Yeah, that's not good. Not good. But yeah, you can randomize the world. And I'll definitely play a random version sometime in the future, everybody. But right now, we're just trying to build out our big build here and have some fun. All right, so what we need is we need a nice train over here. I'm just going to pick that train up. I'm going to put this right here. We're going to need our main train. We're going to go ahead and also need a bunch of cars, right? So we're going to need 4 cars right over here. For every 4 cars, I suggest you add another locomotive. But me, I'm a big fan of extra safety, so I add 2 at the back. And this is actually already set up to have the block signal where it has 2 locomotives in the back because they're just going to hang out the back. You can't put the locomotives in the front. It doesn't matter where you put the locomotives, by the way. You can't put all the locomotives in the back if you want. It's up to you. But it really doesn't make a difference. The only thing it makes a difference of is the fact that when you come into the train station, you'll want to have that train up there because it's going to sit in the train station, and then the actual cars will sit where the cargo is, right? Where you're either getting your fluids or you're getting your stuff. So that's why you put a train in the front. Why do I put the trains in the back? I put these engines in the back of the train because this way I don't have to add other segments, because you'd have to add other segments to your train station to accommodate those extra engines, right? So it doesn't have your cargo cars where the engine should be, right? And I think not adding anything, eliminating something is much better than having to do something, right? So if you can eliminate steps and you can eliminate extra stuff that you have to build, it's more efficient. So it's more efficient to put these extra ones in the back because you can see I don't need anything here for them to function. And that's awesome. All right, so now we got our train going. We want to go ahead and maybe paint this train up. What we're going to do, I don't know, a little chrome finish for all of these, I think. Maybe this chrome. Oh, we're getting some love up in here. Who's blowing up the stream? Anonymous God, thank you very much for coming in and showing that raid love. Appreciate it. How you doing tonight? All right, and then we're going to go over here, and we're going to give this train a name. We're going to call it Center Oil Train to go along with our station, Center Oil Train. Now, your trains can do multiple things, everybody. We're going to go ahead and go timetable, and we'll go Central. Oh, here comes the love for you right there. Unforgiven showing the love for everybody in the chat. Center Oil Pickup right there. Okay, save those changes. Now, you can see we don't have a station on the other end, because we need to go make a station on the other end so we can come over here, pick up this oil, run back, and do the thing. So I think we should just take our train and see if it's connected. Ah, see, look, there's a problem right there. So I always do that to make sure that it is actually connected together. I decided it didn't want to be connected. Let's try this again. Sometimes it does that, weird glitchy stuff. Let's get it going. And then train this way. You can put trains in opposite ways. One train going this way, one train going that way. It's called push-pull train. And you just have it go, this one pulls it this way, and then this one pulls it this way, and then just have your train go back and forth. Yeah, it's called a push-pull train. Works awesome. Works awesome. I've done it many times. In fact, it's one of the most efficient trains you can do. You only need one track. It goes in both directions easily. It comes in, stops, then it turns around and just goes right back that other way. It doesn't have to turn around and go back. Now, if you have multiple trains on there, it's actually better to have dual tracks. And you're like, well, Kismet, most trains have a single track. Do you know why most trains in real life have a single track? Cost. In Satisfactory, you don't have the billions and trillions of dollars in cost because all the only thing it costs you is materials to make it. So you don't have those costs. So you can make it 15 lanes wide if you want to because you can build whatever you want and build it to the nth degree, right? But in real life, the reason why they do that is to reduce costs. And the same thing why they make a square building, everybody. You get more square footage for less money. Everything is based on cost in the world, everybody. It really is. Well, most things. When it comes to buildings and rail trains and, you know, high-speed trains and all that other stuff. Like the high-speed train they've been trying to do in California forever. Yeah, I've been gone so long, everybody, that when I was there, they started that train. I've been gone for 20 plus years. How long have they been working on that train? I forget. How long California been working on high-speed rail? High-speed rail, there it is. They've been working on it for 30 years. So I was 26 years old. I'm 55 now. When they started working on that train, and they've gotten zero of it done. Pretty sad, everybody. Pretty sad. But that's how things go when you get all the bureaucrats in there. They've gotten zero of it done. All the other countries in the world making us look like idiots. It's too bad. Too bad. See, I don't want people to fail, everybody. I don't want to, have them fail. I want them to succeed because that just benefits everybody else. But you always got to look at who's in charge and who's running it, everybody. Who's running it? Where'd all that money go? Where's that money at right now? Administrative costs, no doubt. I don't know. I know that probably not even in my lifetime are they going to get it done. I'll probably be long gone. But I could have used that high-speed train when I lived there. That would have been awesome. I would have rode it all the time. Would have been great. Because I went from L.A. to Orange County and Orange County to L.A. all the time. I would have rode that train every single day, bro. Every single day. I also went from, they were going to make it go from L.A. to San Francisco, which I went there like 13 years in a row or 15 years in a row to go to Macworld and another one called SIGGRAPH convention. Every single year I would go. And I would have took that sucker as well. Yeah, well, Amtrak's different than high-speed trains. Amtrak, goes at a certain speed. High-speed trains go at like 200 miles an hour. So what's the average high-speed train? Let's see. Average speed of high-speed rail. Because your regular train goes much slower. So yeah, it's like top speeds are around 200. Yeah, it was pretty good. Yeah, 200 miles per hour in the U.S. or 320 kilometers per hour if you're in anywhere else where they actually use the metric system, which is everybody else other than us, because we just didn't want to switch over because we're too lazy. And also because we trained every person in the U.S. on how to use the empirical system and not the metric system. So now everybody would have to relearn, and they hate that. And that's why that's why people don't do stuff, everybody. If there's a high resistance to it. I know the metric system, volume systems, I know centimeters and millimeters and every different type of measurement system you can do, because if you're in printing and publishing, wherever you're sending it in the world, you need to know what their measurement system is so you don't measure it wrong and build it wrong, and then it gets there and then it's screwed up and it costs millions and millions of dollars. You don't want that to happen. That's a really bad thing. So you got to know all those different types of measurements and how to convert them and all that kind of stuff. Very important. And that's before we had the internet, by the way, everybody. This is in the 90s. I was doing these conversions. You couldn't just pop on the internet and use a little, calculator to convert it. You had to know. You had to know in your head how to convert that stuff. Way back in the old school. But yeah, so that train goes 200 miles an hour. The average speed of current trains. The average speed of a current train is average about 60 miles an hour. High-speed rail goes to 200 up to 200 miles an hour. Commuter rail is like 37 miles an hour. The Amtrak train goes about 60 miles an hour. So yeah, there's a slight difference between a 60 mile an hour train and a 200 mile an hour train. Slight. Ever so slight. And you're like, 60 miles an hour? I can go faster than that in my car. True. But you probably get a ticket though, so look out. Depending on where you're at in the U.S., you get a ticket for sure. You're going 90 miles an hour down the freeway. Busted. But if you're going 200 miles in a train, no tickets. There you go. Yeah, so big bummer that they are still working on that. But hopefully, and again, I hold out hope, everybody. I want it to happen. I want it to happen where, people can just use that high-speed rails. But of course, by the time they get it built, probably have flying cars or, I don't know, person launchers where they just launch you. They just go like a big rubber band or one of those big, what are those things called, everybody, where you pull those back? Slingshot. You just get in there and it's like a little ball and then it just slingshots you over there and then it catches you on the other side and then boom, you're there. There you go. Slingshots you at 500 miles an hour. Or you just take a little rocket. That's what they're going to do eventually with rockets, everybody. If you want to go halfway around the world, take you 30 minutes. You go up in a rocket, you go in, and then you come down on the other side of the world. That's awesome. I'm all for that. I'd try it for sure. That's cool. You want to go to Australia and you're in California? Take a little rocket. I'd take a little rocket from where I'm at right to Hawaii and then stay there if I could afford it. It's very expensive. That's like one of the most expensive, if not the most expensive place to live in the world, everybody. You're going to be paying about $10 to $20 for a gallon of milk. It's crazy. Actually, what is the actual cost right now? Cost of gallon of, we're getting sidetracked now. In Hawaii. Look, everybody's searching for it. The first search. Wasn't bad. No, I'm not far off. About $10. About $10 for a gallon of milk, everybody. And what is the average cost of a gallon of milk? What is average cost of a gallon of milk? There we go. The average cost is like $4. So it's like twice as much. Everything there is like 2 times as much. I'd say it's 2 to 5 times as much, sometimes 10 times as much, depending on if you're thinking about rent or power utilities or whatnot, internet service, all of that stuff. The housing is insane. All the stuff has gone insane, everybody. You know that like a pinball machine, the old pinball machines? Those things are like $10,000. You ever try to look at those? That's how much those cost now. You buy like a new pinball machine, $10,000, as much as like half of a car used to cost. That's nuts, man. $10,000 for a pinball machine? The prices of everything are just nuts, everybody. That's the number one thing these idiots should be working on, is working on the prices of stuff. So people can afford that stuff. People can afford food, water, shelter, man. If I had that power, that's what I'd be doing with it. I'd be making it better for everyone, everywhere. There you go. Food, water, shelter. That's the only thing that matters. Get that fixed first. All right, let's go. Back we're going. All right, we're going to leave our train there. We're going to start that train up later when we have our station. Oh, we could have put our super booster in there. When we go back here and we set up the station for where it's going to drop off, right? So it's going to grab this and it's going to drop it off. But this is actually a good time to let my guy work his way back. While he's working his way back, everybody, I'm going to bring up some fun for all of you. We're going to go ahead and bring up some words on stream that you can play whether you're on YouTube or whether you're on Twitch. You'll have YouTube on this side. You'll have Twitch on that side. You can play right in the chat and have some fun. Make sure I'm going back. Yeah, okay, there we go. And let's go ahead, press all the buttons, flip all the switches. We'll turn the game sound off so you're not hearing that in the background. And go. This is a massive technical feat here, but I wrote this, custom wrote this, so you guys can both groups can play. Because usually I'm just doing the Twitch one, and so everybody on YouTube's like, Kismet, we can't play, and I'm like, I'm on it. I'll figure a way to make it happen. By the way, I've never seen anybody do this anywhere. I'm the only one that did this. The only one who figured this out. You're welcome. It wasn't easy. Took a long time. There you go. All right. You can play on both, again, YouTube in the YouTube chat, and you can also play on the Twitch chat. Work together, have some fun, while I go ahead and let my character run back, take a bit of a break, and then I'll be back in just a bit. Here we go. You guys making Bubs do all the work? Let me come over and help you out, Bubs. Let's go. Come on, me and you. Let's win this, baby. What? Maine. Maine is a word. Let's go, chat. Come on, rise up. Let's earn some kids caps here. Making Bubs do all the heavy lifting. What? Maine. Can't think of any other words because my brain doesn't work. Moan. Oh, good one. I don't know. Throw some letters together, see if it happens. NIDM. I don't know. I tried to help. Mostly useless, but that's nothing new. Good try, though, Bubs Tubbs. I'm going to give you a whole bunch of kids caps because Bubs Tubbs is so awesome. Getting it going. If you only had one other person, Bubs Tubbs, I think you would have got that done. If it wasn't me. I'm not all there anymore, so my ability to spell and make sentences is greatly diminished. All right, we're going to go ahead and get back to some fun, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get back to some Satisfactory. We have been working on our stuff. As you can see, I used the hypertube to get all the way back to over here. And now we're going to go ahead and head our way out and build out the other end of the tracks for our mid oil that we're doing there, or center oil, actually, what we're working on. And we're putting all our oil along this edge until we hit the edge of the world here. Let's see if we hit the edge of the world. And we already have the ability for it to come back and switch between all these tracks and end up over here. So all we have to do is create a train station, tell it to go from there to over here, and that's it. That's all it really needs to do. So that's why we have this set up the way we do. So all of them can flow in here. I guess I could have took the hypertube over here. Kind of felt like flying. Okay, so we'll let it come through here, and we're going to have it go nice and straight here. So we'll grab this. We'll just run this forward to remind us that's what we're doing. We'll go ahead and just cut off the end of this as well. Flatten this out a little bit. Bingo. Cut off the end of that a bit, kind of like we did with that last one. Then what we're going to do is we're going to need an entrance and an exit. So we're going to go right to building some trains here, everybody. Let's go. We're going to do this like this. Get off that blueprint mode. Blueprint mode, I think, trips me up more than anything else. Let's see, which way is this thing facing? Like that, okay. And so we're going to go ahead and move that right into position. Weirdly, doing a whole lot of misalignment today. There we go. Then this one's going to come back, remerge into there. I think that's good. So we're going to kind of offset this a little bit versus this one over here. Just so we can make that match up, or we could try to work it in to where we're going to do it. What are we doing back here? Let's go double check. So yeah, we did the same thing. We cut that off and we just had that go straight into there. And then it's kind of going back that way. We'll just do the same thing over here. Looks good to me. All right, so again, we'll go ahead and turn on the auto connect if it's going to work. Doesn't look like it is. Looks like we need a bit of a gap too, because we got the hypertube in the way there. Let's create a bit of a gap here. Give us a little bit more room here. There we go. Bit better. Just to see if it's going to line up and all of that. That looks better. And then we'll have to redo this line. Plus, I'll redo it anyway because you just want it to be one piece. That's snapping right into there. And then this piece ending up back in there. Nice. Okay, that all looks good. Then let's go ahead and do the reverse of what we did on the other side, which is put in our stuff. Which side are we on? We're on this side. There we go. Yeah, actually, it's acting kind of funky on the alignment today. We'll do what we got to do. I'm weird here. Oh, this is reversed. Right, I reversed it. I'll put the other way. Got to go the other way. All right. I think it flipped it around on me to troll me. All right. There we go. This is actually over here. That's over there. Okay, very nice. Okay, better this way. I'll show you why here in a bit. Because the rest of the stuff snaps in a certain way as well. Like that. Okay. I knew there was something afoot there. Into there. Yeah, don't like that. We'll bring this forward a little bit here first. Then we'll go ahead and see if that'll snap. If not, we can move this back a little bit. And we'll rework that so that all works out. All right, that's good enough. And now we got our tracks coming through and then ending up over here. And then we can go ahead and get our stuff in here. So awkward. Awkward. All right, there we go. Now we're getting that lined up like that. Then boom, auto connect. Make sure that looks good. We got it on the left side like all the other ones. And our hypertube is going to connect. Okay, got that done. Looks good. Get that in there. Again, we're just building the other end of our train lines. And we are doing some mega blueprint connections. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4. And then these ones we don't need. All right, all this stuff got to go. Gotta go, gotta go. And run across here. All this. So cool, you can do this from really far away. Okay, that's all done. Now we're going to need our station. Definitely too high. A little hold down control, nudge it a little bit in position. That should connect all of our hypertubes and all that stuff. Nice. Okay. Then we just got the end of it here that we're going to add for the turnaround. Pretty close. Bit of a vertical problem there. There we go. Auto connecting all of that, and there we go. And then we're going to say center oil drop off. Drop off. There we go. Nice. So it's going to come over here and drop all that off of there. We got a few connections we still need to do, like up to there. We got to flip this switch so we have our hypertube working. There we go. Notice that the power just started working. because again, it comes through the electric lines. We got a little bit of work to do over here. I can see this is going through our railings. Won't really impact the train, but it doesn't look good, and I don't like it. Get this out of here. Put that right there. And we're kind of running these trains on these clear tracks, so any spot that I feel has to do with the trains themselves, we're going to go ahead and fill that in nicely like that. Okay. Looks good, looks good. We'll work on connecting this hypertube later. Now what we got to do is make sure that the train is going to work. So we're going to take this platform out. We're just going to preemptively take care of that, because most likely that's going to trip us up. And then we're going to go ahead and grab this edge again, take out this edge for our storage. And this. Go 4 out that way. All right, now we need a place for all this oil to go that when it drops it off. And we got to make sure we remember to change it to dropping it off and not picking it up. That's vitally important. And then over here, man, we're making some big strides today, man. We got this up and running. We might even be able to get to that other oil today. We'll see. Looks like it's lined up. All right, all you got to do is get the first one lined up, and then all the other ones, you just go into blueprint mode, and then I can see the shape of the other one, and I can just put it right next. You can also hold down Control if your blueprints are fairly decent, or if you're just doing one machine to the next machine. But I find it doesn't work that well when you have big old odd-shaped blueprints like mine. So best just to look at how the lines are adding up. Okay, so we got this going here. We're going to go to our cool horizontal vertical. You can see we want to go from the front backwards. And again, we're going to double connect all of these. So it's running this. Oh, wait. Nope. Got that backwards. Just recognizing when I got to the end. Always how it goes. Oh, yes. This is not right. I'm setting it up like it's picking it up. It's not picking up. It's dropping off. My bad. Get on out of here. But really easy to fix, though, because we can just take out the blueprints and put them right back in. No big deal. No big deal. Try to line those up nicely. Make sure this is centered this way, and then just do it again. And again, they're perfectly set up where they're offset to match up to each other. Makes it easy for placement, putting the stuff down. And then we'll middle mouse button the pipes over here while they're drawn in. Nope. I got a blueprint mode, middle mouse pipes. This way we don't have to color the pipes again. And output. That's what we want. Output. Again, I use both outputs, both inputs. You're going to have a better throughput if you do. All right, and then we'll go from the top down. Actually, start at the end. Probably should have did the top one first and then the other one, but such is the way it goes. As long as it works. That's the important part. All right, there we go. Got all of our outputs looking good. Now remember that this has the ability to do a bit of a head lift, so it will raise it about 10 meters up. But this is going to go up way higher than 10 meters up here, so we definitely want to put some pumps in here to get this pumping for sure. So we'll get our pumps going. Let's go see how we did our pumps down here. I think we did it on the bottom and on the top. Yes. Yes, we did. All right, nice. That's what I thought we did. Oh, actually, we go pick it up, and then we don't have to color it. Right over here. Nice. How do we want to do this? Kind of feel like we want to put this underground. Am I using posts down here? Yeah, I am. Okay. I just use posts. Try to keep it consistent. I could also run it underneath and do it that way. But alright, that has power. And then this, speaking of running underneath, I'm going to run down here. And try to remember where the heck the front of the train is. This way. Alright, now our pumps have power. This is all looking good. Yeah, I can see there all the little lines are yellow. And you definitely... Oh, this one's red. Oh, we didn't connect the top ones. Duh. Upgraded our power poles. Oh, I didn't realize that, but the power poles are actually taller. The ones that have more connections are actually taller. Think I ever bothered to notice that. There we go. Now we got them all yellow. Looking good. Okay, so this is our center oil drop-off. Now, will this work? That's the question. First thing we're going to do is tell it to unload. 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 And sometimes this takes a few rounds to make this work. But what we can do is go to our train station. Even though our train is way the heck off of that other spot over there, everybody, I can go ahead and control the train from where I'm at. As long as I remember what the name of the train is, the center oil train. And you can see center oil pickup is this first stop. And then center oil drop off is going to be done. I try to make it real easy so, you know, I don't forget. And then I say turn on self-driving. And what it's going to do is this next station is going to be the pickup. So it's going to go and pick up the oil, in theory, bring the oil over here and drop it off. So it's now automated. Nothing I need to do. But you definitely want to wait for it to come over here, watch it, make sure it does actually drop the stuff off. So we're going to sit here for a little bit, let it do its thing. And again, we can actually watch the train on the map by simply going over here. What if you turn this off if you wanted to? I can turn it off by taking the power off, I'm sure. I wonder if you turn these off now if you still see the nodes. I don't think I ever bothered to check that. But now I'm wondering. Okay, so right here we can see the train is running over here to center oil. It's turning itself around. And it's going to go ahead and work its way back toward the mid-oil. Where's our mid-oil train? Mid-oil train still on his way back. So he'll be able to go through here without the mid-oil train being in the way. And you really want to space these out so that they're not, they don't have to stop for each other at all. That's the most efficient train. So yeah, it's grabbing the oil from over here, running across. You can see it went out. Then it's going to merge in with the train station down the side. It's going to run down this way where the other train is running up. Over here. Yeah, I can see them traveling toward each other. And if it has a collision, we'll see it right here on the map too. So coming straight down. Wow, what a great, really nice straight thing. Oh, this is going through the spiral, going up the spiral with very little loss in speed because it's a perfect spiral. It doesn't do porpoising like this, which is going to cause you a loss in speed as well. And they're both going to be in the spiral at the same time. So yeah, now that one's going down, the other one's going up. That's cool. Looks like they're dancing. But they're just going up and down the spiral there, too. Be kind of neat to watch that, too. Watch them both go up and down the spiral. But what we want to see is him to go here and then end up where we are over here. And we see another train's going up here. This is our sulfur quartz, which is going up here to get this sulfur here and then quartz there. That one's already done, heading its way over here to mid-oil to pick that up. Center oil is still, oh, there we go. It's done with that spiral. Now it's going to go and do the other spiral that's over here. Again, center oil train. And it's coming across the bridge edge there, and then there's a spiral right here where it's going to go up that a little bit. Now, it's already a good ways up, so it doesn't have to go too much up that spiral. So it should just go around like 3 or 4 times, and then be ready to just dip this way and then cut across. Look at our boxy train, man. Our boxy train is jamming. Look how fast that thing is going. All right, yeah, here it goes. It's going to go down that way. It's going to head its way down here toward the sulfur pickup. We got a coal train. That's going actually that way. So, yeah. That's going this way. This is on the bottom level. What train is this train? Doesn't say. Far oil train. Oh, so that one's going back up while this one's coming down. But they're going to miss each other. And then this one's going to go up where that is. Oh, very nice. See, we didn't have any stopping of the trains because of other trains. You can actually cause it to slow down by adding more trains. You add too many trains and the trains are stopping and starting and being blocked. Oh, I see that train is stopped there. Just waiting for that sulfur train to come through. Or something. Interesting, it stopped here. Something is blocking the rest of the train. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Something, when that train was coming through or something, it was going up here. It caused this train to stop. It thought it was still on the track. But that's okay. It looks like it worked fine. And then we've got our center oil train going around the circles. And it's going to be over here where we are here in a minute. We're way over here. And it's going to circle around there, make its way down, cut down in here. Got a bunch of other trains running here. But the only one that could get in its way here is the Lake Coal train. And it's out of the train thing now. And it's out of the spiral. Yeah, and so these trains are going to be right next to each other. Lake oil train coming back. 2 lake oil trains. Apparently I set up 2 of them. I don't even remember. And then this one, center oil train, got ahead of this one before it pulled out of the station. So it's coming in. It's almost to us. We should see it coming down the line. Let's go get in our little observation area. Again, notice we didn't have to build all that infrastructure because we already built it. Yeah, here it comes. Now, the real trick is it going to drop off the oil? Because sometimes it gets weirdly glitched. So let's see what happens. I never get tired of watching the trains, by the way. Oh, yeah, all of them are moving. All 4 are working. Awesome. Awesome. First try, everybody. First try. That's pretty good. And since it doesn't have any oil in there, it's going to just drop all of it in there. Train's going to pull out. Go get some more. Then what we want to see is you want to see the oil flowing here. Yeah, there it goes. See it flowing into the backup here. All of these should have oil in it. If you see the little spinning thing, then something's messed up with it. But all of these have oil. It's all good. Those are going to pump in there and backlog all of that. By the way, pumps keep it from back chaining too. So instead of it just spilling out of here, back into here, the pumps will keep it up into there. And that's it. Works great. Nothing else we need to do. And again, it'll just backlog tons of oil over here, just like we've been doing on the rest of this. And we'll just let it run. And again, it'll automatically figure out block signals, switches, corrections on how it needs to get from A to Z. Awesome. Very, very awesome. All right, we'll let that run. We'll go back this way and fix this hypertube. I think what we'll do is take another one of these and put it over here. And then we can make some choices if we want. We can go that way, or we could go on this way. Like that. Yeah, choices are awesome. There's our mid oil coming through. You want to test it going the other way too to make sure that it does end up in the other station. And the way you know it's not it's messed up is if you come in and you fall out. That's when you know that your train station is not work or your hypertubes are not working. Pretty involved hypertube system, and is working awesome. All right, I'd say that's working. Seems to be working to me. And you can control it just by hitting E. It'll switch the direction that you're going. All right, that's fun. I think that's the GG's. We have to go back and work on some supports and just some support things. And then I think we're ready for the last group of oil. Or no, there's another one here. That's right, another one here. So do we want to go up from here or do we want to go up from here and go across? We might go back over here and then just take this one all the way up and just go all the way across and then back down until we meet up with this other one that's going across here. That's way down here. Or maybe we should just go up here and then go out and out. Maybe create a little circle that then comes back and goes down. So many ways you could do this. Because if I go this way, then I'm just making one track that can then track over this way, get this, and then I can track up with this and then just run all of this to a central junction, which is what I'll most likely do. Instead of making separate train stops and whatnot, I'll probably just run the resources, because you can just run along the ground if you want to. It doesn't have to be super fancy like I'm making it. It doesn't have to be, but it is fun to make it that way. Yeah, I kind of feel like we'll go up the center, though we're going to run into a bunch of mountains and all sorts of things that we'll have to navigate. But we do have our spiral, so if we need to use it, we'll do it. So yeah, we'll go from the center oil train up, and we'll do this part first, because this is going to be the harder part, and then we'll come back and we'll do this third section oil there. And some of this oil I think is underground too. I think this is the oil that's underground. I've done this oil before, I believe. It seems familiar. Yeah. Because there's a big arch that you start with. You start with this arch here in the forest biome, and then you usually go north, and that's typically where that is, way off to the side over here. I think that's where it is. I don't know. It might have been this one. I can't remember. I remember there was some oil, and it was in a cave that you had to go in and work on. That might be this one here. Yeah. Don't remember. Been a while. Been a while since I tapped those nodes. Okay, we want to go to center oil pickup. Let's go. Go work on our supports. Hyper 2's launchers are awesome. Oh, there goes our train. Go do it, brother. Bring that oil back. Whee! So bad for my vertigo, everybody. So bad. But hey, that's not going to stop me, everybody. I'm not going to let no medical conditions stop me. I'm going to do whatever the heck I want to do. Right? Right, chat? Don't let your perceived limitations stop you. Just keep on going. Yeah, so you need a little bit of an extra boost when you get to the top. This is a really, really tall spiral here. I think this is the tallest spiral I've done so far in this playthrough. Don't know if it's the tallest spiral I've ever done. It seems like it is. But it goes way up here. A bunch of loops in here. Feel like it needs a little extra boost about halfway. Oh, there goes another train. And down the spiral it goes. Pick up some speed right here as we dip down. It's a little radiated every time I go past that spot. Makes me want to go back there and fix it if I can. If it's just like a bunch of radiation clunks or chunks on the ground, you can clunk it and take it out and move it out of your way, like I did over here on this section of the track. I had to hit E to change direction there. I might change that later where it sends me this way by default. Always come back and modify it. You believe we just did all this, everybody? We just did all this just tonight. And again, that's the power of blueprints, everybody. Also the power of getting your production where it's backlogging all these resources for you. By default, it should just drop me into the station. Perfect. All right. Now we must go north. We must go north. Let's take a look at exactly where north is from where I'm at. Let's say like this. So right about here is where we're going. So we'll set a marker. Let's say there. And then we'll highlight the marker. And that'll be kind of our goal to go that way. You can see it shows up over there. And then as we get closer, we should... Oh, actually, I can see it just barely between there. So we've got to make our way through there, though we could divert early. Back here. Have it come in without going into this station. And just divert right here. We can run through that opening. Or we go further right and go down into the forest area here. This is a really good question. I feel like we should go scout it out. We got any power poles over there? Doesn't look like it. Oh, we were going to tie this up here. There we go. Tie that into that power. All right, we're going to take this and we'll run it over this way. And probably a good idea to scout it out a little bit first. If we see any stuff that we might want. I saw a Mercer sphere back there now that I think about it. We were doing something and I saw a Mercer sphere. Where did I see that Mercer sphere? Something in there. We already come over and clear this? Kind of felt like we did. Maybe not. So we're getting more ammo. Make sure you got your gun fully loaded before you start shooting so you can completely wipe it out for sure. And then we have our explosive rebar. Clear out all this smoky stuff. You didn't used to be able to blow these up, everybody, so it's really satisfying to go around and blow them up every time. And then we just blow those up. Probably just one of these worm guys. But might as well go in there and get her done. Again, I was running around. I know I saw a Mercer sphere somewhere while we were running around as well, but I don't remember where it was now. It was kind of off to the bushes. There's a landing site there. By the way, we're going to go to all these landing sites. We're going to get all of the worms. We're going to get all the Mercer spheres, all the summer sloops. We're going to do all that eventually. Again, I have no idea where that thing was, too. Should have grabbed it in the moment. It was my bad. Now I don't remember. Guess I could just search for it. This way. Well, hello there. Could be that. Let's see. I don't see anything there. Watch this little trick, everybody. Little line of sight trick. Let's reload first. Free shots. Line of sight while you're reloading. Oh, he still got me. Oh, he got me twice. Lucky shots. Still shooting at me. Just tripping him out by going left and right. So he thinks I'm going left, I go right. He thinks I'm going right, I go left. Yeah, there you go. Fall to your doom. How dare you? How dare you damage fixed property? I hear it. Aha!
Witness a threat.
That's not the one I saw, though, because that one's hidden, but do what we gotta do. This way. Yeah, over this way. Oh, yes, that's where it was. It's in the bushes. I've seen it on the side. In the bushes. Seems over that way. I think I was over here. Somewhere, and I'd seen it. Well, let's go and make some stuff explode. Again, satisfying every time. I doubt they did that on purpose, but very satisfying to just nuke all that stuff. Oh, little Spideys! Little sneaky Spidey's trying to get me. Think I got it all? There most likely used to be a tree there until I blew it up. Where's that Mercer sphere? This way. Says it's right here. Okay, I saw it off to the side here in these bushes. Is it up? Oh, it's up. Don't know if that was it either. Yeah, there's a lot of Mercer spheres right here. Another one. That way. Maybe it was that way. I don't know. Again, it was like on the ground level at in the bushes. Aha! There it is. Funny, I found two more when I wasn't even looking for. I was looking for one I was looking for, couldn't find. Sending tons of explosives. Don't think I got that one. There we go. There it is. Just doing everybody a solid, taking out all this gas. Not sure if those respawn. I hope not. Because that might be something we might run around and do and just take every one of those out in the entire world. Again, just make your own quests, everybody. That's part of the fun. More Mercer spheres out here? Nope. All done. Hey, that's more dimensional depots for us there. Let's reload on our way back. Okay, now that we got massively sidetracked, let's get going. Fred's like, hey, Kismet, come on, get to it. I'm on it. I'm on it, Fred. We're on our way. We're going to go to this little question mark and do a little preemptive deciding of if we want to run this stuff low or run this stuff high. We do have a bunch of valleys down in there. We can run it in. Okay, we got to get through this, and we got to get to over there. And it seems a little narrow to be able to run it through down there. Can't see my thing. Let's put this down here and go down and look. Waterfalls down here, cool. Yeah, a bit narrow. I like the waterfalls. If I was running it this way, I might run it. That would be kind of cool to run the train through there. This just goes to a waterfall. Yeah, very narrow. I'm looking for them. They're just popping up. Not even looking. But hey, if they want to give them to me, I'll take them.
Live, laugh, consume.
I try to do that every day. All those things. Me and the aliens, just like this. All right, onward. Yeah, we'll probably have to go up on the high side here. I mean, I would try to run it through the canyons if I could. But we'll probably try to run it over here. We'll try to avoid some of these nodes, because I see there's an iron node there. I got a limestone node, another iron node. Actually, it's supposed to be going that way. Can't remember ever even coming over here. But I obviously did, because I can see my power lines. I don't even know if these are still connected, and just in case they aren't, connect that into the central power grid. Okay, so then we get to here, and then we have this drop off, which we could angle down into that drop off. We're going this way. Trying to get back behind here where this oil is. That actually looks like a prime spot right there. And by the way, we're not going as long as we usually go, by the way, everybody. I got more things to do today. IRL things. But we're going to try to get some time in on Satisfactory here. We got some stuff to get going on. So yeah, bring the train right through here. Oh, we already went past the question mark, which is there, but we just did that where the things were. Looks like we already got a bunch of power systems here. So we brought the trains through the middle here. We could wind through the low side. And I'm purposely trying to do my trains lower, because again, I could just run it over the top. Just to challenge ourselves. To make our way through. So we could go left or we could go right. The real trick is... Whoa! Holy mackerel! Made me jump. Dr. Gluon coming in with a massive raid, everybody. Show him some love in the chat. How you doing, Dr. Gluon? What were you playing? I always like to know. Let me give you a shout out because you're awesome. Dr. Gluon. Boom. I used to call him Dr. Gluten, and no one corrected me. Even he didn't correct me because I'm old and I read words wrong. Let's see where we're playing. You're playing some Windrose. Ooh, I got that one on my list. I got that on my list to check out. Looks pretty great. There you go. Hey, yeah, didn't want to be mean. Nah, you're not mean. I appreciate you coming in, hanging out. I appreciate it. You just humor the old guy. I appreciate it. All right, we're out here trying to find some oil. Where's this oil at? Oh, real close, over that way. Oh, look at this. There it is. Let's ping it again. Because you can see it actually pinging in the ground. Yeah, right there. Over there, over there, over there. Oh, so much oil on this side. So yeah, we've got one right here. So we can just kind of bring our trains. We're going to do some tricky stuff. We're going to try to bring our trains through there on this low side and get our trains right to here. And then we'll probably build a massive train station out here somewhere. Kind of feel like out here. Let me ping it again. Yeah, out here would be a great spot. Just build a big old train station and then just pipe everything over here to the one station. Yeah, even my mods didn't tell me that was the wrong way to say it. But I'm actually lucky just to be upright, everybody. So I'll take what I can get. Just lucky to be alive at this point. But thanks for coming in and hanging out. If you are new to my stream, I know a bunch of you have been in here before. Thanks to Dr. Gluon. But my name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. I've been gaming for 50 years, everybody. We're playing an incredibly great game called Satisfactory. We are mega playing. That's where we just do everything you can do in the game, and we build it to a massive degree. Right now, we're running massive train systems where we're picking up crazy ton of loot, including all the oil in the entire game. And we're going to pipe that oil back to our gigantic mega base and build up a massive fluid power station that's going to power every single process in the game. Now, I think even more impressive than building gigantic things and making 100,000 plates and 500,000 of this is to do it as efficient as possible. Now, I've used only 20,000 power, still only using 20,000 power to do everything that I've already done, and I can actually finish the game, which I have done multiple times right now on just 20,000 power. And I think that's way more impressive to be crazy efficient, because what is the mandate of Fix-It? If you're familiar with the fictional company in the game, it is to put efficiency first. So that's what I always do. I listen to my commands of my corporate overlords, in this case, at least in this game. So now what we're doing is we're clear across the map, too. We're at the very top of the map, everybody. We just were over here. We ran a bunch of stuff. We're running a bunch of oil lines. You can see all my trains moving around here. Grabbing quick wire, grabbing oil, grab up over here, more oil over there, sulfur, quartz, is doing all that stuff and running all those trains all back to a central station. You can see they're all kind of having a little bit of a train dance right there where they're kind of waiting for each other, and we've got block signals which waits for other trains to go by, and then the other one can go by. All that stuff we set up awesome. So far. Probably the biggest playthrough of this I've ever done, and the most elaborate I've ever done as well. We're going to push the absolute limits of this game, so stick around, hit that follow button. It's going to be an awesome night. Appreciate you coming in. Again, if you're a friend of Dr. Gluon, you're a friend of mine. I got to meet him in real life, everybody. I know. Pretty cool, right? TwitchCon was very fun. We had a good time. Good time at TwitchCon with me and my mods, and then I got to meet him. He got to meet me. I was like, "What's up, man?" He's like, "What's up?" I think I had a picture with him somewhere as well. Before he was super successful, everybody. I knew him beforehand. I knew he was an amazing streamer. The second I saw his stream, I was like, "Oh man, he's gonna go places." I can tell you. And I'm the one also that suggested to Twitch multiple times for him to become a Twitch ambassador. And so there you go. Me and probably a bunch of other people as well. Not just me. I don't have that much influence. I wish I did, but I don't have that much influence. But I did suggest it multiple times directly to the top people of Twitch, the corporate peeps, and some of the engineers too. And it came to pass, which is awesome, because I celebrate the success of others, everybody. My job is to facilitate the greatness of others, I think, in my lifetime. So I like to facilitate the greatness of my team, of my family, of that kind of thing. and facilitate your greatness as well by showing you all my gaming secrets, because I got 50 years of them. So here you go. There you go. Now, one of the secrets we're figuring out is how we can take all the oil in this area, pipe it to one location potentially, or do we want to build separate stations to go to each station and do it? It's really about the distance of this oil, and do we want to take the time to build separate stations? I kind of feel like we just want to put it in the middle, somewhere over here, probably in this here, because we can just take all of these, run them to the middle here, because this is open. Maybe even take these and just kind of combine these together and run lines in here and then run it to here. And then we'd have one central station for all this oil. We still have to dip over here and get this oil. This is pretty far to get that oil. Of course, this is pretty far over here too. Yeah, I kind of feel like we just want to combine these and then run them along the ground. Just like a really long pipeline system, like they do up north. There are a bunch of pipes that they just run really long ways. It's kind of like the real freaky thing. If you're from California, everybody, and you've never seen this, or not from California, if you've never seen this, everybody, they literally have water running through the desert. And if you touch it, it's a federal crime. It's like a big aqueduct of water that's just running through the middle of the desert. Like, why is this water here? It's not like a lake or a river or something like that, everybody. It's actually a man-made structure that brings all the water from northern the U.S. Down into L.A., into Los Angeles. It's pretty wild. It looks like a mirage when you're out there. I'm like, wow, it's like water in the middle of the desert. Yeah, it's wild. Never knew about that until I ran across it. We were out in the desert fooling around, as you do when you're young, and you're out there riding motorcycles, you're out there running dune buggies. That's what we used to do when we were young, having a good time. And ran across that water, and it's got a big sign there that says, "Don't touch this or you're going to jail." And I'm like, oh, I'm out of here. I'm not touching it. I'm not even getting close to it. I'm out of there. That sounds like not my thing. Count me out for that one. All right, so now we kind of got an idea. We can go through this area here and end up down here. We're just doing some pre-scouting for our train lines. So kind of feel like that's what we'll do. We got a nice big opening here. We can get through there, go along the bottom edge, and end up over here. And previously, by the way, I'd build up really high because then you can just build up over the top of everything and then just run everything up to where you need it to be. But we're challenging ourselves to go through the terrain. And, you know, when you're driving in the train, it's much cooler when you're dipping through the terrain itself. And we'll work on a lot of curves and straights and all that stuff. So we'll have to come through and come down, curve over, curve forward, then this way, then up, then where I am right here, which is just right above the thing here. Again, we got to bring that right through there. And yeah, because we're going to need a very large train station and a very large train to get all of this oil in one place. And I think that'd be easier than running a bunch of trains. I think we just go over here, we put some extractors, we could run some power lines, which we probably already have. And we'll just run the central power from here, and then we'll just chain it this way, combine these together. We should probably do that first. We should probably work on running all of our stuff to the center first, and then running the train out, the train line. And then we have it in one central place. And once we have it in one central place, we're good. And I don't even know what these nodes are. This is an impure. We can combine those. Normal node, impure node. We can combine those. Again, this way you're not running, 4 individual pipes from these ones at the bottom. You can just combine them, and now you're only running 2 pipes or 1 pipe. So we'll combine those together. How about over here? Impure. Okay, combine those. Combine that. Okay. Pure, can't combine that one. Now it's going to. These both are going to actually need an extra pipe because those are pure nodes. And then some of that we can combine too. So yeah, we can combine that, run that here, and oh man, I picked the perfect spot because that's where the 2 pure nodes are. I did that completely by accident, everybody, but that seems logical right here. All right, let's go scout that out a little bit more. And I feel like that's the smarter thing to do logistics-wise. Looks like this is a little deep pond over here. Honestly, some of these places I never even been, everybody. I never even bothered coming out here. Because you can't just finish the game if you want to. And again, we're building a space station. Up there, I can't quite see it. It's up there. You can see the little dots of it going. I think I'd have to go up higher. Am I down too low to see it? Oh, you can kind of see it. If I go over here, you can see it better. But we're way off here to the side. Now, we came out here and we were putting a bunch of radar towers up. That's why I can see all the nodes. You can see the radar tower here showing me what's in that particular area. It helps tremendously. Oh, by the way, Dr. Gluon, if you got to head out, man, and rest up, you go right ahead, man. I appreciate you, as always. One of these days, I'm going to get to TwitchCon again. One of these days. Trying to get that Vault fan going. I'm going to build a real-life fan, put some Starlink on it, and go broadcast from wherever I want. And again, if you guys want to be part of it, you can start by hitting the follow button. That helps a lot. And if you do want to donate toward that project, know that every penny goes right back into the stream in the form of giveaways and other projects that we do. Very, very fun. All right, let's figure out what we're doing here. So we're going here. And this looks like a coral reef over here. How cool is this? Yeah, I like that. We're going to call this our coral reef station. And this is going to be a really, really long station. Kind of feel like we'll come in out of there, cut across here, and then make that nice and straight, aligned to the world grid, and then just pipe all this in here. I see there's one there. There's one over there. I think these are the pure nodes. Let's just double check. Let's ping it. Oh, yeah. So those are the pure nodes there. And we'll pull those pure nodes and we'll run it to here. Yeah, we might want to just run some blocks to get started. So we know where our kind of end goal. This is going to be a big train, everybody. It's going to be a massive train. Going to be fun. Probably the biggest train I'm going to build so far anyway. All right, we're going to head back. We know what we're doing now. And we'll just run some blocks to some foundations to get an idea of how we're going to navigate all this. Now that we have kind of an idea. If you notice also, by the way, I was putting the power poles where I think I'm going to run it. Like right here is going to be a little tricky spot. Because a lot of times you can only run straight. And the way that the thing works, you can very easily get tripped up by these overhangs. But yeah, and then it looks like we're going to come down from here toward that opening. So it might not be steep enough, though, at a 1% grade. Yeah, we'll have to square that out. Okay, then we're going to go up here. Oh, there's that manta ray. Could have got on there and go for a ride. Okay, and our current base is, our current one is straight from where we are this way. And again, it'd be fun to run the train through here and run it through things like this where it's up and over. Run it through here. We can also relocate trees, as in obliterate them. Our explosive rebar is awesome. By the way, you notice how I don't just drop? Because even if you lose power, you can press the space bar if you have your hover pack on, and it will slow your descent. It's kind of like spinning the rotors even without power. Very cool. I kind of feel like I can come in on that side, but this side's pretty cool because we can come in pretty low. There's some nodes here, though. Again, I don't want to obscure any nodes because we're going to try to tap every node that we can. And if you didn't know this, everybody, this is actually something I just recently figured out. You can actually go up a zip line and not down a zip line because it's got little electric wheels on it that allow you to go up. Which I think is kind of funny that I never even bothered trying that. Because you just assume a zip line is down like this. Whee! All right. Yeah, I think we could come from over here. Bring that down. Heard somebody right there. Yeah, tried to get me. He tried to get me. Okay, I feel like we should cut early. I feel like instead of going into the station, we should have this other train come off the side, go down, and start to just dip right down into there. That's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling them vibes. Again, my hover pack works off electricity, so if I'm close to any electricity, it'll keep me hovering. Yeah, we totally just need to take this train and dip it under. That goes that way. Maybe try to miss that thing there. Let's get a visual here. This is all flat here, so we could come down, go off the side, and try to aim right through the middle of there. And just bring that down at an angle. Well, let's give it a look-see. See if this is what we want. Now, I suggest if you're not sure, like I'm not too sure exactly how I want this to go, but we're going to give it a try anyway. We're going to go ahead and set this up where we can just kind of simulate what we're going to do. So this will, oh, we can come way under. Yeah, then we'll put some tracks in here and see if the train hits it. I don't like it when the train hits the thing. Yeah, see, the train's going to hit that edge, but I can just cut this edge back. All right, so we got a train hitting that. This edge is not necessary. Cut the edge back. It's golden. Golden, all right. Take that out. Put that right on there. And we'll check that clearance. Nice, okay, good. And then once we're down at that stage, we could go, say, one more. And then turn. We're going to want to have a little bit of a gap. So when this comes back, it's going to want to... Oh, wait, no, this is the outside. This is the back. So this would be the returning. Yeah, left side coming in, right side going back. So this is where it would come back and go up. And so we got that in there. And then this side would be the side where it comes out. And that's actually not going to be any problem because it doesn't have to go under anything. Because this is set way back. Probably should actually set this one forward a little bit. And the same thing with this over here, because when you make that transition into there, you're going to want to be set back a couple. So I feel like we want to do this here too, and we could rework a bit of that. Let's go ahead and do that. Going with a 2 meter. I want a 1 meter. Just trying to work on my clearances first. So basically my train clearances, just to get an idea of how my train's going to be able to not clip like that. Don't want that clipping. Again, you want to figure out all these logistics first before you do it. Yep, it's definitely going to hit that edge. Now, it's not actually going to cause the train to stop, and the train won't take any damage or get derailed or anything like that. Only if the train runs into another train or another vehicle. But, you know, more advanced builders don't like it to clip. That's why, by the way, they let you clip that, because they know most people who play the game don't want it to clip anyway. So we got to move this back by 1. And let's do that instead, just to give us some clearance here. We'll put a train line up here and try to get this to split. Oh, wrong way. Let's go this way. Do a little segment there so we can try to figure out how this is going to go into here. Yeah, it's not going to be long enough. It's putting it the wrong direction. There we go. What can we get away with? Don't like it. Go out wider. Just go out wider. That'll take care of it. Put that back in. Put that back in the corner. Yeah, just gonna have to go out wider. Pressing V instead of C. Oh, there goes our train. Yeah, I don't like that at all. All right, let's let this train go out a bit wider. Or actually, it's going to be returning wider. Like this. And we'll get this train to line up a little better. Like this. Okay. Now I could have probably just went to the end there. Probably would have been fine. All right. Right to the edge. Then we'll go ahead and do our down angle. And then we don't have any obstruction. Now again, we'll put in all of our supports and stuff and all that to deal with all of this. Right now we are, because you can, this is just like Minecraft, everybody. You just let it stay up in the ground, or stay up in the air if you want. All right, we need a track. And one of the tricks is you could do this and then just kind of run your train along here to see if it's going to hit anything. It doesn't look like it is. And then I can also see when does it clear the underside right about there. So it clears the underside there, so we can take the train out. We know it's these last two. And then in these last two, that's when we're going to create our curve. So we'll do this. And we'll just widen it out, make it easier. And then we'll take our thing here and we'll go 1.5 down. Like that, or we can just go into the curve. We could just do the curve. Go forward a little bit. I don't like to do curves and then curve again because it just doesn't look good. So we want to get this so it turns and straightens out. Sometimes you got to go a long ways to make it work. Yeah, it's got to go out a little bit there. Maybe just have this go out wider. We also want it to look nice too, so I mean I can make it look wonky, but I'd rather it look nice when it swings out. Then we have a nice, really nice curve there. There we go. And we got it cooking. Maybe put that one back. Okay, then we try our train. Oh, it's going to go under our pipes too. Nice. Then we want our train to go down. Oh no, we want to go forward one first. Then we want our train to go down. Or wait, we could use the ramp from the other side to connect to here. Oh, yeah, use a dual ramp. Oh, that's a good idea. So we could have this go back up the way we bring it down. And when it comes back up again, it's going to come back up on the right side, go down, go this way, and go back up this way. So we can, this way we only have to create one down angle, and it will have dual down angle. I like that. Sounds good. I'm probably going to have to do the same thing we did here, go 3 out to create a nice junction here. So we'll do the same thing. And 4 this direction. Again, so this one's going to come down. It's just going to curve as quick as it can. Oh, this one's curves real nice. Okay. Stay there. Yeah, nice. Okay, so it comes down like it's going to go in the station, but it cuts early. And this way it doesn't have to go through the station and then go, because there might be a train there blocking. So we can just have it bypass that and come back the other way and reconnect into the thing here. Then we want to go a little bit here so that we can work on the angle. So you want to leave a little bit of space after your curve so we can go down angle. So it looks like our down angle is right where that darn thing is. I don't want to end up in that thing. I want to go a little bit more right. I can do whatever I want. My game. If I want to go right, I'm going right. Well, let's go a little right. So when we come down in there, we'll end up down that lower part. And we go right through there and then navigate through that lower part. I've been playing for 6 hours. I believe you. I believe you. It feels like 6 minutes. Too fun. All right. Let's say here. Oh wait, too far forward. Too far forward. We got to leave a little gap. Oh. Half. Let's go half block. Half block gap. Sometimes hard to see the halfway block. There we go. So that's going to come out. Oh, it went down into the ground. Oh, don't like that. Why is it like that? Oh, I put the foundations up too high. My bad. My bad. How much is that? That's 6. 6 long. Sometimes that happens when you're aiming at the side stuff. It makes it go up high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. It actually counts it for you too, by the way. This is glass foundation, and then it tells you how many you're putting down. But I am old school. I like to count it myself. Actually, we'll just start it from here. And that'll give us a nice curve. Half block here, and then it should be solid. Nice, okay. And then it's going to come back the other direction. So hopefully we got this, we're eyeballing this. Hopefully that'll thing, and if it doesn't, we can always make it work out anyway. So as it comes back up, we'll also divert this part underneath here. So when it comes back, it'll just go and end up in that over there. Underneath there. And we could have it go that way too. So it comes in, it goes this way, and then turns up for what? Turns up to 4 watt. And then goes up into there. Right there. That's a song, by the way, everybody. Anybody says, hey, turn up the 4 watt. It's like, turn up for what? That kind of thing. You're back, Crimson Knight. Good morning. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Hey, Emily, what's up? Thanks for chilling out in the stream. Appreciate everybody coming in. Having some fun. So what are you working on now? It amazes me how many games you play and that you remember what you're doing in each. I know, it's amazing I can remember all the massive detail in all of these games, but if you tell me your name 5 minutes later, I forget. Sometimes I can't recall words and stuff like that. I don't know. Some people just have a certain affinity for stuff, and I have a certain affinity for remembering this kind of stuff. But names and phone numbers, forget about it. I'm the worst. All right, so now we got that figured out. I think we got that started. We are working on a diversion of our main line here. We got this all done, by the way, that we were working on earlier. The center oil, that's working flawlessly. The train's coming in and out, grabbing that center oil. But what we want to do is divert it before it gets here so it doesn't have to wait for this train to unload or load and unload, or really load in this case. So it doesn't have to wait for that train. So that means that it can just come down while this train is loading and then divert, go grab all this oil, because this second train that we're building now is probably going to be the biggest of all the trains, because we're going to bring all the oil into a central spot. So we ran over there, we figured out where we were going to try to run everything, though there is a waterfall right over there. I could just kind of run it to the waterfall and then kind of run it around the side. But we're going to try to run it down into here and run it through the forest into this lower part, drop it down again, run it through that, go over there to where there's like a big coral reef, build a gigantic train station, and run all the oil to it. But we're just kind of trying to figure out the logistics of if this is going to work or not before we go in and just build out all that stuff and then realize it's not going to work. So again, see, look at the distance that's going to travel. That's going to travel pretty much most of the forest on the way down. And again, we'll have to make some massive supports along the way. I think that'll work out just fine. We'll work it out. All right, that's what we're going to do right here. So we're going to start actually building right here just to, again, figure out some of the logistics. Now, I have what I call mega blueprints, everybody, and that's where they are massive. And they actually are so massive that they're actually cut into various parts, kind of like you would do, part A, part B, part C. Well, I got part A through Z over here of a whole bunch of stuff that we can use together. And one of those things here is our support. So what I'm going to do is actually start with a flat support here. I actually can move this back. I can take this out and put our flat support right here where this one already is. And just kind of put it right here in the corner. And again, the hologram mode is awesome. You got nudging, you got horizontal and vertical nudging now, which is super useful. All right, now the reason why we want to do that, speaking of, there it is. We did that all tonight. Got that all working. Built a whole line here. We got it up and down, all that stuff. We got to do all the support still. We went down there, we tapped all that oil, ran the oil up here, built a station on the other end, routed it through all the other stations, and boom, it's off and running. Got it done. Now we're on the next one. Probably on the biggest one that we're going to work on. All right, so first we want to go ahead and have a little bit of space before we go into the down angle. So we're going to do that, and then we will use our down angle stuff here like this. So we've already pre-built. And you can see I put railings on there and all sorts of crazy embellishments right over here. Now we can try to auto connect, but that's not going to work. I can tell you already. So we'll just go ahead and do this. And we'll do our own manual connection here once it fills in. Like this. And again, the one back, we will go ahead and divert further down. We'll figure out the length here. Actually, we can figure it out right now. We could figure it out right now by simply doing some zooping. There we go. So we're going to run that like that, and this will come in and then turn. We'll probably turn a little sharper than that. There'll be a support here, so we'll probably come in, turn real sharp, cut straight across, zip up that way. Very cool. All right, now we know where that's going to go. Now we have our angle here that we can go ahead and work on. We're going to take this one out so that we can create a little bit of a angle here. And this is going to go 1.5 like that. It's going to create a nice transition so it's not like floating way up there. And then this one will run all the way down to here. Right on the edge like it was on this one. And then this one we don't need because we know we're going to run it in this lower part. We don't even need this whole side, which I'll probably eventually take out and then rework how that looks later. But for now, let's go ahead and move on to the next one. And get out of blueprint mode. There we go. Try to snap that to over there. Just enough so I can get it kind of nudged around. Again, hit H for holographic mode. I don't do small stuff, everybody. We do mega builds up in here. We don't do no little baby building. We do our thing up in here. All right, we're going to do some auto connect. So it connects that up there and the train line over here. Again, this one, I can tell you that we're not going to need. Wait for it to load first, otherwise it tries to highlight the whole thing. There we go. And right here, it's going to divert. Yeah, so we'll probably just take this out, flatten that out, and have that divert when it comes up. Boom, it'll divert right out of there. We'll take all this side out. We can actually just probably run it straight right there. Yeah, when it comes up, we'll flatten it, and then just run that, or run that underneath, straight across. Try to avoiding the supports. Okay, super fun. We got this down now. Okay, now we need a support. We'll put our support in next, and this is an angled support right over here. So it's continuing that downward angle, and again, you want to take your time to make sure you got these things lined up because they do awkwardly sometimes not line up. This one does. This one we don't have to worry about because we'll fix all that later. Like this. There we go. Nice. Yeah, maybe I'll go up one more. And then flatten out. Right there. Better. Better, better. All right, then we just rinse and repeat using our awesome modular blueprints. So glad they added the auto connection and then also adding the vertical and horizontal nudging. Really does help a lot. This is going to be a fun train to ride right here. 100%. Get back a little bit. There we go. That one went right into place. Nice. These are a different height offsets, so it's a little awkward to get them to line up on the first try. So you got to do a lot of kind of fuddling with it to get it going. It's because of the height of the... this thing goes up really high on this side, and then the other one's only like this high. So again, getting those two things to match up. You need that vertical nudging. You need all of that horizontal nudging. Otherwise, you're going to have real trouble getting those to work. Actually, in the previous version, before they added the vertical nudging, this actually would be real difficult. Okay, so we got that going. Looks like it's good. We're matching all that up. Again, we're trying to bring it down into the forest here. We could have used a spiral, too. Could have put a spiral there, down there, and then did that. But I kind of feel like we'll just do an angle since we've done a bunch of spirals. And just have a nice long run here. Again, the lower the grade, the lower the amount of slowdown that's going to happen. Right? You don't want it to slow down. You want to keep running it at maximum speed if you can. Yeah, there we go. Sometimes I feel like it's learning while you're going. Learning how to snap better. I don't know. It could be just me. Maybe I'm just doing it better. I don't know. Okay. Again, we got these set up. We're just doing one after another, building out some seriously cool stuff. Look at that. We built all that already. Make sure you don't make a mistake back here, because you make a mistake back here, guess what? You're going to be redoing all of this too. Looks pretty good. Now we got some transition stuff there we'll have to work on at some point, but we're doing good. And then number 7, bringing this down into the forest. And we'll go again and do all these supports. I like to do them later after I figured out all of the logistics of stuff, as they're not that high priority. The stuff doesn't fall down like in 7 Days to Die and other games that have actual physics that you have to adhere to keep your stuff up. This will stay up in the sky as long as you want it to. Yeah, I think we are on a perfect trajectory here. It's also just getting very relaxing, everybody. Very enjoyable to just keep building out these insane builds. Ooh, kind of feel like we might hit that. This is our chance to go over it or through it. Got this kind of oval thing. A little tempted to go through that. We could go straight and try to go down, or we could try to reverse engineer. Where's the rest of our power? The rest of, man, we're way over there. Let's go this way. Try not to die on the way down. Again, you can see I just press the space bar and it's spinning the turbines of my little hover pack. And that'll float me down the ground nice and soft like that. What we're going to do is run over here and run this power so we can explore a little bit. What up, Home Slice? Catch me if you can. Come on. I dare you. Come on. Get me before I get over here. What you got? What you got? Come on. Here I am. I'm right here. Come on. He's too afraid. Plus, I could just float up like this. He's like, ah, Kismet, I know that trick. I know what you're going to do. You're just going to float out of the way. And he was 100% right. Oh, hello. Got this node that's covered. We can take care of that. There we go. No covered node now. Okay, and again, we can see our stuff coming down up there. And yes, we're just going to run these power lines through the forest. Advantage of having lots of resources, everybody. Just go and build this stuff. A little bit of a gap there. Right here. Okay. Now, we don't want to put these in our way, obviously. But we do want to just kind of scout ahead a little bit. See if we can reverse engineer this. What are you doing up there? Oh, there's a guy up on the top there. One right there. Didn't even see him. Sneaky bastards. They're there, so if you're trying to climb up here, I see. If you try to climb up on this thing, they're in the way. They did now. Okay, so we're trying to bring this down. Do we want it to go under? I don't think we do. I don't think we're going to make that. Based on the angle that thing's coming down. Nah, we might need to straighten out, or we might just miss the top of it. But we're definitely not getting under it. But over here, I think if we angle down, we might be able to get through that. Ah, look, Fred's already here, scouting it out for us. Thanks, Fred. That would be cool to go underneath that. And then just go this way. Though we want to actually go that way. So we're going to have to curve this way. Wow, look how fast Fred is. He's over there already. What's up, Fred? Whee!
Retweets are good.
Boing. Boing. If you didn't know, everybody, you can bounce on the back of Fred here. Some people call him Peanut. Boing. I'm not even jumping, by the way. It just falls and does it. Did we get the retweets done? Hey, look at you guys go. All right, let me go ahead and give you a bunch of kitties caps for crushing it. Nice job. Hey, my alerts are working again. Awesome. Let's see if it says hi now. Sometimes, again, it goes offline because they're working on it. Let's see. Nope, those don't work. All right, we'll have to fix those later. Fix that later. All right, so yeah, over here. So we've got to get that to come through there. Oh, we're going here. And then we'll have that go underneath there. And then we'll have to divert sideways. Just because we want to get through that feature. This way, yeah, here. So come through there. Maybe put a curve as you're curving through there. Then this way. And then we have some more curves. Maybe curve down. Got that one in the way there. We could curve and then come down. Try to get under this. Seems pretty low. Maybe. And then curve again through this. Have to go up a little bit. Do a little tree rearranging. As in obliterating. Got this stone in the way. Ooh, jumping over that chasm. Alright. Too many trees. Blocking my view here. Look at that little zen thing over there. Looks like a little zen area. It looks like I picked something up from there because I can see my little things are there. Clear this out so we can see this a little better. Alright. So yeah, come through there. Try to come up here and then I don't think that's going to... that does not look like an angle that's going to work there. Oh, here comes our guy. Let's go for a ride. Whee! Ah, we fell off. Bye, guy. You can ride that guy. Very fun. Also pet him, too. I feel like we got to go here, and I feel like this is definitely not going to work with the 1 meters. We might have to use 2 meters here. And I don't feel like we want to do our 2 meters on our longest train. Because it's going to slow it down. We might have to go through the middle here. We might have to angle down. Maybe just go right over the top of this little area here. Then try to angle down through there. Or like this. Angle down, turn, angle down. That's going to be hard no matter how we do it. But we're going to kind of make it go through the, just embellish it by, I can just make it go straight over the trees, everybody. You can. But we're trying to make it come down and then go through the forest and, you know, do all the fancy stuff that we do. And this is what makes it difficult. Hey, Harm, what's up? But I do like a challenge. So we're going to try to get it right through here because I think this is a pretty cool spot right here. This kind of cool shape here. So if we can get it to here, then we can try to curve here and curve it underneath this, down a bit, underneath that one, through that other one, up to the top, down again. We'll make it work. But this definitely looks like it's about to hit this edge, but we might make it. I mean, based on the angle, looks like it's going to be pretty close, but we might make it. All I know is we need to go back this way. Okay, so what do we got here? We got this one. We got that one. We got our support. 1, 2. So we're ready for another support. All right, I say we go for it, see what happens. Worst that could happen is we just take it out and we put it back in again. Or we flatten out first and then we do it. Too close to call, but we will try. There we go. We're going to know in a minute. That is 100% for sure. That would be wild if we just like totally made it. We totally made it through there. Here we go. Moment of truth. Where's that back so far? That was weird. What is going on here? Oh man, look at that. It's almost like I did that on purpose, everybody. Wow, that is perfect. If I was trying to do that, trying to engineer that. Oh, wow, okay. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And sometimes it's better to be good and lucky. Be both. Very lucky, and I think it's going to help us just get right here. Okay, I eyeballed that pretty good. Eyeballed that on point, everybody. Let's see some GGs in the chat. That's some cool stuff right there. Again, that looks like it's acting as our support there, too. Very cool. Man, this is good. This is good stuff. All right, here we go. Come on, we want to get this in here. We want to cut right. It's going to be tricky going through here. Gonna be tricky. I love these moments when these things just work out. Because normally you gotta rework a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, and then we're gonna go here. And look how nice these blueprints are. But again, they make it easy. Make it easy to get. Oh man, right through there too. All right, let's check our train heights. Oh yeah, plenty of headroom. And our hypertube has plenty. Oh, I hear somebody. Somebody down there getting rowdy. Who's getting rowdy? Fred, is it you? Oh, I hear him. One of them boars. Where's your friend? Over there. Hiding in those trees. Not anymore, sucker! Sorry, Fred. He's like, I'm out of here. Because we're throwing off explosives. Alright, so this is awesome. Okay, this is going to be perfect. Then we're going to go ahead and turn. We're definitely not going to get this one, but we can try to get that one and then this one. Might be a little close here. Let's see what we got. Let's go ahead and use our curve, number 5, and see what it looks like. That's why you want to pre-make all of this stuff, everybody, because I'm making this look easy, but there's a lot of pre-made stuff that makes this just crush it. Right over here. Auto connect. Boom. That comes in. I'll definitely fix this edge here. Probably offset a little bit, but oh my goodness. Holy guamoles. This is some epic work I'm doing right now. Yeah, GG, right, Bubs Tubbs? This is some epic work. I hope you guys are appreciating this hard work right now. Because this is awesome. All right, we're going to go straight because we're going to need to, we're definitely going to need to work this transition because I don't think that is actually connected. It doesn't look like it is. It doesn't feel like it is either. So we are going to... because we're going to definitely need an offset there. And probably a support. So we'll offset a little bit more, which might make it be a little close to that left side. But it is nice right here. We could bring it up a little. Flatten it. Bring it up a little bit to help with that transition. And then angle down. Flatten out. Angle down. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. That's just going to help us when we transition from the angle to the flat edge. We're going to go ahead and take these out. Take this in piece off and just customize this a bit. There we go. And then we'll use our flat side, and again, that'll be our support as well eventually. And down, 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 this way. And that'll help us flatten out. Oops. I did not mean to do 2 of those. Okay. And then we'll take this out. Bring that down to here. Oh, did it take the whole thing out? Ow. Okay. All right, we got to fix that. So many wrong buttons. Blueprint mode is tripping me up. Okay. So we were at this one. Okay, we got blueprints. We just do it again. Like this. There we go. Then, no blueprints. Okay, that's grabbing it like it's a blueprint. Don't do that. There we go. Take this out. Flatten this. Looks good. Feel like I want to come back and fix all these segments later. It doesn't quite do the segments perfectly. It doesn't even out all the segments. It'd be nice to come back and fix those on all those hypertubes, but first we got to get the trains established first. I mean, before we get into all of that, that's detail work. You really need to get it going where you want it to go. And then, again, this will be flat now, so it's easier to go into this curve. Again, you want to give it a little bit of space so that you can control the up angle, so it doesn't just like have this big gap under it. Is what we're trying to fix. So right here and right there, and then this will go here. Then you have a really nice smooth transition, and then into the curve. And that still lines up. Okay, cool. Then, same thing over here. We'd want to have a flat edge first to help with that transition from the curve. And I don't know if we'll use this support, but we'll see. When we go to do supports, we'll figure all that out then. Then we'll want our down angle. Should be 7. And see, it's a little easier just to go in and do all the track stuff ahead of time first. We'll just turn that auto connect off. We'll just manually do that. Take this part out. Take the tracks out. Again, see, when you go into a curve, you really need to control the not only the curve, but also the down angle. So that takes a bit of extra work, but is 100% worth it. So your trains are not doing weird stuff and bumping up and down and getting slowed down and all that stuff. You want a nice, clean, look at that. Look how clean that transition is. Nice. Don't forget our hypertube here. They added a really cool function that I really like, everybody. When you go and you do this, you can set it to curve mode. When you set it to curve mode, it actually follows that curve. Just does it automatically. It's awesome. Very awesome. Again, we'll come back and fix all those small segments, I think, at some point. Okay, so we got that one done. Now we're going to do this one. And this is just down angled, and we are going to miss that. That's good. Come on. What you doing? What you doing, game? Why you act? Oh, you're in blueprint mode. That's why. Why are you acting so crazy? So crazy. I was dealing with the craziness. Okay, then we'll turn this auto connect back on again. And there we go. It's going to be close too. This is going to be a close one. Again, I have it at a minimum angle, everybody, so that it's not going to slow down my train all that much when it's going up and down. Actually, on the way down, it's actually going to gain speed. But on the way up, it's going to lose the minimum amount of speed. So it's going to be really cranking going up this ramp. If you make it even steeper, great. It's fast on the way down, but on the way back, it's like chug, 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 chug. You don't want that. You want it to be as optimized as possible. Believe me. All right, maybe. Maybe we'll hopefully get lucky again. We'll see. We are trying to get lucky again. Up, over. Nice. Oh, not feeling it. Not feeling it on that one. I don't think so. Yeah, that's this, and then we're on this one. That one looks like we're going to have some problems. We might need to steepen it in that one spot to try to get it to go under there. Because I have a feeling it's going to be not deep enough for our trains. Or we could try to move it over one. Try to get this higher area. But we'll keep trying and see what happens. You can always adjust it. Again, the great thing about the blueprints is you can take them up really easily as well. So you can always just take it all out, redo it again without having to take it out one object at a time, which can be trouble. Yeah, definitely going to have an issue on the way back. I can see this one over here, 100% not going to make it. This one here, this side will make it, this side will not. But if I moved it over by one block over, we could actually make that. Yeah, then doing that curve is going to be fun. So we got to go back by one block. I added that block, and then we got problems. Then also, because I flattened it, it wasn't down as far. So that's an issue too. Yeah, I don't like to come down and then go into a curve because that messes up the curve. What can we do here? Those trees out of the way while we're thinking about it. Yeah, see, if I flatten it out up higher, it's only going to be up higher when it goes around the corner and then have the same problem when it gets to the end. So if I flatten it out here and then go into a curve, it's going to be up a little bit, and then when it gets there, it'll be up a little bit, and it'll have that problem again. So that's tricky. So we might be forced to go into a curve from that straight line, which is what I started to do originally. We'll give that a try. I'm not going to like it that much, but it should function. Let's just take all this out, and again, this is how you figure stuff out. You give it a shot. You give it a go. Okay, let's see if we can just make a magic happen. I mean, we can roll it back. It might be fine. We'll see. We might just live with it being up a little bit as it goes into the curve. Okay, I want to turn that auto connect off. Then we got to get this curve to work. I just live with it. It's kind of dipping down into the foundation. That little dip down there, and then it comes up. I'll live with it. I prefer to do it the other way, but this is going to cause us not to be able to go under there, so we're going to just rework it. All right, and then we're just going to immediately start going straight down. Oh, that is not how that goes. What are you doing, Gabe? What are you doing today? He's got a mind of his own today. Doing weird snapping. And then same thing here. We're going to have a kind of a weird transition down to here, but we'll do this so we can make sure that we get hit that edge. And then wait for this to build so I can get these rails out of here. Again, it's not that bad. It's just not what I prefer. I think it's fine. If it makes us get to this one spot down here, then totally worth it. Why does that seem crooked? It's because it is crooked. No crooked. Okay. Ding, ding, ding. Let's see how this works out. Again, we have it going, we have it steeper now. So actually two spots are going to be steeper, which is going to help us get underneath that. Let's turn our connect back on. We manually connected all of this. We want to put our curve in here. Oop, I already had it on curve. Our curve in. No, I had it on curve mode. Okay, that we don't want to do. Yikes. Okay, we'll fix that later. Okay, all the way coming down. We still got our power. And I know it's working. The tracks are working because I still have power right here. Again, we're trying to get under that thing. We're going to see if it happens. Okay, so this was 2, and then we need a support, I think. 1, 2, and then support. Yep. Every second one of these I make a support, so we come back later. What are you doing? Yeah, again, I don't know what's going on my blueprints today. I don't know if they changed them that made my blueprints go crazy or something. But they're not even aligning the right direction anymore. Such as how games are. Auto connect there, and we missed here. Fix it now before you forget. Okay, how's that looking? Looking good. Support's looking good. Support this, then this one. Vertical nudging for the win. Oh, control. Got a control page up to get that to half step. Okay, then we are here. Now it's doing it. And we want to see if this is low enough to get our trains through without having to resort to using a 2 meter. Gonna be close no matter what. Ah, look at that beauty! Come on, GG's again, everybody! Look at that! Come on! That's some sweet engineering right there, everybody. I'm just doing this for you guys. Normally, I just build it over the top of the whole world. No point in doing this other than you just want to have it look awesome. Even the hypertube's not getting hit. Hypertube just perfectly sitting against the side of there. That's chef's kiss right there, baby. All right, now the tricky part. Going and putting a curve in here. This is going to be tricky. Though probably easier than that one. Because we can just go ahead and go through here. Get all this out of the way. Probably the trickiest part is clearing that part in the back. We don't want to go down too far, otherwise we won't be able to clear that over there. But we might go up and then, I think we'll go up and then turn. We'll come up, we'll go ahead and curve, go up to here, angle down, and then try to curve through that thing there. Doing some of my most complex stuff right here. Well done, right? Yeah. Arm's like, yes, nice. All right, let's just go ahead and go straight and see how that works out. And then we'll go into a curve. Flatten it out a bit here. There we go. Let's check our curve. Where's our curve going to go? Be a great time for a curve. Oh, perfect. Okay, nice. Okay, we'll take it. I'm going to turn off the auto connect because, again, the ends here need to be further back. We'll deal with that later. Then we instantly, we got to do the whole transition into an angle thing again. Yeah, right here. Get off blueprint. H. So yeah, we'll have to work that a little bit. Another close one. Again, notice how we can use the same piece, but we can go up instead of just down. And that's how I designed them. So you can go either way, elevating or going down. Going up or going down. All right. Again, we'll turn the thing off there. We'll fix up all that transition ourselves. I don't know. That looks pretty close. We might have to go up there, then curve, then up, then over. What are we doing here? We're doing this one. This way. That one we can. Oh, we should be doing these reversed. Yeah, we should be reversing these. Yeah, we should have done 8 first and then the other one. Take this one out. When you're going in the opposite direction, you got to reverse the place order. So instead of doing down, I'm talking about the numbers at the bottom here. So I'm doing 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8 when I'm going down, and then when I'm going up, I'm doing 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, like that, and that will allow me to connect it. There we go, and that's a nice auto connect there too. So we got to reverse, but not sure we're going to clear this here. We'll see what happens. Nope, going to run right into the side of it. So close. All right, we got to do some problem solving. Yeah, I think one more angle and we'd have this. So, what could we do? Coming out of here, we could make this flatten out earlier, which would still keep us below this, but have us give a little more elevation so we don't have to go to our 2 meters. So we will look at where this is. We'll just put some trains in here to keep our view. So instead of doing this here, we want to come up a couple if we can. So we could probably flatten out here. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll take out these, and we'll take out all of this. We'll take these 2 rows out. And all of this stuff. Oh, this one. Then we go into the curve. And we'll be up higher. No, we're not out as far. Why was I out? Oh, because I was out two further. Oh, I just need to add two of those. Just to add more. Yeah. Get off of blueprint mode. I gotta add more of these. Space it out a little bit more. And then straight into a lift. That power pole is going to be in our way, but we'll deal with it later. Deal with it later. Oh, no, we'll start with number 8. We're doing the reverse direction. Okay, we'll fix all that transition here in a second. We just got to get this up over this thing. That's what we're really trying to do. Turn that auto connect on. And, ooh, that's how you get her done. Come on, I'm showing you some of my best stuff right here, everybody. Some of my best gamer secrets. Again, see, based on the how many meters you needed to bring it up, which is about 2 meters there, we're about to just roll over the edge of this. This is not connected, too, so I don't have any power. I can't jump up there. Let's go back here and make all this work, because we know that's going to work there. Well, that'll help us go through there. Let's go back here and put this back together. All right. Now we can do our nice transition over here, too. From a half block to a full block. Half foundation, actually. And then just bring these down. Transition this into here. Easy mode. We got plenty of space. Take that out. Transition this down into that one. This one we will make a curve because that's cool. Very nice. And then this one will just go straight into a lift and a lift here. Good, good. We'll go with it. And then take this out. Just manually connect all this stuff. So we got that. Okay, now we should have our power out here now. Well, no, we get out here and there's no power. That means there's something wrong with these tracks. No, that's GG's. Okay. Then still lifting. So we'll probably end up taking all that out of there, because that is literally just sitting on that edge. So I kind of feel like maybe we can just build a foundation there and say it's doing that. But dang, that is good. Look at that. Wow. Doing some of my best work right now. All right, now can we get up over this? Let's go. Again, we brought it down so we could get through all this fancy stuff. Now we got to get it back up and out of here. And then we did, what number we do there? That was, oh, I don't remember what it was. Take it out. Take it out, do it again just in case. Landed on my face. I do 8 first, then 7. Looks good. Oh, we got this. Then we want to start going back down. Might hit that part right there, though. Or move over. Move over here. Instead of rising up, come in and flatten out. Fred standing right in the way. Get out of there, Fred! It's like, oh, that was my favorite tree! I think we should go right here. We're going to have to go down and try to work our way in there. Maybe down and then side and then down to get through there. This is going to be a really fun ride, though, because you're going to go through all of these things. Definitely feel like we should flatten that and curve it. Again, let's clear all this foliage. Figure out the lowest point in which we can curve this to reach this top edge right here. So you got to find the highest point. Let's say the highest point probably right here. This is just for testing. So what you do is you test it and see if that's the highest point. Yeah, that's the highest point right there. We got a little extra too, so we don't have a bunch of stuff. I hate all these bushes coming through my stuff. Bushes! Get out of there, you evil bushes. And so I put up a little higher so you don't have grass and bushes. One of the big love to Fallout 76, by the way, they added a function that if you put a block down, it hides all of the stuff under it. It hides all the bushes and flowers and everything that came through there. And you know why it does that? Because I bet you they watch my stream. Because me and I don't know how many other people, I'm sure many, hate that when those come through your foundations. That should hide that when I have that foundation there. Okay, we want to just cut that angle as close as we can too. So we're going to go here, and we're going to do a 1 meter. And oh, we could cut way back on this 1 meter too. Way over here. Maybe a little more. Let's try one more. You know when you've gone too far, that's for sure. Darn flowers in my thing. I could probably live with that. That would be fine. By the way, I held down control when I did this so it would align to the world grid, so it aligns to what we're doing. We'll have to bring it in here, and it's actually going to go like this and not at an angle like this. It's kind of going to have to go straight that way. Because again, if you hold down control, it will align it to world grid. And you can see that it's going in the same grid as that other one. So yeah, I kind of feel like right here will give us our maximum angle from this top side. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to go right over the top of this. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get it down there. Spiral. Oh yeah. That's what we need. Whoa, look up. We need a spiral to get down there. Right here. So we'll have that come down into a spiral all the way to the ground, and then run in between all the water. 100%. 100% what we'll do. All right, you're going to see Kismet do a perfect spiral today, everybody. It's going to be awesome. But now we got to get this to basically do what this is doing. So we have to get the elevation, which I think I'm at right there. Pretty close to it. Let's go ahead and back run this over here and see where we're at. Yeah. Yeah, 2. Needs to go by 2. Then curve this way. Oh, that's going to be tough. You're going to have to curve and then curve again. Oh, look out. Shooting stuff. Put that away. Okay, so we're gonna have to go up a little bit more here. Then maybe into a curve. Okay, nice job not taking that out. Try that again. There we go. And then curve. A lot of angles into curves, which I normally don't like, but we're making it work. Okay, that's going to curve there. Ah, it's going to be in the way. To bring that down a little bit. Because we're going to need to take this out. We take a break. Holy mackerel. Another way over my break moment. All right. Again, you get all wrapped up, everybody. You really do. It's super fun. Love this game. My favorite games of all time. And that's saying something because I've been playing games for 50 years. Okay, so we got that. We're going to go right through that rock no matter what we do. If I go back again, I come down again. Gonna have to go wide. Gonna have to go a little wide. But we can still, whatever we need to do to avoid that thing, we definitely want to do. Alright, we take all this out. Take that out. We are definitely gonna have to, we're gonna readjust this. Get that figured out. Let's run this and see how bad it is. How bad is that running into that? Yeah, don't like it. I mean, we got about a meter there. We might be able to do it. Back it up again. You see, every time I take one of those out, this part ends up going down by 1 meter because that's a 1 meter ramp. And that means I keep getting closer and closer to the ground. And I don't mind running it up right against the ground. It's just that it has a tendency to run into stuff. And again, we got to do all these transitions and stuff. So we'll do what we got to do. And this could just run right in the side of this hill here, which I kind of feel like it's about to do. Oh, okay, there it is. There it is. Nice. All right, that I can live with. That's really cool. That's right on the thing. Then we got to angle down, and this is actually going to be forward now. It's going to actually be offset out because of the fact that we moved it up by a couple. So it's not going to be perfectly along that edge, but we're going to do a spiral anyway. So we're going to run this down here. I was going to try to run it under this, but again, I'd have to make it steeper. Trying to avoid making it any steeper than 1 meter, which makes it 1,000 times harder. So we'll want this to come in and then curve like this. So we could just build a double curve here. Yeah, let's do that. We'll see how I put stuff in, I take it out, I put stuff in, I take it out to visualize. So we'll go ahead and double curve this. See if we're going to get away with it. 100% getting away with it. All right, nice. Auto connect that. I couldn't have done that better if I tried and thought ahead of time. Wow, that is awesome. All right, so we're gonna have a little fun little zip when we go around here, and then it's bring it out here until we do our spiral. Yeah, so we got that, and this is connected. I'll make sure this is connected. I don't think it is right here. I don't think it is. And we'll do a small segment to control that going into the thing. Not too bad. A little bit of a bump there, but we'll go with it. There, that comes through. And then down angle. It's hard to see. There we go. Down angle, and then when we're doing down angle, we're doing 7 first. We'll turn that off, and we'll have to fix that transition. Take this thing out of here, too. Running those wires right through the middle of there. Don't like it. Send it down this way first. Here's something you can do, by the way. You can actually connect these really far away, like this. But you got to have one over there and one over here. You can't just start here and put it way over there, which is a bummer. Okay, so now we got our down angle. We're going to try to go either over the top of that. We're going to be higher than we were before, so we could be fine. Fix this transition from here to there. A little bit of a bump. And then all the way to the end. Man, we're doing some cool stuff. I told you where I was going to try to do more advanced stuff here in this playthrough. And really show you how to make your way through the terrain. And that's what we're doing. We're really trying to make our way through the terrain. And that was like an obstacle course. How to make it go through that loop, and this loop, and then curve down. There's just not enough room here. We could have tried to go and not gone through this loop and come up earlier, or just come straight across and go over the top of all this and go here and try to go down into there. But most likely, because of the angle, it would actually end up being at the top. But I kind of like this, and then we do the spiral down, and then it takes us along the water edge. Because then we can control that bottom part better than this angle. Though, I really like this going through all of these. Though we could try to push this over. We're trying to do that angle over here. Would that angle be enough? It might be. Might be enough to go all the way up here. No, we'd have to move over. See, Fred's right here. He's like, right here, Kismet. Oh, just about fell off the side. You tried to push me. Don't tell me you didn't. Felt like you did. All right. Do I just want to do an angle, or do I want to do a spiral? We've got a lot of spirals. Trying to do some tricky angle stuff. The angle's going to be tough. Definitely not going to get to the bottom, but we might be able to get through where these trees are here. And it's hard to visualize it because you have a drop rate. But I only have to do is get low enough where I can then just go straight through and then down. On the other side, it's easy. It's just making it through this part here. I mean, we went through all the effort to do this. We might as well just go ahead and curve it this way. So instead of curving it that way and then doing a spiral, we could bring it up, curve this way, go to the end, and then try to make it go through that thing. I say we go for the hard stuff. I mean, the spiral is probably the easier of the two. I think Fred's trying to tell us which way to go. Sorry, Fred. You don't like it when I blow stuff up. But Fred's trying to tell us something there. He's like, Kismet, this is the way. Because he used to be the Mandalorian. That's what the Mandalorian looks like, if you didn't know. Without his mask. Like, no way, Kismet. I thought that's what he looked like. All right here. So, that's what we'll do. We're going to curve this way. We're going to try the hard stuff. Not that we're not already doing the hard stuff, but that's cool. So we know we could do that. We know we could go over here, go over the top of that, spiral down, do the whole thing. But let's go ahead and do this since we're making this go through all of these loop-de-de-loops. Again, once you know you can do it, you're all about it. Okay, then take this out over here. We're going to go for the hard stuff. All right, here we go. We can just take this one back out. And take these out like this. And then just go back to this way. Switch this to auto connect. Right. Huh. Why is that not auto connecting? Something weird there. This is 3, this is 2. Oh, because we got to go reversed. So we're going up. So we're starting with 8. And the reason why we want to start with 8 is that when we turn on our auto connect, it connects. See? That's why you want to do it. Again, 8 represents the thing. So we're actually, again, when you're going down, you're in order. When you're going up, you're in the opposite order, basically. That's what I'm trying to show you there. Okay. Here we go. Oh, we got this. We got this, man. Pull around the corner and over there. GG's. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and we're ready for a support now, I think. Or no, we're going to do another one here. Number 7. And we're going to want to probably cut this one up a little bit so we can just figure out the exact amount that we need to turn and then turn. So let's go ahead and do some preliminary testing. So we're going to go here. We'll try on the low side first. Where does that go? So we turned here. And where are we aiming toward is a real question. Give me some power up here. Got some power. Give me a big power tower. What's going on over here? Run this up here. So I have some power while I'm working. Get out of here. Darn nature. Fixit does not approve of nature. Slowing down your progress. All right. Right there. Okay. I was trying to avoid that so I could angle down earlier. But I think if we angle down here. Actually, I want to go out one more. If we angle down here, we're going to be able to angle through that stuff on the other side. And then we can just keep going, or we could turn and then keep going, as opposed to having to use a spiral. Wow, I did that. Did I really do that on the first try? Holy mackerel, I did that on the first try. Man, I'm on fire today. That was first try, chat. Get that out of my foundations. Yeah, that was first try. Awesome. I love it when I do it on the first try, everybody. Okay, then we're going to need to angle down here. Are we going to angle down early, or are we going to angle down after? I don't think we're going to be able to angle down early. Here. Oh, I stand corrected. Yeah, see, it's going to be really high. I don't think we're going to be able to get, with our 1 meters, even under that. We might just have to go above it. But we'll just throw some ramps and see if it just takes us there anyway. Again, we're just trying to do a slow, gradual drop. You might have to move over. Move over a little bit because the left side here, which is going to come down, is going to hit that edge potentially. Oh, this is going to be perfect. It's going to go way down and then angle left. But this definitely is going to have some problems through here. Let's check our train tracks. Now, again, this is just cosmetic stuff. The train can run right through the terrain. It doesn't care about the terrain. I can just clip it right through the side, and you'll see a train go right through the side of that thing. But I care. That's the most important part. Holy mackerel. Look at that. Oh, so close. I'd call that legit myself. That is very, very close. I could live with that. We definitely need to move the train over this way, though. Definitely over. So we have, this is coming back. This is going in. And then, yeah, just run this baby as far as we can. It'll just keep going down, 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 down. We keep putting our supports in all the way down. And we could actually probably get this to the surface level. Yeah, because we can go all the way out there and then cut left, come down to the surface level, be down to water level. That'll be cool. That'll be awesome. We got this now. We got this on lock. Just need to make sure I bring this out a little wider, though. Definitely worth the time to pre-visualize it and run your foundations and such. And again, I could make them steep if I want to. Or do an easy mode spiral. A spiral will take us down, but we got plenty of spirals now. What we want to do is have this train where it just is not having to go down the spiral. It just goes down, and downwards it gains momentum. Upwards it's going to have a little bit of slowdown, but not a tremendous amount because it's really on that same grade all the way up. So it's not going to get slowed down. One time it's going to get slowed down when it's doing a curve. So yeah. And then again, we'll build all that stuff. It would have been nice to build it down there, running it through there, but I think this is going to be much cooler in the long run. Again, we could make it steeper, but then when it comes in, it's going to be way slower. And you can make up for that with more trains, and you can make up with that for that by, again, making spirals that don't slow it down when it's going up and down great distances. But if you got this and you can run it through there, I think that's a better way. And plus, this is a long distance here. So you got a long distance to be able to run your train through there. So we're going to go all the way out to here. Nature in my way again. Out of the way, nature. Okay. And then this side, out of there. Oh, not the cord. So this one will be the outside one. This here. Comes in, curves that way. It's all good. In fact, we'll probably put our curve in there. What does our curve look like? How many blocks does it take up? Yeah, okay. Not what I was trying to do. Trying to nudge it. See how many blocks it is. How many foundations forward is that? So it's one foundation this way, one foundation this way. So it's right here. And it's two foundations back like this. And we don't have to have the rest of the stuff to fit it in there. We just need to know where it goes. Like that. All right. We already got a curve in and everything. Now we got to put a curve over here. Oh. No, this has got to move over. Got to move over by 1. Because this is the outside one, the inside one needs a little bit of room to turn. So this is going to need room to turn. Maybe 2 forward. I think we get away with 2 forward. 2 forward. Take this out. Put that onto this one. Just to give ourselves a little bit more turning radius there. Down. There. This across. Here. This here. Oh yeah. 100%. Might even need one more. Pressing my turn modes. Okay, so that's going to come up. That's going to go into a curve. Oh, we'll need one more block back. So that's 2 blocks back. Okay, no worries. take this out. Put our curve in. Just visualizing where I'm going to put this stuff. So this will all match up. And then curves out. We're going to get that edge. Let's see what happens. Makes this so easy, everybody, to do this over and over again because you're blueprinting. The problem is my inventory probably getting very full with random stuff because I keep taking it back out and putting it in. What it does, it fills up your inventory eventually. It seems to be okay for now. And then that goes there. This goes here, and we're not clipping. Oh, yeah, nice. So the train's going to come up, go around the curve, go around the curve. Go all the way down, turn left into a curve, all the way down to the bottom level, right where we have that thing. All right, we got it figured out. Now we just got to do it, and we're going to do it after we take a break. So I'm just going to float around up here. Look at this beautiful view, everybody. Look, we've been doing all this work right here. Look at that. We brought it from way up there. We did all of that train there. We got that train running. That sucker's running some oil. This one's going to run down here. This is going to be a really long train, too, so we want to have it where we have the minimum slowdown, and it's going to go down here. It's going to collect every bit of this oil. We're going to take all the oil and run it to a central spot, build a really long train station there over the top of that really cool spot, and then just run that train. We'll probably run multiple trains out here because this is really far. This is about as far as you can go. It's way up here. I'm way at the bottom here. All the way up here is where we are. Working our way up into here, and we're going to end up right there. Very cool. Very cool. And then again, we'll combine all these, run that to the center, combine these ones, and run that. These two are pures. We can't combine those. We'll actually split those. Combine these, run it, and so on. Awesome. We're going to overclock all of that. I'm surprised my power hasn't gone up, by the way, because I keep just overclocking everything. But the smart thing that I'm doing, by the way, everybody, is I'm doing it one train station at a time. So as I do one train station, it gathers a bunch of oil. It fills up the oil on the output, which is why I'm not running the power plant yet. And then the train doesn't need any power because it's no longer running the oil generators or the oil extractors anymore. So it's not using that power. So it's really an efficient way to build. And then when I'm ready, then I say, go to town, and then it starts running that oil out, then all the oil generators will turn on. And so you got to make sure you got that power ready to rock when you turn all those oil things on at the same time. And it's pretty awesome. This is going to turn out amazing, I think. Going to turn out pretty amazing. Again, we're going to have that come around, turn here, go down into there. Awesome. We'll let the game run for a little bit. We're going to go ahead and pull up some words on stream for you guys, everybody. Again, this is something I just let you guys do while I'm taking a break, other than just staring at the screen while I'm taking a break. I think it's pretty fun. All you wordsmiths out there can get in there and get it done. Earn some Kismets for everybody in the chat. Don't just make Bubs do it all over again. All right, here we go. Oh, wait, that's the wrong side. Why is it over there? Nope, that's not right. Hold on, everybody. I got to stop that. That's the wrong one. That should have been on the Twitch side. I don't know. It's busted. It's busted. Let me fix it. Sometimes it gets confused. It gets confused. I'll get it working here. Now, again, I'm the only one that has this working as a dual platform. And it does take some technical work to make it happen. All right, let's try that again. There we go. All right, now on the Twitch side. There we go. And don't worry, YouTube. I haven't forgotten you guys as well. I spent a lot of hours trying to make this work. And I got it working. It just takes a lot of technical jumping hoops here. And go. There we go. Again, you guys have no idea. That is a lot of technical work. All right, there you go, everybody. So again, enjoy that. Again, you can just type right in the chat if you're on youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button while you're over there as well. You can go ahead and just type right in there, and it will do the words. If you're over on twitch.tv/Kismet, you can type over there and do those words. And again, you guys can battle each other. It's kind of fun. All right, it's like word battle, everybody. Very cool. Invented by me, by the way. You're welcome. Not the game, but the fact that you can do both of them at the same time. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take a break, everybody. I'll be back in a bit. bit, and we're gonna work on the rest of that. It's gonna be awesome. Be back. I'm back, everybody. How we doing? Let's go. Let's go. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Let me see if I can help out here with a word or two. If I get all my buttons in the right spot. All right. Let's see. What do we got? Boon. Dune. What? Burn. Bird. What? Rune. Good one. Brew? Is that a word? B-R-U-E? Brew? I don't even know if that's a word. Oh man, I can't think of anything. B. You already got all those. N-E-D-N. I don't know. Just throwing some words together. Burn, you already got. Ren, good one. D-E-B-N. D-E-U-R. Nerd! Nice! Nerd. Perfect timing there. Perfect timing. You got it done. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. All right. Let's go ahead and give you guys a bunch of love. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Let's give some kids cash for working together. There you go. Let's get back to some stuff here. Some 7 days. Not 7 days. Satisfactory. There we go. By the way, do you guys notice that little logo down there? That little pioneer down there? She moves from time to time. I make little animations for you guys. Fun little animations to check out when they move down there. Same thing with that mega build factory or mega build thing there. The crane actually moves from time to time. Okay, we're doing some of our best work over here, everybody. We're way up here. As you can see, we're trying to get our train to navigate through here. We get this train navigate through here. Boom, we're going to get all that oil over on that side. Turn our game sounds back on again here. We're trying multiple ways here. We're going to go easy mode and do a spiral, but I think we're going to do it the little tougher way here and get this going this way. Let's go in here and run this stuff up in here like this. Just to embellish that a little bit. There we go. Might as well fix that embellishment while we're at it. And again, everybody, we're going to try to get this going. I'm going to go a little bit earlier. Probably not going to do a 12-hour stream like I did yesterday, but, you know, you never really know. But going to, got to try to get out there and get some walking in today, everybody. I suggest you get out there and get a little exercise in. Yeah, see it going up right there? That's the thing I don't like. See that? The way you cut that down is you do a smaller one right here, as small as you can, and it cuts down that rising. See, it rises just a little bit there. That's usually why I flatten out first before I do the rise. But we got this. We're going to get this going on. Run that through there. Run these down through there. And like this. And we got the double turn here. Very nice. Little problem here. We're going to need to put our hyper tubes in. Now we do have a blueprint for that, just in case we do have a tricky spot where we got to put a hyper tube support in. And we'll put that in, hold down control, nudge, nudge. There we go. And then we'll do one on the way out here, just to help us do this curve. And again, we're going to go to it, everybody. Again, I'm going to go and go a little faster. I hope you don't mind. I think you're getting the gist of all of this. Then we really want to do a support here. Kind of come out of this curve. And there we go. And we did this way back here too, right? We got this all, wow, we did all of that. That's all running. That's all good. All the way down. The other side needs a little bit of work underneath there, but all the way down here, we're good. Nice. Okay. And then this, actually, we probably just put a straight one here. Like this. And be just fine. Like that. Yeah. A little bit down. Auto connect. Nice. Then we're going to take this, bring this in, curve that in a little bit. Oh, that's cool. All right, like that. Then we got to add one more block here. Just kind of bring this out. Just another one here. And then we're all about that down angle. All right. Now, let's see if we can get that to line up just like we did before. We're going to use this down angle. And we're going to try to snap here and nudge this around. This is really going to be into the ground, but we'll do what we got to do. Which is great because it's going to act like it's its own support. So, very cool. Then we are going down angle. So, down angle is this one first? I got to remember. I think it's this one first. Like this. Okay, very nice. Let's go with that. And then we got to do some transition work here. Okay. Maybe this way. Yeah, better that way. All right, I like it. Those are hypertube. Hypertube connected, everything connected? Okay. So now we're going to go this one. And that should connect in. See, again, this way you can chain it over and over again. So if you do it the wrong order, you can't keep chaining it. And thus you come to a stopping point and you got to manually do it. So we don't want to have to do that. Want to just basically get this going. That's why we made the blueprints the way we made them, so we can chain them together, and this goes quick and easy. Look how nice that is, everybody. Again, if you don't want to spend, the endless hours I spent, I don't even know how many hundreds of hours I spent working on these things. You can just go ahead and become a patron over on patreon.com/Kismet, and you can get all these blueprints for free. That's right. I update them from time to time, and you can download them, enjoy, and upgrade them, make them even better than even what I did. And then right here, we're going to do a support, right? Yes, we're on support. Yeah, this is just nothing but just keep this running if this makes this through here, which I think we've already checked it, and it should work out, but, you always want to double check it again to see what happens when you get there again. Okay, and then through here, how is our hypertube? We could always adjust our hypertube if we had to. Oh, perfect. Okay. Perfect. I'll go with that. And then down. And there we go. Rinse and repeat. All the way down. We're going to easy mode this, everybody. We're going to easy mode this. And see, spend a little bit of time working on your blueprints, or a lot of time, like I did, perfecting them, getting them so you can chain them like this, and man, you're off and running. Now, who knows what kind of trouble we're going to run to when we get over here, but we'll just keep going. I have been playing for 8 hours. Thanks for reminding me, game. But I did take a break, which was very smart. So now I feel all re-energized to get going. Get this all the way down there. Again, we're going to try to get back to getting some walks in because I've been so busy doing IRL stuff. It's been cutting into my health time and my stream time, which I both don't like. But got to take care of IRL, everybody. Don't let it get out of control. I mean, it's going to go out of control no matter what, but you got to, get it back in control. Don't just let it stay out of control. That's the problem. It's the staying out of control problem. Oh, we got a tree in the way. Out the way, tree. We're going to have to do a lot of supports next time. I don't think we're going to get to supports this time. There's a lot of supports. We got to do this. We got to get our oil stuff done. I think we're just going to be able to go by. Yeah, that is perfect there too. That just worked out. Nice. Now we're on a roll. Just don't go too fast though that you make a mistake and then this whole entire angle will be off, right? You want to make sure that you're checking it each time. That's what I'm doing. Again, we're going all the way down here and we want to end up over there. Trying to go as far down and get down to the ground level with this long, long arc here. Oh, yeah. Almost like it was meant to be. Again, this is normally how I play games. I usually play really fast. Really fast to the point where you couldn't even see what I was doing in some games. You wouldn't even be able to know what the heck I was doing. So I do slow down usually. But when I feel like you got the gist of it, then I'll just speed right back up again. And again, we want to go that one over there. So we want to just get down as far as we can. This is going to be awesome to go up this train line, though. Just to ride the train line is going to be awesome. And again, we want this one or we want that one? We want this one. So actually, we want to kind of turn right here. So we want to go ahead and put our turn in right here. Yeah, I think this is going to work out just right. Bring that up, out a bit. Look at how that matches up into that turn too. Nice. Not bad, not bad. Okay. Perfectly into the turn. Again, we're going to go down really low. And we got all sorts of supports to do there. Real low on this one. And then this way. No, this way. We had it right the first time. Down, down, down. And again, if we make a mistake, we'll go and we'll fix it. Simple as that. Okay, that's going to have a problem. We're going to turn that off. And we're going to go ahead and fix this. With a cool curve. We're going to take this out so we can transition these by going 1.5 minimum distance. So not that. Here and then all the way down. Trying to keep that train line nice and straight. Very nice. Transition, then we did 7, then we're going to do 8. Get off blueprint mode. Blueprint mode messing me up. It's good sometimes. Sometimes it trips you up when you're trying to do this stuff because it doesn't snap well. With these particular type of pieces, other blueprints do snap really well together. But really offset pieces like this, I suggest you get out of blueprint mode, or you'll have trouble. And then there, getting there, and then this one. That's why this game is so addicting. You just want to do one more thing, especially when you get in the zone like this and you're just cooking, man. Just absolutely cooking. It's really fun. Oh, man. I couldn't have back-channeled that and made that any more perfect. Awesome. All right, let's take this out. And we probably want to grab our little friends here. Because we're going to put this right here. We're going to put a big train station here. It's going to be a big boy. We actually have to go figure out how many train stations we need. Let's go for a little swim. Right over here. What up? I like how they made it where it's absorbing the energy, which is really cool. Yay, go for a swim. Oh, another one. Whoa, there's a whole bunch of them all over the place. I didn't even see all these other ones. Well, now you know where to go if you're looking for these. Bada bing, bada boom. Any more? I'm sure there's more, but not right here. A little tempted to leave them there for a minute. Oh, look at all those Mercer spheres in there, too. All right, where's my little guys here? Oh, man, a bunch of the orange ones, too. Or yellow ones. Also put our... Well, we're going to probably use those in a minute, but we'll put those back for now. What else can we put in here? I think all this other stuff's probably maxed out. Maybe some bacon. Throw some bacon in there. Okay, now we've got this down low. Now, I don't think I'm going to put it in the water because I think there's too much stuff sticking up. That's going to make that really difficult. We take this stuff out. Oh, we can take that out. Ooh, I didn't know that. All right, now I know. I don't think I bothered trying. Never mind. Never mind. Boom, we can take those things out. Oop, did not hit it. I love learning new stuff because that's why I leave stuff to do in games. So you can figure them out. That was not even close. All right. Well, it was kind of close, but not that close. There it is. Yeah, see, we can take that stuff out. All these barnacles. Any reason to say the word barnacle, everybody? I'm all about it. All right, and we need more explosive rebar. Yeah, we're building this right on this ground level. We're bringing this all the way down, everybody. All the way. Let's go. We'll see if we can get... See how far this gets us down. I have a feeling we're going to be in the water here. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's because we're on a... we are on a support right there. There we go. Then we're going to go most likely into the water. Ah. Hit H and then it bounced under there. All right, let's see. Nope. Not yet. That good? Yep, that's good. Lined up? Yep. Yeah, coming straight across here. Oh, cannot get rid of that. Okay. Oh, but there's another guy. I feel like they're just appearing over here. What up, blue guy? You know, they used to be green, by the way. They actually changed them because they're awesome. You know why they changed them? For people who are colorblind. That was really cool of them to do that, by the way. Very cool of them to do it. Now, I'm not colorblind, luckily, because otherwise being a graphic designer would be really, really hard. But I do appreciate looking out for peeps like that. Look how perfect that is. Holy moly. All right, and then we want to go straight. Sometimes it just shocks me, everybody. I'm the one playing the game. How sometimes that just works out. Right there. That rock sticking up in there, or that's under there? That is actually under there. Okay, this rock is going to be the biggest problem here. Let's just run some foundations and see if we're going to run into it. Yeah, we're going to run into it. So again, we're going to build a big old train station across here. Right here. We might want to go up by one, but we still get to enjoy the wonderful thing here. I can't remember ever even coming over here and actually spending a good amount of time over here. I mean, usually I'm kind of coming through here, but now we're going to have a cool thing here. Wow, look at that. Climbs all the way up. All the way down into here. But yeah, that's in our way. So, and I don't think that this is going to be enough room. What about turning the station back? That way. So we'd have all of this room. Not bad of an idea. We could bring it up by 1. Take all this out. Take that out. And we'll go and take the end part off here. Yeah, I think I'm going to turn it around the other way, and that'll give us more room. We could also move this over and come down this way and then swerve back around. And then we'll be right by the nodes, too. Right by this node and right by that node. Yeah, so we could feed this node into one end and feed the other node in the other end. Because not only do this is already 4 right here, because you got a pure node, which will be 600. So you have 300, 300, 300, 300, 2 separate cars for each of those. So that's 4 cars right there. So 2 cars in the front there, 2 cars in the back here, and then all these other nodes that we're going to be doing. So we got a lot of nodes to work on. But we're going to do this. And then we're going to flatten this out using our little flat supports. And see, sometimes even the auto connect mode is funky. Just decides to do weird stuff. All right, right there. Oh, I think that's going to be good. Bingo. Perfect. Man, just on fire today. Like I ate my Wheaties today or something, everybody. Kismet, throw it down. Get all this foliage out of here. We'll leave some of that. We still want some ambiance over here. But we do want to clear that back a little bit so we can try to go as far as we can this way. We can extract over there. Probably going to need to wipe this guy out, though, because he's just going to be a pain in the butt. Let's go ahead and get some free shots on him before he decides to shoot at us. A little left and right action. Get wrecked. Okay. Oh, somebody else. Over here. He's got a friend. You've got a friend in me. Don't stand still, everybody. Just think of it like, whoa, almost ran into that one. PvP. Don't stand still in PvP, man. You got to cook. You got to keep moving. Boing. Why do I have these really high-level mobs guarding a blue one? That's a good question. Thanks for all the ones in the chat, too. Appreciate that. Let me give you some more caps for that, for being awesome. In fact, I'm just going to press the button a bunch of times. There you go. All right, so another thing we need to check before we get into this is we need to check how wide this is. How wide is our station going to be? All right, come on, snap to the edge here. There we go. And I like how it turned the wrong way when I went to do it. Awesome. Rotate. There we go. We take this and we turn this back around. And if we run it right along this edge. Amazingly perfect, everybody. Crazy. Crazy. Then we just run. Oh, but we don't have room for storage. We do it that way. We're not going to have room for storage on the sides, which we definitely want to do. I say we move this over. Then it will end up out further, but that doesn't matter because if we move it over, it's actually going to move it up a bit. Nice. It's actually going to move up a bit, which means that it's going to angle out further before we turn back around. But if we're over further, that's going to give us more space and room for that over there. All right. Don't think about it too long, everybody. Just go in and get it done. That's what we're gonna do. Again, we can rebuild this. We got the technology. We got this. We got it down here. Doing those transitions. Yeah, we're gonna move this over. And then we'll be able to put some storage on this side, run this to the storage, run that to the storage, and then feed all these other ones in here behind this edge and be good. How far do we need to move, though? About four blocks over for all that storage and for running pipes, maybe 5 blocks. We'll see what we can do. I suggest you get up here before you take that last one out. Otherwise, what will happen is you'll drop like a rock because you won't have any power. So I kind of go a little bit, and then, oh, look at that one's crooked. Something messed up with that one anyway. I would have had to fix that one. All right, take out the curve. Take out this stuff we did for transitioning. Then take this out. Again, we'll turn early. We'll turn more blocks back. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here. Yeah, we'll just take that whole thing out. We'll do 6. Just to be sure. Now, we got all this stuff in the way, but I think we're going to clear it. Another one of those guys. Man, this is if you're looking for these little wormy guys, you know where to go. Yeah, we'll have to clear some of those trees, but right into a curve here. So, well, other way. There we go. Flatten this out first, just so we have a nice transition. Then we will curve. Down. Somebody's after me. Turn that off. Yep, over there. Why are you up in my business? Shoot at me again and I'll wipe you out. Oh, there's a Mercer sphere there. Actually, let's reload first. The more dangerous than that one is this one. Those guys are so really hard to shoot. Alright, big baddie. Get wrecked. Kind of hard to see with the muzzle flash. Got him. Okay, now we got to dip over there. It's weird that we have power running through there. We must have ran right by it. I can see I already have power out here when I was running around looking for these Mercer spheres before.
This bleeding temple hums a resonant song. Play for us.
Mm-hmm. I have no idea what they're talking about. They crazy. You know what's crazier than human beings? Crazy aliens. Even more crazy. Oh, we should do this part first here. Do this part first. Because that's going to make it easier. Alright, then this to there, and then we just do this. Okay, now we're going to transition early. Of course, now we got to go through here. That cannot be destroyed. Feel like we're out too wide still. Too wide still. Back it up. Yeah, we got to come into the curve and end up over there. So the curve's about this wide. So again, we'll take this one out. Maybe we should just go into the curve straight away. Just trying to give myself plenty of room to turn back. Oh, that's perfect right there. Plenty of room to turn back the other way. Alright, how are we looking? Looking good there. And then we're going to get this. All right, that looks good. Get that going. And then we'll do it over here. Off of blueprint mode, please. Come this way and down. Okay. Might as well do this while you're at it so you don't forget to do it later. Curve. Okay. Now we just do what we did before, and we got this. Build ourselves a station. Again, I felt we get this done today, man. We did some big stuff today. And we're going to wait for that to come in. Take this out. Take that out. Connect this up to there. Take this. Run that down. We're getting it going on. Those blueprints look like a lifesaver. They do. Yeah, I spent a long time making these blueprints. They are awesome. And again, we figured it out. So we do a little bit. I messed that up. We do a little bit. We would test it, and it's like, okay, wait a minute. We need to do this. Okay, now we'll just do it again. It's like, oh, well, let's tweak this. Let's tweak that. We kept tweaking it and tweaking it and tweaking it, and then boom, now you got this, right? Again, it's not just you press a button and boom, it's done. You had to go in and really figure out how to make them into a really nice modular system. And then also what I did is I tried to reduce the amount of blueprints so you don't have to have a whole bunch of them, various different ones. Somebody down there wants to get rowdy. Oh, yeah. So you don't have to have a whole bunch of them, like different versions, left side, right side versions and all that stuff. I can use this for going up or down this same blueprint, which is awesome. And really what you're trying to do is just get the gist of where you're trying to run stuff most of the time. At least that's what I'm trying to do. And so just running this stuff so I can get an idea. Okay, this is where I want to end up. This is where I want to go. And then sometimes you change your mind as you go. And the great thing about these two is they are customizable. You can go in and add different lengths of the supports here. You'll see I'll go through and do all the supports later, and they're all going to be different lengths holding on to this coming down. And I'll show you how to do that. It's pretty easy because I've set it up to be easy. And then I have a what's known as a cap piece goes on the bottom that caps those. And again, then it gives it a consistent look. And then again, the thing that really makes this much easier is one, spending a lot of time getting your blueprints just rock solid. And then the other thing is the auto connect is really helping us. That's saving us a lot of time from connecting, which I've done before because again I've played through the game so many times and I've been playing it since it first came out because this game is awesome. That's why. Getting that going, but also the vertical nudging, which is pretty recent. That they added the vertical nudging. And the vertical nudging allows you to get that thing just right. Because a lot of times it'll be just off by a half or down. And when you're trying to get your blueprints, you can see that my blueprints snap way up here. And they're not snapping together because of the different offset in the heights of the blueprints. So you can just nudge it down. And then if it's like a half nudge, you hold down control, half nudge down, half nudge forward until you get it just right. And then that just makes matching these up so much easier. So that's really a big factor that's facilitating this. And of course the hologram mode, which is what I'm using. I hit H to hologram, and then I just nudge these into position like this. They auto connect, both the tracks and the hypertube. And then I have them in my bar, so I can then just do them in order. So if I'm going down, I'm doing them in a certain order. And if I'm going up, I am doing them in the opposite order. And I have it set up. I could do every 4 I do a support, but in my case, I'm doing every 2. Every 2 length of track, I am putting a support in. So I put 2 in, and then I'm going to go ahead and do this. And then again, you can just rinse and repeat this over and over and over. It is awesome. And this is what I love about these blueprints. Actually, I love games that add blueprints like this if you're a builder. Once you know you could do it, I could do this completely manually, everybody. I absolutely could. In fact, in some ways it might be faster. But the way that that you gain speed is the fact that if you make a mistake and you don't like what you want to take it out like we just did, you don't have to spend all the time taking it out. Yeah, look at him shooting me from over there now. You don't have to go back and individually take each piece out because, again, you can take 50 out, but again, if you put 5,000 pieces down, you got to take it all out and redo it. Maybe you did the wrong angle, maybe you did the tracks wrong, whatever it is. Like you saw, I changed my mind. I said, I don't want to be that far out. I want to go here, turn around, and then come back so I can do a nice long train down at the water level, which is cool. And I might even run it right through the center here now, too, since we're out really far over here. And then really, that's the true genius of this game is that they really thought it through. They said, "Hey, what does a builder really need?" Well, when you're going and putting a foundation down, and you put it on the edge of the foundation, make the foundation go this way. It seems like a simple, obvious thing now, but look at all the other games that don't have that. Look at all the games that did not think that through and still have not fixed it. Still, because once you know something is right, then you compare everything to it. So when I'm playing 7 Days to Die and I can't put that block up there and I'm 15 blocks up, and if I fall off, I'm going to die, and I got to lean over the side so I can put that block in. Or if you're playing some survival game and you're like, I can't put the support in, I can't get the right angle to put that support in, being able just to take a block like this, and just so simple, right? You aim it at the edge, you aim it at this edge, you aim it at this edge, and it goes, right? But I don't need to be out there looking at it. Look, I don't have to be looking at the edge, and it just does it. I mean, that's really thinking it through. And once you have it the way it should be, everybody else needs to snap in line, I think. I think they should take a big clue from Satisfactory here, because they've got it just right. The building is phenomenal. And that's why I love playing it, because it is just really fun to build. Really fun to do these massive structures. And some games can't even do these many things, everybody. They can't even do this many parts and pieces and giant factories and all of that as well. Yeah. These blueprints are a lifesaver. Do you have different ones for manufacturing, refining, transport? Yes, I do. There's nothing wrong with spaghetti. Don't let nobody tell you. I got some spaghetti back in my base. You know what? Because I use every technique at my disposal, right? So I got some spaghetti back there, and I actually finished the entire game, because I could finish it right now, and I could have finished it months ago, with just 20,000 power. That's it. I think that's pretty impressive, everybody. Again, you can see, look at big builds and all that kind of stuff, and that's cool. But I think the most impressive thing is to do it with the least amount, the most efficient way. And that's what you'll see here on my stream, everybody. I show you all my gaming secrets on making it super efficient. You know why? Because first, Fixit says efficiency first. Second, your time is your most valuable asset, everybody. So if it takes you less time to get that done and you get the same rewards for it, boom, let's go. Let's get it on. Right over there. All right, now we're going to go ahead and turn around, and we're going to try to aim this baby right down the center. Let's go for a little swim. I say we're going to aim it right down the center there. Let's go. And this is my foliage relocation or immersion technique here, where I get all this stuff out the way. Get away from my builds. Yeah, we want to swing real wide. So we're going to go ahead and use this. And again, all these are available. Any level of being a patron on my Patreon. Remember, this all goes toward the Vault Van Life project. If you want to know more about the Vault Van, I think I clicked twice. You want to know more about it, you can check it out on the chat by just typing exclamation Vault Van Life. And there you go. I'm going to make a little van. Turn it into a broadcast van, travel around with it. That's my big one last goal in life, because my time is winding down. If you don't know, everybody, when you get older, your time winds down. It's like that little hourglass, everybody. You only got so much time left in that hourglass, and use it well. That's what I say. All right, I think we put one straight here. Or do we want to support? I think we want to support there. Yeah, support there. Because then we can put the support and use it here. And then that'll push that out a little bit. Push it out a little bit, and then we'll probably... Oh, well, we're going to need the corner. Oh, no. We're going to need a corner there. So, we want to do this, and then when we put the corner in, that'll push it out a little bit more. Again, the horizontal and vertical nudging is awesome. like that, and then this way, and then control page down, and that gives us that extra little half, and then the auto connect, which is connecting all this stuff together. And then we're going to go into a curve. Yes, curve here. Like this. Again, I pre-built all of these, everybody. I didn't get them on the internet. I built all of these live here on stream. Again, it definitely, yeah, we got to go out, I think, at least one more. Maybe two. Just because our thing is pretty wide. It's actually as wide as the thing. So we're going to need to go wider. Let's get those blueprints out and just take a look real quick. Yeah, we're just going to put it over here and then try to match it up. Just trying to eyeball it first, and then H, page up. See how nice that is? Bring that right up. Get yourself an idea of where you're trying to aim to. So that's like 1, 2, 3, 4 more blocks that way. 4 more blocks that way is my guess. All right, let's do that. Let's take this out. Then we're just going to go ahead and do the other one of this, which is number 4. Again, that represents my quick bar down there. And then, oh, this is backwards. Arrow needs to go the other way. There we go. Now, when it comes to making your stuff match up, everybody, you can either have it what's known as butt together, which is right here. See, it's like perfectly together. Or you can leave a 1.5 gap, and then it will auto-connect. But you can't do anything other than that. I mean, you can make it longer. You can make it further out. But it's got to be either right together or 1.5 at least, or a little bit longer. I think 2 you can go, 2 foundations out. So whenever you hear me saying 1.5, 2.5, I'm always representing or referencing foundation distances. Because everything's really measured by foundation. Here comes Fred. Quick, put it down before Fred gets in the way. Get out of there, Fred. Oh, don't give me that. Don't give me that. He's my inspector. He comes in and inspects what I'm doing. He also gets in the way all the time. He's also fun to bounce on, too. I just... Whee! Boing! Boing! So I'm not doing anything, everybody. Look. You just bounce up and down on him. Oh, he moved! He tried to kill me. He's like, yeah, wait till Kismet takes his hands away from the keyboard and then try to kill him. All right. Now we can line this up. Right here. So what did we say? We said... How many is this? 1, 2... This is 6. So I think we said 4 into the curve. Okay, now again, another great thing about these blueprints is that you can modify them, right? You can just kind of tweak them to do what you need to do. And so that's what I'm going to do. Modify them, huh? And then we'll put our curve in, and I hope that this will line us up. We'll see what happens. That's looking good. All right. And again, we also have blueprints for our actual trains. Not only just our train tracks, but we can just go right into this. If we can get this to... Come on. There we go. And rotate. There we go. And you can see that goes right into that. Feel like going for a swim. What do you guys think? All right. Got a little too far away from my tracks. A little too far from my tracks and lost power. Let's go ahead and run this track over here so we don't lose power again. All right, there we go. If you fall in the water, by the way, everybody, you're going to be doing it again. Now, we'll go ahead and we're coming straight out of the curve here. Do we want to do a support here? Yeah, we didn't do a support there, so we could run this. We can just put supports under there. We'll just put them under there. We will have a problem with our hypertube, but we'll make that work. Then we're going to turn this off so it doesn't auto-connect. And there will be the start of our station. Right there. And that looks really good. That looks really nicely lined up. I think we're going to have some good stuff there. And I don't even know how many train cars I need yet, because we got to go figure out all the math of it all. But we'll figure that out here in a moment. Let's get this working first. Let's take these little segments out. That's why I have them in little segments, so I can just take them and do this with them like that. This is all good here. It's good, good, good. And then we want to go into this curve with one of our blueprints. And again, you can see I have tons of blueprints. The funny thing is, when I'm doing like building, I keep most of my blueprints in the undefined. And then later, when I'm not using it all that often, then I will put it into like extractors or power or storage or foundations or pipes. And I think you really only need 3 levels of blueprints, everybody, when you're playing the game. You have your MK1s, which is a smaller blueprinter. Then you can actually take your MK1s and actually put them in your larger blueprinter. You can't load them there, but you can place them into your larger blueprinter and then do whatever you need to do and then save them. And then boom, now they're in your second level of MK2 blueprinter. Then what you want to do, of course, go into your mega style where you're doing your big boy big boy blueprinter right up here, which is your 48 meter by 48 meter, which is basically your 6x6 blueprinter as well, which is pretty awesome. And again, if we wanted to change these blueprints, we could go ahead and put them down right here and right there and go in and modify these blueprints. And again, you can see it's a 6x6 by default. Now, of course, they have a bunch of mods and all that kind of stuff where you can adjust all of that stuff. But me, I like to play default. This way, anything that I'm doing, you guys can do. I don't even use custom blueprints or custom things, everybody. I use blueprints, but what is it called? Recipes. I don't even use custom recipes because this way I might have a recipe that you don't have, and then you're like, I can't do that. So I don't even use custom recipes. Everything I do, I've done with just the base recipes, and also proven that you can finish the entire game, base recipes, 20,000 power, done. That's it. You can win every time. I can do it every time I play now because now I know. Now I have that power. Yes, playing 7 dice is so frustrating when you have to lean and place a block. Yes, or you try to get that one little pixel edge. I wish they'd catch a clue on that and just, sometimes copy is the highest form of flattery, everybody. All right, we're going back in here. We're going to try to find our hypertube support, which is right here. And then we're going to put this down over here. What is it? Oh, blueprint. Get out of the blueprint mode. There we go. Got to get out of that mode so I can place it down here. I was going to try to place it way up there. And then we have this, just in case we're doing curves or whatever it is, we can go ahead and run these here. And we're going to do this one as auto. This one we're going to do as curve. I really like the curve mode for when you're doing curve stuff like that. That's really cool. And then over here, same thing. We got a curve mode. Kind of feel like we want to put a support in here so it looks legit when it's coming around the corner. Again, a lot of stuff I build is not even necessary. You can just build it however you want. But sometimes I build stuff just so it looks legit. It looks like if you were really there, that's how it would be, right? And so I love doing that kind of stuff too. Like acting like if I was really there, what would I do? Right? If I was really there in the wasteland of Fallout, everybody, the first thing I would do is figure out what everybody needs. What does everybody need? Water. That's the same thing in real life, everybody. The number one thing you need in your life is water. If you don't have water, that's the first thing that's going to kill you out of food and water. And then the next thing, if you got water, you got no food, then that will eventually kill you. Then everything else. So if you had those two things squared away in your life, you're good. And there's a lot of people in the world that don't, everybody. A lot of people in the world that don't even have those basics. And they struggle. They struggle with those basics. So yeah, same thing in game, everybody. You got those things squared away. So that's what I would do, and then I'd dominate all the water and generate purified water, and that's how I came up with it in Fallout 4. And that's why they call me the Wasteland Tycoon, because I dominate when you flex my financial power. Okay, now we've got a bunch of fluid platforms that we're going to put down. Fred, of course, right in the way again. What, is he taking a nap over there? What are you doing, Fred? You're doing something weird. I don't like it. Get out of here, Fred. Let me help you out. He's always doing something weird. Don't worry, he's immune to explosives. At least so far he is. Okay, so again, we're going to have a very long train through here. And we're just going to have it right above here. Or maybe we want to bring it down. Bring it down a little bit more. Just have it sit right on the water. Yeah. Again, the cool thing about blueprints, you can just go like this and zip, the whole thing's gone. Zip, the whole thing's gone. Just like that. And I have this down in the water there. And zip, that's all gone. Kind of feel like I want to turn and then go down a little bit and just sit it right on the water. The biggest problem is this rock here, but I think we're missing that rock now. And so again, we use those blueprints, which again, I can use either direction because I thought that through. How could I make it go bi-directional if I need to? Like I can make it go up or down. And there we go. And this, again, we'll do this, and we might have to take some of this out because it might go right into the water. Let's see how we're doing. Oh, man, so close. That was perfect. I'll take it. Oop, nope. Something's going on there. 8, I think is what we want. Nope. I think it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Either one, we're going to have to turn off the auto connect, and then we'll have to fix that auto connect after. And we can do that. Just turn auto connect off. Make sure it's lined up. Looks lined up to me. Oh, that's not a down angle. D. Get my down angle. And again, see, it's only one foundation, so it has to be at least 1.5 to auto connect. There we go. That is going right down on there. A little worried that we're going to run into something over there. Splashing around in the water, as you do. Let's take this off. Man, we're going to get this done. Man, I'm in the zone right now. I'm in the zone. Let's go. I'm sure running electric lines right into the water is not going to cause any ill effects. Don't do that. Don't do that, everybody. Don't run, especially in real life. Don't run electricity close to water. That's how people die. It actually amplifies the electricity. That's why people die when electricity goes into water. You can die from just touching the outlet, so be careful from that. That's why I don't deal with electricity, everybody, because you only get that wrong once. You only do it wrong once, everybody, and then GG's. I get the electricians for that. They got a job. They're good at it. Let them do it. Oh, look at that. Oh, that is right on point. It's just dipping down, sitting right on top of that water. It's actually a little bit in the water. Very cool. Now, you want to run this just to see if your foundations are going to be fine or anything's going to be poking through your foundation. Fred's like, you forgot to get this, Kismet. All right, I'm on it. I got it. Thanks, Fred. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Now get the hell out of the way. Get out of the way. He's always in the way, everybody. Yeah, I think we go all the way. I think we go all the way through and just keep going. Again, I don't know how long this train's going to be, so that's what we're trying to figure out. That we can fit this really long train station in here. Now, the funny irony is that the train's going to be really long the other way, too, so we're going to have to work on that as well. Okay. So I think we got this. All right, we'll take this out. And feel like I want to just put a nice straight support here. Just to make that look nice. That is not a straight support. There we go. I think it was straight. Right there. Turn our auto connect on. Connect that in. Go up here. Check on our hyper tube. Auto 2D for that one. And then let's see if this happens. Again, a lot of testing, as you can see. Just test, test, test until you get it the way you want it. And then, I think that's right, but we just got to get it up out of the water. There we go. A little bit of bushes there. We got some bushes in our return line. We can just zap that bush out of there. Get off my train tracks. Oh, yeah. I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to leave that. Man, that is just perfection. Nice. Then we'll put some of our... Oh, that just snapped right in there. Look at that. Okay, do that again. Snap right in there, brother. Yeah. Okay, let's do some math. I say we get a spreadsheet. My favorite thing. Let's go. It just happens. I got one right here. You're like, Kismet, no way. Yeah, oh yeah, always got it going. You want to see some cool stuff, everybody? Check this out. This is calculations for Satisfactory. So if you're trying to cut things in halves and halves again, you can go halves, 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 1/3, 1/2, 1/3, 1/2, because that's pretty much what you're doing when you're doing splitters and mergers, is doing either halves or quarters, because there's only 3 options, right? And if you're just going to run one, you don't need a splitter. So really, the only time you're using a splitter is either cut it in half or cut it in thirds. And that's what this does. So you can just go in and tell it that you want to divide by 2 or divide by 3, and I'll zoom in for all you peeps on mobile. So we take 1200, we divide it by 2, it'd be 600. Then if you divide it by 3 again, it'll be 200. Then you divide it by 2 again, it'll be 100. You divide the 100 by 3, it'll be 33.3333, and you get the idea. So yeah, we have a lot of cool spreadsheet stuff. If you guys want to check that out, I'll throw it in the chat for you guys. That is my settlement overseer. I have a lot of tabs at the bottom, and some of them say SAT, S-A-T, for Satisfactory, including that calculator, which you can take, copy it, paste it, use it for yourself. I'm going to go in here and use some of this space to do some math here. Okay, and we also want to go way up here just to keep the peeps from shooting us in the face while we're working. All right, there we go, because that guy's thinking about it right there. We got to figure out these nodes. So we have a pure node. So we're going to say pure, and again, I'm going to type it off screen here. It's just going to make it easier. Pure, that's going to be 600. And then we're going to divide that into a 300 and a 300. We're going to call that, actually, let's call that pure 1 for now. And then pure 2, same thing. 6, and that'll be 300 and 300. Then we have some over here. Let's start with this one. Normal node, which is just going to be 300. Because, again, we're going to overclock them. So when we overclock them, instead of it being 120, we overclock it, boom, it'll be 600, right? And the same thing over here. We overclock it, it'll be 600. And in fact, I can just show you. That would work too. I'll get our power shards back over here. Oh, and another Mercer sphere. Put that in there. Right over here. All right. And we'll go ahead and just get our oil extractor. Throw it down there. Again, by default, it's going to be actually 240. Sorry, and the normal's 120. It's going to be 240. But if you go ahead and boost it, it's actually going to be 600. Again, it's 2.5 times, right? So 250%, it's going to be 600 right there, right? And if we go to one that is like a normal node, it's going to be half that amount. And then if we go to a coarse node, it's going to be half that amount, right? So we already know what the base amounts are. So if we know that the base amount of a pure is 240, and I'll put that in the spreadsheet over here, and then I'll show you all this when I got it typed out, because it's easier for me to look in the screen and then type it on my other monitor and then show it to you at the end. So we got to figure out how many total nodes we have. We have 2 pure nodes. So we have 1, 2 nodes there. Then we have a normal node, and that normal node, for every normal node, we'll need a train car. So we'll call this norm 1, and that'll be 300. Actually, I'll just extend it over here. And that's going to be 120 to start, but if we, again, overclock it by 2.5 times, hey Siri, what's 120 times 2.5? Oh, I don't have her announcing. This is 300. So there you go. Again, that's how you figure that out. So again, we got norm 1 over here. Then we have 2 impure nodes. So impure nodes are going to be half the amount of a normal node. And for every 300, we're going to be doing another train car. So already we have 5 train cars, right, before we even get to the impures. Then the impures, because we have 2 impures next to each other, we can overclock those. That's going to be 150 each. And then we combine them, and that'll be another 300. So this will be, we'll make this impure 1 and impure 2. There'll be 150, 150, and then we'll combine them into 300. So this will be 3, this will be 4, 5. Then we'll go to these ones here in the center. We got another impure, a normal, and an impure. So these 2 impures can be merged together, and then normal here is going to be 300. So we can just go and copy this. I have to retype it, and then this is 6. And then we have 2 impures again, which we will do this, and this will be node 7, node 8. All right, just to give you a little gist of it, you can see right here, I'm writing down all the nodes right here. So we've got node number 1. And this is 600, so we're going to cut it into 300 and 300 when we run it to the train itself, and it will have its own separate train car. Why do I do that? To not hit the cap limit of the inputs of the thing. If you're running 600, it actually doesn't run a full 600. It actually is a little bit down from 600, so it's hard to gauge it. So what I do is I just cut it up, make a separate train, and then you have more throughput that goes through, right? So you have the 300, 300, and then it's always going at maximum speed. Even if it fills up your backlog, the inputs and the outputs are going to be going much faster. So I feel it's always better to just cut it at 300 and not have to worry about all the fluid problems that you're going to have. And there's a whole bunch of other problems we could talk about too, but I think you got the gist. Okay, over here we got a normal mode and an impure node. All right, so this is going to make us a little bit off there, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and say number 9. And this is a normal node. That's going to be 300 eventually when we overclock it. This one here is going to be a 150. So we'll call that number 10. Right here. So 10 nodes so far. Okay, this will be the most nodes. And again, we're going to go look over here. Impure, impure, normal. Okay, so these two can be combined. So we'll say we're going to combine those two together. That'll be node number 11. And number 12. And those will combine together as the 300. We have another normal node. And that normal node, and by the way, we're going to total this when we get done. That normal node will be number 13. That'll be another 300 right over there. And we did the separate impure here. Okay, so we got all the nodes in this area. We're going to run them all to where I am right now. Right, so we'll combine them all, we'll run them as separate lines, and we'll try to, make them look cool when we're running them. Same thing here, combine them all, run it to here, take this thing, run it along, zip it over here. These are really far away, but that's okay. These impures are close to each other, so we can combine those impures, run them through here, out of wherever we figure out, then take this one, run it over, run them all together. Take these, run them together, probably take these, run this out, take these, run that out, and then run them all together that way. This one here, these two to this one, and then run them all together. So I can run them stacked as I go through. That's probably the next thing we do, even before we do all the trains. But we need to know how many train cars we need. Now, we go over here. There we go. We've got all the numbers that we need. I'm going to zoom out a little bit more. There we go. Here's all the numbers. And let me try to get my big fat head out of the way. There we go. Now you can see that we have 300, 300. We have a bunch of 300s. Now we can just go equals down here. Select all of this. Hit return. Boom, it just did the math for us. Oh, if we move over. Wait a minute. Why did it not do the math? Oh, I forgot on this spreadsheet. It sucks. You got to actually type the word sum first because it doesn't automatically assume you want to sum because Google sucks. There you go. Every other thing, especially even Apple numbers, everybody, even Apple gets it right. You just hit equals and then you select the thing and it automatically assumes you want to sum it. Duh. So that's 3,300 oil that we're going to be doing. Probably the most oil of anywhere that we're doing because we're going to combine all that together. We're going to combine it all into a single train. Let me go look at my other stuff over here. What are we doing over here? We're doing pure. There's 600 there. This is 600. This is 1,200. This is another 600. So that's 1,800. This is another 1,000. So that's 2,800. So this actually is more than that. This is around 3,300 here. Which is a massive amount of oil, probably the most oil in the entire game. I've actually come over here and tapped all this oil before and ran it back up over the thing and put it up on the top over here, which is really cool because if you start like on this side, you can actually start in different parts of the map. It's always one big map, but you can start on different parts like the forest or the desert or the the more advanced area where you got a bunch of pure nodes right at the very beginning, which is nice. But and I've tried all of them, which is pretty fun. But ultimately, you'll run into places you've already been, like over here. Okay, so we got that figured out. We know what we want to do. Now, how many cars do we need? That's what we're trying to figure out. All right, so for every 300, we want one car. So 1, 2. In fact, I don't even need to do that. It'll automatically do the numbers for me once I've done the sequence. This is 6. This is 7. This is 8. This is 9. This is 10. This is 11. And then this is our total, so we'll just put a green there. So yeah, we need 11 train cars. This will be our biggest train. Now, for every 4 train cars, we need 1 engine, right? We need 1 engine to start. Then we have 4. Then we have another one here. And then we really have 3. So we'll just put another one there. And then I always like to put another one, right? Now, these train cars are actually going to be in the back. So I'm just going to go like this just to visualize it. So we're going to have 1, actually a little bit further down. So we have it like here. There we go. So we're going to have 1 train in the front, all these cars, and then 4 trains in the back, right? So we'll have to adjust the station a little bit so that if we do multiple trains, the train doesn't come in and get smacked in the behind from behind. But for every 4 cars, make sure you add another engine. If I even get more than 1 car, everybody, I add another engine anyway. By default, I put 2 engines in because then it never slows down. It never has a problem, especially when you're going up spirals or you're going up angles, whatnot. You're good every time. So 11 cars. So now we know what to do, right? So we figured out the math of it all. This is just 3. So you can just see how many we're going to put here. It's going to be quite a lot. So let's start stacking them. This is going to be fun, everybody. This is going to be fun. All right, here we go. Fluid platform. Got her lined up. Auto connect. All right, there is 6. There is 9. Nice. We got some stuff in our way. We're going to have to do some relocation of stuff. I know we're going to hit that one over there too. So let's just... And if I did this right, everybody, we will miss all this stuff. It'll be awesome. Where are we at? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. And we need 11. So there it is. Done. There it is. All right. Then we need a train station. Wouldn't it be awesome if I had already pre-built a blueprint for a train station? Oh, wow. I did. There it is. And then you're like, well, Kismet, how are your train's going to turn around? Oh, well, how about I pre-build an awesome mega modular blueprint that allows me to just turn my trains right back around like that? How about that, too? And it kind of looks like a Star Destroyer. And there you go, everybody. I just built that right before your eyes, just like that. Bam, 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 bam. Again, blueprinting for the win. Very awesome. At the ground level, balanced it and angled it in such a way that it actually went right into the terrain. Awesome. That's got to be my favorite station I've done so far. And again, we'll go through, do all the supports and stuff like that, but that is quite the train. Very, very cool. Now, we actually have an extra car that I'm actually going to just leave in for now because I kind of feel like we'll just leave that extra car in there in case we need anything added. I don't think there's any other stuff over here, but we could go and grab any coal or other resources like this iron and run. We got sand ore over here. We could run down and run over here. Eventually, we're going to be tapping all this other stuff if we need to. We're definitely going to go get all this uranium. We'll use our current train system to kind of push out to get that as well. I could just run the uranium down here if I wanted to. Yeah, maybe we'll just leave that extra train car for the uranium. What is this? Is it impure? Yes. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to leave it for this, and then we'll run this down and run uranium on this oil train. Kind of dangerous, though. Kind of dangerous. But what we'll do is we'll have a separate train that comes and picks up the uranium as well. Though we should probably put that separate. And again, we got uranium over here and over here. Yeah, we should probably just run the train so it's separate from the oil train, and then when we come over here, we're not getting radiated all the time. But we'll go get all this uranium, and there's a bunch all over the place. And you're like, Kismet, how do you see all the nodes? Is that a mod? No, it's not a mod. I went around, and I put my radar towers down. And it will tell you what's there, right? We got 209 of those little wormy guys. 4 summer sloops, 8 Mercer spheres, 7 things, and a whole bunch of mobs over there that you can go and grab. It's pretty cool. And then when you pick them up, this number goes down. You can see I've actually picked some of them up because the number has gone down. But yeah, that's perfectly built right into the terrain. Looks awesome. Very nice. So I guess we'll not bring that over here. So then let's go ahead and just take it out then. We'll take this back out. We'll take this back out. Again, the great thing about blueprinting is you can readjust that. Let's count this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, modify it. Let's make it right. We're going to do it. We're going to do it right. And again, we can always modify all these blueprints to fit our needs. And take all this other stuff out so we can put our train stuff in. All right, let's look over here on the right and see if we have any room for our stuff. Looks like we do. Let's go ahead and just test it a little bit. Going down. Ooh, saved myself. Saved myself there. That was quick. Yeah, that's not coming out. We got to go down here. And we got to widen this out. Oh, we got a baddie. Take care of him first. He's just going to be a pain. Get wrecked. He's just going to be a pain in the behind. All right. Take this out, because we're going to take this out anyway to put our storage in here. And then what we need to do is put this in here. And again, before we build all this out, best to check it. Oh, perfect. Holy mackerel. Look at that. A little bit of problem with that tree there, with the elevation there. We might need to bring that up just a little bit. We can definitely move these trees out the way. Again, we could use our chainsaw, but much more fun to blow stuff up, I think. Again, if you like explosions, you're in the right stream. You're in a good one. You're in a good one for that. All right, boom, take that. There we go. All right, and again, we're going to be putting our tanks over here, and this is what's going to be backlogging all of our resources, but this one's going to go right into there, so it'll be hard to put the tanks down. So what we'll do is we'll just elevate the tanks a little bit to match that. So we'll go ahead and just bring this up. How's that? That's probably good enough. So up by one foundation. Take all these back out. Come on, take it out. You got this. There we go. Then we'll go back here, elevate this by one. Take all this out. Run this. Yeah, it's going to be a little weird here. Might have to do something with the fence. Might have to do some something here, but we'll get it going because we definitely want to have a backlog. So when the train is not here, or trains, depending on how many we want to put here, it'll have time to backlog into all of our storage here. Also help us run all of our piping and all that other stuff. So we'll go ahead and just run that out a little extra. Man, that is nice. Perfect. Again, we figured all that out, everybody. We've run it several times to try to figure out what that perfect angle is. And that worked out absolutely perfect. The position of the station is perfect. Everything we did him in here, coming down first and then curving so we could have a long enough space for our actual train station. And it only got to come down and turn around anyway once we put our train station in here. Now again, we do often have trouble if you are doing a train station after you're doing this. It can cause it to get a bit funky chicken. So we are going to put our train platform in. Which way? This way. Come on, snap in there, guy. It's working so good on the way over here, too. It was working so good. But now it's not. Keep losing my power because of the tracks way back there. What we're doing? Trying to get the station in. There we go. It was snapping really good when we were putting it in, but then sometimes it gets all weird and you got to take it out, put it in, take it out, put it in kind of thing. Or just try to angle it better. Am I not getting any power? All right, there we go. That power throws me off because it like dips me down on the ground when I'm trying to line stuff up. All right, there we go. Okay, and we should have power. We got to do a little bit of work over here because we took this side thing out. So we want to get that there. And we cut that back. We've got power here. We want to do, there's a little bit of stuff I still need to do because it doesn't necessarily let me do that stuff, or It's not on by default. Or I want it off by default. That's also something. And then we're going to run along the tracks here just to see if there's anything like right there in the tracks. I don't like stuff in my tracks. We'll leave a bunch of this embellishment here and stuff like that. We've got our hypertube in. All good. All good. What we're going to call this? We're going to call this reef oil. As in the Great Barrier Reef over here. Reef oil. Pickup. There we go. Nice. That's it. We're done. Now we just need to build that sucker on the other side. And I think it's going to go off the map. I don't know if we have enough space for that one, but we could build it over a little bit and then run it in there. Or we could build it over the other way. You'll see when we get to the other side. How are we doing on time? All right. Okay. We're still good. We're still good. We got time. We're going to do some more cool stuff. Let's do it. Now we're going to build our train. That's what we're going to do. We'll build a train, everybody. It's going to be fun. Okay, now you notice I put my train back just a little bit from the station. The reason why I do that is so I can start it up later and it will just pull into the station, and pick up all the stuff. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and how many cars behind it? I think it was four more engines? Yes, 4 more engines. 3 engines is really what you need, but I always put an extra. So 1, oh, this is going to be up on an angle when these are here. Again, make sure your trains are going the right direction so they're helping when you're going up and down grades. Yeah, it's actually going to be way out here. Okay, so see this block signal here? We got to move this block signal back so another train doesn't come along and whammy into the back of it. So we're going to move this back right to there. Boom. And that'll keep it from running into behind it. And then we'll just take this block signal out. And then, see, we should see this be red. All right, nice. And then green way up there. Okay, good. That is one heck of a train. That is the largest train I've ever built in here. Again, I was waiting for them to go release before we really go crazy. But that is awesome. We can get our first bit of oil in straight away because it's literally right there. All right, now I'm going to show you how to do some more cool stuff. Let's go. Let's get this going. Our first thing we're going to do is take our oil extractor, aim it nice and straight. Might have a little bit of problem here with our storage. We might have to move our storage around a little bit because this is a little close, but we'll see. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do a one piece of line, everybody. You're going to only see it here on my stream because nobody else knows how to do it, but you're going to know. Now you're going to know, and if you see anybody else doing it, I invented it. I invented it, so I appreciate credit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So about 7 meters out. And then you just go ahead, put your foundation in there, and now it's perfectly aligned to the oil extractor. It's 5 for oil extractors, so you're moving 5 meters forward when you're doing that little snapping. 4 for extractors. And then this is perfectly aligned on the top of those foundations. You're welcome. I just saved you all the endless hours it took me to figure that out. I'm going to bring this up a little bit as well as I usually do because I don't like it to be right at the ground level. We'll take all these out, this out here. Then we're going to use our larger foundations just to have it sit on those foundations. Then we're going to go ahead and get our oil extractor again. We're going to put it right back on the top. You can also aim at the oil thing here and it will just sit on the top of the foundations. Nicely like that. Then we'll take all of this out. Then we'll blow up some stuff back here so it's not in our extractor. Get out of here, you. Then we'll go ahead and... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Did I take it all out? Oh, I took it all out. My bad. I'm trying to press the right buttons here. There we go. We got to do that again. My bad. I shouldn't have taken the foundation out because I need to run the foundation back there. Getting ahead of myself. But when you make a mistake, everybody, just own up to it and go fix it. That's what you do. Don't make excuses. Nobody likes excuses. All right, right there at the front of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right there. It's basically 7 meters. So there you go. And then we put foundation down. Use that as a template. Make the temp go up here. Let's try not to remove it this time. Got ahead of myself. I will remove it eventually, but we got to put this back in. Like this. And oil extractor. Now the reason why I'm going to put the oil extractor down first, actually let's just do this, is because you want to use the oil extractor. See, the falling is throwing me off. Keep running out of power. I got to run some power over here. Where are my power? Let's go snag some power from over here. See, I got it built in here where I can just go ahead and grab it there, and I can run it underneath here where you don't even need to see it. Like this. I run it under the foundations, which is awesome. That's going to allow me to float around here a little bit. Now, the reason why, again, why I have this all set up like this and why I put this down first is because it used to be where you couldn't put it down after you put your blueprints down. So you want to put this in. Build order, very important. So what we're going to do is take this out. We've got some stuff here. We're going to take this out. Again, this is going to block some of our tanks, but we'll deal with that. And then we have a blueprint for this. In fact, we got a mega blueprint for this, which is all embellished with some fancy smancy stuff that we're going to go ahead and just do. And then you can see it perfectly fits that. Put that down. And there we go. Fits right in there. Now, we're going to need to split this. Oh, I think I put it down twice. Doing a lot of double clicking today. Take that out. There we go. And we're going to split this. So one of these is going to go into the first one. The second one is going to go into the second one. But we do want, again, our stuff. So we'll probably cut this back a little bit. Might be able to squeeze that in there. But we're definitely going to want to go to the side here. So we're going to go ahead and just take these out. Like this. We might even move this out of here over to there just to accommodate that. So let's just do that right now while we're thinking about it. We'll go ahead and run this into the A side. Oops, that's backwards. I like to have the A side on the left and the B side on the right, like that. Then this is the main input power here, so we're going to put that on the A side. Then on the B side, we're going to go ahead and put that into this side here. Take this out. No, we don't need that anymore. Okay. Now we can go ahead and run this again this way. And we don't need a splitter there. And now we want to go ahead and go in. That's an orange one. Take that out of there. Now we want to go ahead and run our lines. So we'll run that into there using our Auto 2D and then, of course, color it in so it looks cool. And then in here, we've got this setup where we can just go right up here and grab our power and put that right in here. Because this cannot be part of the blueprint. That's the most important part. That's why that's can be real frustrating trying to get stuff around your extractors. And you see I've got it set for 600 already, which it is. And then we're going to go ahead and divert this. And we're going to try to run these other foundations through like this. But we want to make sure that these are connected across. In fact, we could probably clean these up a little bit. Let's go ahead and just take this out. Yeah, don't worry. Don't be afraid to modify your blueprints. I modify mine all the time if they're better suited to do this. And then we take this out, and then we'll put this up into here, which is our pump. And then we'll take this, which goes right back in here. You see there's like a connection there. So we'll just take one of these out so we can see our connector. Then we'll do this into that connector and then put this back on here. There we go. And again, now we just kind of customized it to fit this. Then we can just take this out, do a little bit of this, and then if you have concrete, everybody, you can actually do a little bit of that. And it will actually go into the concrete and look like you just cut it in half. And there are half pieces that you can do, but the half pieces are just going to do the same thing. So you might as well do that, and look how clean we made that, everybody. Come on, that was some epic, that was some good gaming secrets right there I just showed you. Some good stuff. Okay, now that's going to allow us to run it over here without being in the way of our tanks. So that actually worked out. Didn't know it was going to work out when I started it. Really just kind of try it, see what happens. Now, here's our tanks here. These are our fluid buffers. They're the big boys. We're going to turn the auto connect off and the blueprint off. Just go default. And we have our connections in the back, and these are inputs. So we want to go ahead and line this up. Now I'm centering it along this center part, so we'll just nudge that back so it's centered. And these are inputs, so we want to make sure that that input is lined up. We just get the first one lined up, and all the rest of them are going to be lined up like this. Now I'm going to go to blueprint mode just so I can see, well, unless it starts to snap weird like that, just so I can see those lines. But if I can't see those lines, I'll just do the same thing I did before and line it up via the center line like that, and then go over here. See, sometimes it looks like it's lined up, but it is not. And there we go. And let's try blueprint mode here. Aha, we can kind of do it. We can go ahead and do this, and then hit H, nudge that back using that nudge mode. Again, you can see I'm taking the various white lines and matching them up to each other, and then since they are a repetition of each other, you just hit H for hologram mode and just nudge those into position, and they should, and they do, line perfectly up. Once this comes in, you'll see that these line perfectly up with the outputs, or inputs, in this case. Let's keep going. Oh, that's not it. We need this one. There we go. And again, just the blueprint mode allows you to see the boundary box, which is what's helping us right now. And then we'll put all our boundary box stuff in here. Pressed it too late. Nudged it just a little bit at the last moment. And then, and again. Sometimes when I press the button, it moves my mouse. I have a very sensitive mouse, and I have it that way because I do play some shooter games. You can adjust it for each game, but I just live with it. There we go. Wow, look at that. Look at how much oil this is. Woo, mama. That's a lot of oil. Let's go all the way in. We're going to start with the top. We're going to actually check back here, see how we're looking. Woo, that is right up against that. But this one actually is not going to connect to this one, though that would be really easy to connect there. This one is actually going to connect to these two. So let's go ahead and do that while we're thinking about it here. Let's get our default mode. We're going to run this over here. We're going to see if we can just connect like this and then change this to vertical mode. Ah, ha, ha, that is beautiful. Look at that. Beautiful, everybody. Then we're going to go over here, and we're going to go back to our pipes here. And again, I always have a bunch of these pipe things so I can use them. And we're going to try to eyeball this right here. I wish it snapped vertically. That would be nice. But we'll do what we got to do. And then run that right up into there. Now, we've already got a pump there, so that pump is going to pump that right up in there. We'll go ahead and color that in. Again, I'm hitting X. I've already got some pre-done finishes. I've also got a bunch of swatches that I use that I changed that match my stuff. So if you do use my blueprints, by the way, the coloring might be different in yours based on your swatches. But if you do want to come back and check the swatches here, I will try to press the right buttons. There's the color of all my swatches. So if you change the colors to my swatches, all the colors there, right here, then it will look the same in your game. And I keep all the default stuff the same up here at the top. There you go. So again, if you ever get confused using my blueprints, there you go. Okay, so those are all good. Right over there. And this is not overclocked. All right, let's overclock the heck out of that baby. Like that. And then we can flip the switch on. Okay, it's got power. Does this got power? Doesn't look like it does. I mean, it's on, but it doesn't have, we haven't sent the main power yet. That's the side power. This is the main power. So we want to find our main power right there. And then that should turn that. There we go. We'll hide that under there. Never know it's there. And then this is going to start up. We're going to start to see that oil pumping in there. Yes, it does. Look at it go. Holy mackerel, going to 600. But you can see I'm cutting it into 300 and 300, and then I'm cutting it up again into 150 and 150. And that's because this way it flows constantly. Now, really what you want to do before you even bring your train in, everybody, is you want to see these things fully extended. You want to fill up all those pipes with oil or water or sulfur or whatever it is you're producing. You want them to be completely full, or fuel, and let them be completely full before you start up the engines or before you start up the machines. This way, you don't have a constant sloshing of the material in there, because yes, it calculates that. Also, it'll like start up and stop, start up and stop, start up and stop. You don't want that. You want to let it fill up. And you'll see this actually will fill both of these by the time we even get this done. It absolutely will. Even though this is 600 going into 4 of these at the same time, which would be 150, 150, 150, 300, 300, and add that together, it's 600. You get the idea. This one's going to be the trickiest one to try to get that in there. But we'll try to find a way. I think we could probably elbow that out of there. We'll just elbow it now and see what happens. Oh yeah, we could totally just elbow that out of there and just put that right in there. Okay, and we'll probably do it the other way over here. Bring it this way, put it on the top of this, or elbow it over here. Or we could just put a thing in there right now. Like this. Logistics. Where's our wall support? It's a little tricky to get that to go around that sharp of a corner. I don't think that's going to happen. But we got a little bit of room here at the end, so we could probably do a little bit of this. Yep, there it is. There it is right there. And then when we bring the stuff from over this way, we can just put it right in there. And then we'll probably go up and over, or we'll go around. Don't need these. We'll go around, and then we'll hit this one here. Yeah. And then we'll bring all that other stuff from over there. We might even bring some over the top of our train. Because if we're bringing it from this way, we could bring it in, we could bring it over, and then just drop it down into here, which would cause a forcing function down in there, creating a positive head lift as well. Or we can just run it around, because we're going to run it from here down, and maybe from over here, and then run it around the back, and just boom, 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 boom. Probably just run around the back. We got plenty of room for pipes in there too, and we already got some oil flowing in there. Now you want to go over here and you want to check that you've put all your pipes in so it can actually get into the train. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually start from the top and show you how to do a cool offset of your thing if you missed it earlier. So if I go like this, you can see that the output here is on this side, but this is actually aligned to the inputs, right? So if I do that, you can see that I'm using the horizontal vertical, and it goes ahead and lines up perfectly. And then if I go this way, you can see that the bottom offsets that way. Now if I go the other way, this way, it'll actually bump into this and be right inside this other pipe. Maybe that's what you want. I don't like that. I don't want it to clip through each other. Now we're just going to go through and do the same thing all the way down here. Most important thing, remembering whether it's an input or an output. This is a lot of oil here. Holy moly. This is going to be quite the epic train. Maybe slightly off, or are those somewhat straight? Feels like slightly off to me. Do we offset one of these? I feel like we're slightly off. This one's nice and straight. Ah, see, look, you get one off, all of them are off. Yeah, see, these are closer together. But this one's not close enough, so it's kind of hard to see because our snapping wasn't working. Also, by the way, when you're taking stuff out, just hit G, and then you can take all the stuff out and not accidentally take out something in the background. Like that. It'd be nice if you take a bunch of blueprints out at the same time. But at least you can take a bunch of stuff out. Like this. It ain't right, it ain't right. Doing it again. And again, you make a mistake, try to catch your mistake and just fix it. No big deal. No big drama. Just make it happen, Captain. And then we can just take this out right here and redo that later. Take this out, redo that later. And then try to do our buffer again this time. All right, let's try to get it right this time. 7 over here. Again, it was kind of hard to see where that was. I thought I had it lined up. Looks pretty lined up to me. Gotta back it up. Oh yeah, no, that's way better because you can see the two things are more lined up now and they're right next to each other how they should be. And we'll just kind of eyeball this since our blueprint mode is not working very well because of this extractor behind. All right, let's try that. The rest of these were actually lined up with each other, but since we made the mistake at the beginning, all the rest of them were off. There we go. And now we'll go ahead and use our blueprint mode. And now that we have it right, see if that gets it right all the way down. Come on. Man, it's all over the place today. Ah. How are we doing? One more. Okay. Yeah, if it's not right, take it out. That's what the big advantage of blueprints. You have to sit there and take out every little thing. You just go in, redo it. And also, it's in the moment of recognizing when it's wrong, right? Before you go do 500 of them and you realize, oh, I did them all wrong, you're like doing it and you're like, wait a minute, something doesn't feel right, right? Make sure that's, I'm just doing to make sure it's straight. Yeah, it's straight. Okay, that one's good. Again, get that proper vibe from it. All right, now we're going to go this way and input. All right, up here. And I usually just tell because when I look up, it looks like it's angling out and not in. Ah. I could just color these, everybody. But I'm trying to train my brain to pick those up so I don't have to recolor them on each one. Always worth the effort to do it right. Then it won't be nagging in the back of your head. Man, I should have done it like this. I really need to go back and fix that. Well, we don't need to go back and fix it. We already fixed it. And we're going to go backwards here. And if we lost some oil or whatever, that's okay. But don't worry, we're going to have so much oil from over here. This is going to power a ton of stuff. And that one's already done. All right, now let's go look and see if these look straight. Oh, yeah. Much better. Check them all. You never know. Might have offset at the last second. Nope, all straight. Nice. Okay, those are all connected. Let's go connect this part in the back again. So we have this for later. Take this out. Connect that into there as a Auto 2D. Whoop, won't. Oh, it's a little too close now. Okay, now it won't do it. Yeah, we'll fix that later. Now this is going to be moved because we moved it over a little bit, so we're going to take that out. And we're going to go ahead and just pick up another one here. Again, it'd be nice if this aligned itself. I can put this like this and then try to align it just visually. Yeah. Close enough. There we go. Okay, that'll get back to filling that up. Now it'll start filling up in here. Go in here and look and see if this is spinning. If it's spinning, then there's something wrong. if that oil is not going in there. Is there oil in here? Yeah, this thing is totally full. But this thing is spinning, which means that this thing is probably messed up. So we'll get our train. And it's usually the one that's right next to the station. So we have to take that one out and put it back in. So we'll take it out. Showing you all sorts of problem solving stuff as well. Put that back in. And then just redo all of this. Just to make sure that it comes out right. Horizontal, vertical. Bingo. All right, how about over here? This one messed up? Now, see, this one's working now. The reason why it's working, because this one here gets messed up if you put the train station after it. Because normally you have to put the train station down first, then all the other stuff. But since I'm putting it down in order as we're going toward the train station, I got to take this one out, re-put it down. It recognizes, okay, there's a train station there. Okay, I'll now connect that, and then should connect the rest of the cars. Now, we got that one going. We got this one going. Now, this one right here is going to do this, and that's just because it doesn't have oil in it. We'll come back, and we'll check all of these, make sure that it does fill up, so that that's running the whole time you're doing something else. Otherwise, that's just going to sit there and do nothing the whole time, which is crazy. Oh, wow. Okay, time's flying by over here. Time is flying by. Okay, so we got that done. We got our train in there. We got our oil pumping and going. Let's go get the other oil on the other side going. And we probably want to back channel this. Yeah, run some electricity along the outside edge all the way back so we could use it for our stuff over there. So let's go over here, take our primary input, which is this one. In fact, I could have made this a little better. I could have made that a little better by taking this and snapping it this way. There we go, much better. Put that there, hide that, well, run it first, and just hide that behind there. Nice. Okay, we're just going to run this along the edge so we don't have all these poles everywhere. We're just going to go as far as it lets us. It's going to turn red, and then we'll do here. Cut it across to there. Again, nothing wrong with running electricity next to water, huh? I'm sure nothing bad is going to happen. And then we'll run it up the side here. Keep it mostly hidden over here. Out of the way. Fred's like, hey, Kismet, you're getting that going on. Yep. Okay, we got some stuff in our way. Let's blow it up. That's the way we roll up in here. Getting it done. Again, if you're just joining me, everybody, welcome. My name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon because I've been gaming for 50 years, everybody. I've been having a great time working on some Satisfactory stuff over here. We're going to go ahead and take that out. We're going to need to put down our extractors. Again, I just showed you this already. But if you have any questions, you let me know. We're going to go ahead and extract this pure oil, and we're going to run it that way. It looks pretty lined up. Looks pretty good. But remember, this is the actual extractor. Extractor thing. I can't think of the word. Went right out of my head. You got the world grid. This is the extractor grid. There we go. This is the extractor grid. So that means it's snapping to the extractor and not the world grid. And then I will transition it to the world grid as we go. Because it looks cooler when you're doing the extraction. That's why. And then we're going to left click, pull it out here. And again, we know it's 7 meters. So we just go 7 meters out. And don't even need to count it if we don't want to. Take this out, take this out. We move that up. Then we want to go ahead and get our larger foundations, just so this will sit on top of those. And then oil extractor like this. And then our blueprints go back this way. So we're going to go ahead and make it so we can line our blueprints like this. Get our blueprint for our oil extractor. Again, just using those blocks to kind of align it. Hard to see because it's nighttime and it's yellow. Oh, it needs a little half block. Don't click it till you know it's good. There we go. Looks good to me. Go. Don't need these. And you can see it just perfectly goes around that because that's the way we set up our stuff. We don't need the side ones here, so we're just going to take those out. Like so. Don't need this. Don't need this pipe here. Do one nice pipe coming out of there into there. Then we'll do our electricity. Again, I hope you guys don't mind me speeding up. I'm going to go faster so we can get some stuff going on. Okay, now we need to get this electricity over here. We're just going to bring it straight down to the front right there. Find our main input, which is going to be the A side, which is this side. Throw that in there. Make sure that we got this running across on the B side to here. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and flip this on. That's going to get that started up, and it's going to start pumping out some serious amount of oil. Look at it go. 600, looking good. Pumping that out. Now we need to get this over there. So I feel like we'll just do this. And we'll line it up nice and run it down the center. When it turns yellow like that, you're at your max distance. And just put it down, put some more. Okay, what do you feel like doing? Just bringing it across. And we'll have some other ones we're going to be doing later. So we got to be thinking about that as well. But I'll most likely come back and stack this. But for right now, we'll go ahead and just do this. And we're going to run this here. And we're using our horizontal vertical so it does a nice straight and then comes up. That makes it real easy to do that. So I'm doing the far one first so it aligns that up. And then our pipeline junction. Then up into here. And now both of those are rocking and rolling. There we go. And it already has a pump built in, so that should be enough to get it up into all of these things because it's basically at the same level. And that's it. That's all we need to do. That we just boom, boom, boom. There we go. 600 oil going in there just like that. And that's what's so cool about blueprints, everybody. Just zap them down. Then we can go over here and we take a look just to double check that it is running at 600. We got all of our stuff in there. We never have to look at that again. Now it's going. It's going to do its thing. Don't have to worry about it. Okay. Look at Fred. Are you playing with the train, Fred? Are you playing with the train? Are you having fun? Yes. Yes, you're having fun? Okay, good. You have fun with the train. Fred's always up to something, everybody. I always got to check in with him every now and again because, you know, he's a little crazy. But then again, so am I. So there you go. All right, we got to go over here to this thing over here. Now, one of the things, if you have these radars are in here, everybody, you can put down these markers. Which really help a lot if you're trying to find something. So what I'll do is I'll just go ahead and set a marker here. And I usually use the question mark. Don't put the marker directly on the thing because it's nearly impossible to get the marker gone again. But I'm just going to highlight it. And then if I look in that direction, boom, there it is. So I've basically used that to highlight it over there. And so we're just going to go do the same thing we did over here, but over there. So we'll just float back this way. And again, while I'm doing this, by the way, and I'm using thousands and thousands of resources, it's automatically taking those resources and putting them right back in the dimensional depot for me. So I'll have thousands and thousands more. I'm just going to ignore all the stuff. Unless I see like a summer sloop or a Mercer sphere, I'm going to ignore all the little guys there. So here it is. So there should be two in between here. There's one right there. And we've got our power right in the way. Let's take our power and kind of dip it over this way. And then we're going to take that, put that there. We're going to take this out. And down we go. All right, look out for baddies. Don't see nobody. And this is a normal node. So this is going to be its own node. And this other one is down this way. So we'll just kind of elbow that, run that over here. And then we'll just run it directly. Oh, wait, we just go that way. What do we got in the way over here? Let's see what we got before we choose which direction we want to run it. I mean, we want to run it here. So we want to run it this way because the train station's right there. So yeah, we could. Oh, look, there's a path right there. Yeah, we could use that path, try to run it straight through there, and go around the end of the station. Sounds good to me. And again, once we have this established, when we run those other ones, we can run those other ones and then basically go along that same path. So I'm just going to turn it this way. So I'm trying to decide which way I want to turn the oil extractor. So we'll turn it this way. Like that. And then we'll take a look. And we can pull down a power pole just so we can fly. And we'll see if that looks lined up. Looks good enough to me. And then all the same stuff again. Here we go. Hold down control. Forward rotate. Make sure it's in the center. And then, not diagonal, not freeform, default, out by 7. Going to go in the ground a little bit. That's okay. We got this. And then probably, let's go 2 up from the ground. There we go. Take this out, this and this. All the same stuff that we just did. Kind of pre-think this out before we go to the next one. Get out of here. Of course, no matter where I put this, everybody, it's always in the way. Over here. There we go. And that's just so I can hover up. Makes it easier for when I'm trying to put stuff in. Listening for some baddies while I'm at it. Aiming at the node. What happened there? Something happened. The original thing was offset. Not good. Let's fix it. Got offset. Eyeball it again. Probably from when it was doing that funky angled stuff. Sometimes a little more difficult to do when it's at the ground level. We'll just do that. It's good. Okay, we just do this. This. Like that. Then we can go ahead and normally I use the double just so I know where the extractor is, but you don't really need to. You can just use 1 meters. There we go. Now it's lined up. Take this out. We can take all this out. Then use our blueprints. Right over here. Right there. Okay. Okay, good to go. Looks good. We're going to run it that way. Now we're going to need to run our power. How do we want to run our power? Probably through these big old power things. Let's clean these up a little bit, though. Let's run this over here, where our actual power is. Let's say right there. And we're going to run it out of there, underneath the thing, so it's not in the way of our train. Up here, not that it really matters, it's not going to really affect the train at all. But we're going to make this nice and clean. So we only have so many of these. Again, minimizing the amount of these is also cool. And we'll say we'll put it here because we're going to most likely, turning around so I can see the ladder, most likely send it to the other one that's going to be back there. So good. Thinking that through is always good. And then same thing over here, just to keep it kind of hidden. We'll put it down the bottom. We'll run it all the way underneath here. And it will go into the A side, which is the entrance side. pull this switch. Let that rock and roll. Make sure that we've got this connected across to the B side. And then the B side is going to start this up. And it's going to start up here. And then we're going to do this. Overclocking. It is not starting up. Why is it not starting up? Oh, I didn't throw the switch. I did throw the switch. Threw the switch, connected it here. Should go. Oh, I forgot to connect the thing up at the top. Yep, sure did. Forgot to connect the thing after I put that in there. There we go. Always double check it. You never know. You might have forgot something. So it'll take a minute for it to spin up. There we go. Or a second to spin up, and it's all good. All right. We can probably take out all of these other rando ones we did here while we were doing some exploring. Don't need these anymore. They're just kind of messing with our beautiful area that we have here. There we go. Again, try to build them in where they're not as obnoxious. Then we're going to go ahead, like we're going to go up and go over. Let's get some foundations here. Throw in a nice ramp. I'm going to do a 2 meter. Now when it comes to fluids, angling up does slow down your fluids, but not as much as a train, so I don't really worry about it. I'm feeling like right here. And see how we do here. Oh, right into the thing, so got to go up higher. Wow, that is like perfectly aligned to the front of the thing. I mean, I wasn't even trying to do that. Wasn't even trying to do it, and it's all nice and nice. All right, we're going to go up a little bit more. Another couple meters here. And use our 1 meters to go across. What up, guy? Yeah, go underneath there. Harder to shoot me down there. Like we're just going to run this straight out. Again, you'll see that this is actually not aligned to the world grid. And such is the way it goes. Because it's aligned to the extractor grid. Look at this guy. How'd you get up here? Not dead. Now dead. Okay, so we want to get this over here. Oh, we got to go around that way maybe, or through here. Oh, we could run those pipes underneath there. Oh, cool. I didn't think about that till just now. Could be running these pipes connected underneath here too, all the way down. Oh, that's 100% what we're doing. Right through here. Okay, we're going to need our stands. Right in the center. That is not the right one. This one. Keep hearing weird noises. Weird noises. Man, that is just awesome. Okay. So we got our stand here. Go ahead and run this forward. And then we'll probably go here. There. And then we'll just run our lines. And this will set this straight so it does a nice curve like that. And then we'll figure out the distance. How far we want to go here. So we're going to end up here. That's going to be coming down. Oh, that's nice. And now you can see we're going to be transitioning from the world grid, which is what this is, to the grid of the extractor. And this is how we make this work, right? We just kind of just make that transition like this. Oh, rotate it this way. Noodle, horizontal, vertical. Look at that. Sweet. Again, now we just transition between the two grids. And color that in. Pick this up. And this we're just going to run at the ground level. Oh, we're going to need to, no, we're going to need to do these. Because we're going to have multiple, probably. Yeah, we're going to have a bunch. Let's think ahead here. We're going to think ahead where we're going to end up with a bunch of lines running along this same line. So we want to kind of pre-think how we're doing these transitions over here. So we want to redo all of this so we can stack all of these later. I mean, I could just stack it over the top of that one, but we're already doing stackers over here, so we might as well just do it right. And this one into that one. And then again, we'll get this. Figure out the max distance. Right about there. Put a stacker there. We can always color it later. To here. Out my way. What if you blast this thing? The answer is no. That's okay. I think we get by there anyway. Just doing the pipe first so I can see what the distance is, and then what the max distance is, so I can just do one long pipe. Again, we can come back, color all this in later. Oh, I hear something. I hear something in there. Something definitely glowing in there. There. This not only sets it up for this one, everybody, but it sets it up for all the ones that we're going to run in here. We might have to run them side by side because of the stuff that's in the way. But we can take out this tree and this bush and these trees and them bushes. Get them out of our way. But when we hit here, we might have to double. So we might just do something like this. Remind me. I don't like to be too close. You can get them closer. It's a little awkward when they're like really close like that. I like them to be offset. So just remind me to do maybe two like this. And like this. That'll remind me to do that later. Okay, now we want to go here, and we don't even need to go up that ramp. We could probably just go here, in there. Make it look legit. Then we'll go and turn it to asphalt. Make it look like these other blocks. Yeah, way back there. Okay. See, it looks like it's holding that up, which is nice. Doesn't have to, but we like it, so we're going to do it. And then bam, right into that one. We'll just say that we cut that dirt out and then we're running it in there. Okay, and then this pipe should be strong enough to run this entire way, or this pump. It's a level 2 pump, so it's going to push a real long ways. And then also we have a little bit of help here because this is going to dip down. Might need a pump on this side. But let's go ahead and run this one to the next one. Down this way. Again, same thing. We'll just go ahead and figure out our distance. So this is this one that we were working on. This one here. And I can just take this and run that right up through there into that thing underneath there. Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, but the next one that's coming along, though, we'll need to go around it. So it might be better if this is offset. We should have adjusted for that offset here. So instead of being in the center, we want this to be offset this way. Yeah. This way, when it runs this way and then it goes up into here, it will be straight. Okay, I'm okay with that. Better than using floor holes. Everybody, floor holes are like the death of your fluids. Don't use them if you can avoid them. So we're going to end up running 2 down this line. So probably putting this one in the second one is the better idea. So we will do this. We will put this here. And then do the top one. Add the souping on, so it's going to do an extra one. And then back here, this one to this one. This to this. And then this one is going to go up into this one. Really? Okay, this way. Not going to give it to me, are you? Nope. Not going to give it to me there because of the angle. But that's okay, we'll go with that. And then this one. This one's going to give me horizontal vertical. Nice. Then we got to have enough room to bring those other ones in. Are they on the left side or the right side? I think they're on the left side of these ones. Yeah, so on the left side, coming down, dropping down. Oh, man, we're going to have to rework that maybe a little bit. Take this out. Take that out. Move this back. There, we got that in the center. So move this back. Color all that in. Bring this forward to here. We're going to have another one on top of it. Okay, you want to think all this out before we run all these lines. And then this one will go to that. Maybe take this out. Do it like this instead. Yeah, like that. And then we'll have another stacked one here. Turn my zooping off. I would keep it from doing that, but we'll go here, and that one will just go right inside that one, which we don't want. So we'll do the other way, and then it will stack the other way. There we go. That's cool. All right. I like it. And then we can just stack them and run the rest of it that way. Probably should just do it now. So when we get the other one, we can run that one too. Let's just do it now. Should have just zooped it originally. And then we don't have to come over here and run all this. This should be good. Fix all these coloring. I'm changing my coloring to orange. $10. Look at us go. Well, I said I wasn't going to do 12 hours, but I didn't say I wasn't going to do 10 hours. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. Just want to get this in. We can come back and do the rest of it another time, but we're going to try to get this in. And by the way, once you get this in, you can let it run and run and run. So again, once you have these stackers here, really easy to add. And we'll just run these stackers. Again, we're running along the terrain and all the stuff that's in the way. So yeah, we'll just double run those down the side there, maneuver those around those other ones. That'll be all good. Okay, I feel like we get one more of these in. We've done a lot. All right, wrong thing. Ping. Pingity ping. Where are you? Says it's right. Oh, right there. Oh, I didn't even see it. Okay. Now this one, I kind of feel like we'll aim toward the water a little bit. Let's give ourselves some power over here so we can do some work. Let's do our thing. Get in the zone over here, everybody. Getting in the zone. Looks good. See, power of repetition, everybody, as you get better at it and faster at it. I find. Usually. We'll turn this on. We'll bring the big boy over here. And put it on this side so we can run the power down. From here. And into our input power. Now we don't need these little ones. Those were just temporary so I could fly around. And then this looks like it's going. Let's overclock this. I think we're just getting in the zone. Getting in the zone. That should go up to 150. Yep. Okay, that's good. That's running. Now we want to get this one to connect to that one over there. So I feel like we'll just run this, zoop that way out there. Run it at the ground level, and then we'll raise it up. Oh, just doesn't reach. That's how it goes. Straight mode. Nice angle. This way. All right, running down, popping in. Now we got that other thing here. Now this is not 600. This is actually 300. Right over here. Double check again. Maxed out, 300, running good. It's going to start filling that up. This over here is 150. This is our oddball one here. It's kind of its own one. It doesn't have a pair that it can match up with, and we could have made it 300. Well, that's okay. Hey, I'll take whatever it wants to give me. 150 is what that's running at full speed. So we'll just put 150 in there. So just to remind us down the road, we don't have to go in there and look at it every single time. That's a great thing about signs, is you don't have to go figure it out. Or 13 hours. I know, right? We just want to get this going here. And then we know what to do with the rest of this. We'll go and run those other lines. We'll connect it in this side. We'll go ahead and run it down the middle. Then we'll go get those ones over there. We'll connect all those. We'll run those all the way down and over to here. Remember, we just built this from scratch, everybody. This whole entire thing from scratch. Awesome. Using the power of blueprints. And the power of thinking things through, too. We can actually take the end pieces of this off, I think. This one. All right. Oh, wait. No. This is going in the wrong one. Oh, that one's already there. We don't need that one. This one. Glad I double checked that. This one goes into this one. There we go. And then this one goes into that one. All right. There we go. Now it's getting it done. Because we plugged that in the wrong one. Because these are already being used here. Because we got 300 and 300 going into there. 300 here, 300 here. Cutting into 150 and 150. That just maximizes the flow of oil. Flow of liquids in general. Okay, this one, nothing. This one, nothing yet. Okay, we'll let that run until we see some stuff in there. We don't see some stuff in there. We know something is afoot. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's running. All right, let's take these out and reconnect them again. See if that fixes it. Again, sometimes these are funky. Just do what you got to do. Nope. If they're messed up, take the fluid buffer out. Oh, can't take it out because the train's there. Backing this big old train up, everybody. That's 11 cars long, man. That's a long train. Boom. Get out of here, train. Trying to do some work here. So yeah, this one's messed up too. It's like every so many get messed up. And then it fixes the rest of them. Because this used to be 3. So I kind of feel like we're going to have to take out every 4th one to make this work. So let's go ahead and just do it. This way. And then this way. We'll have to check these all the way down. There it goes. And this one should start working. And then eventually this one should start working. Then we'll have to take this one out to fix those 3, and that one out to fix those 3. Let's just do it now. Let's just do it now while we're thinking about it. Take those out, take this, put that back in there. Take this out, put that back in there. Fix all these pipes. Oops, fix G. Come on. Not blueprint mode. G. There we go. So I don't accidentally take anything else out, and I don't want to. Just fix it while you're thinking about it. That way. And this way. And then down here, the 3rd one down, this one. I don't trust these to like work again. So I make sure to re-plug them back in. And then those all should be eventually fine. Whoa, what happened to our train? How did our train crash? Something made our train crash. I bet you it's right here. So I can see it stopped right there. So this transition's not transitioning. Yeah, that's not connected. This way. 1.5. We forgot to do our transition here. Fix that while we're thinking about it. All right. Yeah, see, I ghost rided it, and then it ran off the tracks. Yeah, it works now. Works now. Okay, well, we fixed that problem, too. You're going to run into all sorts of things. Just solve them as you find them. Okay, I think we're good. An amazing night. Amazing fun. Bam. There we go. Oh, God, this game is so addicting, everybody. I could just be playing it for the next 50 hours if I could actually do that. If I was in my 20s, maybe. Not now. Now the old man has got to get some rest because we got to come back and do some Fallout later tonight. Building some mega builds in there. You think this is awesome, everybody. Wait till we get all of our settlements fired up over there. because we're building the rise of the Tycoon Empire. We're doing the ultimate modded playthrough where we add mods that go along with the storyline. We still got tons of supports to do. Look at the cool waterfall on the tower way up there too. We got to do tons of supports. We've got to get the rest of this oil done, which is going to be no problem. We got it down now. Go over there, grab that oil, snake it through everything that we need to do. Connect it probably over here, run it along this line, dip it under there, go over there, grab all that, doop, 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 run it in there, fill this sucker up, and then build the opposite version of this on the other side, the drop-off side, and then just tell it to come over here and drop it off. And then we will basically have the bulk of all the oil in the world, except for one more spot, which is over here, which is a much smaller spot than what we're doing now, which you can see has a normal, an impure, and an impure. So this actually would be 3 train cars here because we've combined the 2 impures together, and then normal. We'll have a 3 train car there. And we're probably just going to go ahead and, since we've got our train running this way, we'll just cut across. I try not to hit any of these nodes if I can avoid it, so I can utilize those nodes later, because we can make train stations and just pick all this up and run it to a single train station and have it run. But we're going to cut across, have just one little area goes across, get that, and then we'll have all the oil in the game. So probably next Tuesday we're going to get that going on, finish up all this, and get that done. Probably have all the oil done by next Tuesday. Very cool. Then, time for some coal, everybody. But what we'll do is we'll probably start where we already have locations. So we have a bunch of coal over here, a bunch of coal here that we can go ahead and run to a station here and utilize the same track that we're using for our oil. And then we can just run that coal back to the base and then utilize that coal, switch all this oil eventually over here. So we're going to basically, look at all the train stations I got in the same spot here. Cool. And we're going to build a big old fuel power plant right here. We might even run it over the top here. We'll see. Right by the waterfalls here. And build out that fluid plant, fluid power. And then once we have enough fluid power to replace the fluid power we have, then we'll take that out and we'll run this oil over here as well. All that oil over there, that'll also be a big one too. Big train, we'll run that over here. We'll have all the oil in one central spot in the entire game. Gonna be awesome. Then we're gonna need a massive amount of coal. Then we'll take the coal from here and we'll divert that coal down into here. And again, we can just remove all of the stuff on this side, start to build out all of our various processes. And then once we get all those going, we can then get over here, get all of this uranium and build some nuclear power on top of our massive amount of power, if the game lets us. We'll see. And again, I got a pretty decent machine. I mean, it's not, $20,000 crazy out of the, out of this world machine, but it's pretty decent. So I think we can push the limits of it, see what we can do. We've been doing that all night long, as you can see. That turned out amazing. But I can't wait to ride that train through those things and down over the thing, around and go around the corner and up the thing and over the thing. It's going to be awesome. We did it with no spirals either, so that's cool. And we turned around and had enough room. We could even make this a little longer if we wanted to. But I think that's perfect. That just perfectly fit right into the environment, which is a very difficult thing to do, to get it to turn and end up in the right spot and you have enough space for all your stuff. And we did it. I showed you how to do it. All right, time for the Kismet Love Train. Here we go. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to save that again. Very awesome. Save it again before I exit. There we go. So we're going to roll on out of here, everybody. Thanks to my awesome Patreon supporters right down there. You can see also some other awesome people coming up over here. Congrats if you got a gifted sub as well, or if you came in and you hit the sub button or resub button, greatly appreciate you. Or if you hit the follow button. In fact, if you hadn't hit the follow button, now's the perfect time. Hit that follow button, everybody. If you're over on YouTube, hit that subscribe button, which is basically the follow button. I'm going to go ahead and tell you my schedule right over here. Look at my cool schedule, everybody. Pretty awesome. We're going to be back tonight, Wednesday night, tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, playing some Fallout 4, Rise of the Tycoon Empire. That's right, we're going to put the mods in there. We're going to do some storyline. We're going to be building up some settlements to gigantic mega builds. We're going to be doing that as well. Going to be having a great time. I got so many mega builds to do. Typically, we're going to do some storyline. We're going to work on our settlements and stuff on Wednesday, and then on Thursday, we typically do the mega build. So there you go. Then we'll be back on Saturday. Might do a bonus stream on Friday. Might do one on Monday, but definitely back on Saturday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for some team play and 7 Days to Die. And then the epic base that I'm building as a solo play over there on Sunday. Man, I'm building right in a cul-de-sac. We already cut it out. We took out 5,000 blocks. I showed you how to do it nice and easy by undercutting, and all the blocks fell down perfectly, everybody. It was the absolute perfect cascade. And now all we got to do is just build out all the layers of our base, and we're using some advanced techniques, using some steel level bulletproof glass so it's transparent, but yet still the strength of steel. Very, very cool. Lining out the different layers and stuff. Very, very fun. Can't wait to try that out, and I'm sure some things are going to go completely off the rails as they always do. That's for sure. And again, everybody, you can follow these social medias right over here. You can pop on over to youtube.com and also hit the like button while you're over there, while you're hitting the subscribe button. You can also hit that bell and leave me a comment. I read every single one. I appreciate everybody who does. Remember, it really helps the stream a lot. It allows me to do more giveaways and more content here in the stream. The more you guys interact with all of that. You can pop over to twitter.com/KismetBP and also hit the follow button over there. I appreciate that, or x.com it's called now. And you can go to Discord. You can also go to the website, check all that out. And you can, of course, become a patron over on patreon.com/Kismet. You can get all these blueprints, everybody. All these blueprints I'm doing right here. You can download them, and you could be having all the fun that I was having tonight with all these blueprints. And you don't have to spend the 100 hours that I spent making them. You can just start popping them down, switching them around, do all the things that I was doing today, and run trains from here to there and everywhere. And have a great time doing it. Again, any level of support, by the way, even if you support by $1 or if you support by $20, everybody, each time you can get access to all of that and a whole bunch of exclusive content as well. That's the best way to support the Kismet Love Train. Right over there. But that's it for me, everybody. We're going to roll on out of here. But before we do, you were super smart. You held out all the way to the end of the stream, and thus I'm going to give you tons and tons of Kiss Caps for future giveaways that you can use. That's what those are for. So thanks for hanging out, everybody, and thanks to everybody coming in from Dr. Gluon as well. Appreciate all of you. Kismet's going to go rest up. Be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, having some more fun, hanging out with all of you. We'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.